Welcome back, legends. And if you're new here, welcome. This channel is all about powerful Harry Potter what if stories, where we explore alternate destinies, hidden power awakenings, and the darker secrets of the wizarding world. Today's topic is super exciting, as you saw in the title. What if Severus Snape discovered 6-year-old Harry Potter and raised him in Prince Manor to become an unstoppable legend? Quick note before we begin. This video is self-recorded and created in line with YouTube's latest policies. Every story here is originally written, creatively edited, and made purely for storytelling and entertainment. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, make sure to subscribe. Now, let's begin.
The wind on Privet Drive didn't howl. It slithered. It crept between the perfectly trimmed hedges and whispered through the cracks in the pavement, a sound too thin and cold for a Surrey summer evening. Inside number 4, the Dursley family sat in the glowing square of television light, a tableau of contented normality. Vernon Dursley's laugh boomed at a game show host's joke. Petunia's smile was a tight, satisfied line as she arranged a plate of custard creams. Dudley, vast and pink, shoved a fourth biscuit into his mouth. None of them glanced at the door under the stairs. None of them ever did, unless it was to shove a tin of cold soup through the cat flap. It was easier that way. Out of sight was, mercifully, out of mind. The cupboard was dark, but not silent. A small boy sat with his knees drawn to his chest, the thin blanket around his shoulders doing nothing against the chill that came from the house itself, not the air. His name was Harry Potter, and he was 6 years old. He wasn't crying. He'd learned that crying made his head ache and changed nothing. Instead, he listened. He listened to the drone of the television, the clink of china from the kitchen, the distant roar of Uncle Vernon's laughter. They were sounds from another planet. His stomach pinched, a familiar hollow feeling. Dinner had been half a can of tomato soup, lukewarm. He focused on the sliver of yellow light coming under the door. If he stared at it long enough, sometimes strange things happened. Once, the light had swelled, becoming a soft, golden pool that warmed his toes for a whole minute before fading. Another time, the dust motes dancing in the beam had frozen in place, like tiny stars. He never told anyone. Freakish things, Aunt Petunia called them. Things that got him locked in the cupboard for days. Tonight, the light did something different. It darkened. A shadow fell across the sliver of yellow, blotting it out completely. Harry held his breath. It wasn't the blocky shadow of Uncle Vernon or the spindly one of Aunt Petunia. This was long, and fluid, and it did not move. It just stood there, on the other side of his door. His heart, a frantic bird against his ribs, began to beat a painful rhythm against his bones. Had he done something? He'd been quiet. He'd been so good. The lock on the cupboard door, a heavy, brass thing Uncle Vernon had installed, did not rattle. It simply ceased to be. There was no click, no scrape of metal. One moment it was a locked door, the next it was an opening one, swinging inward without a sound. The figure filled the doorway, blocking the hallway light completely. Harry shrank back, pressing himself into the corner where the brooms were. He couldn't see a face, only a shape taller and thinner than any man he'd ever seen, draped in black that seemed to drink the light. The air grew sharp, carrying a smell unlike anything in Privet Drive. Dried herbs, old parchment, and something bitter, like the medicine Aunt Petunia once forced down his throat. The man stepped inside. The cupboard, which had always felt suffocatingly small, now felt like a tomb. He had to bend his head slightly to avoid the slope of the stairs. His eyes found Harry in the gloom. They were black, deep-set, and held an intensity that made the child freeze. They weren't kind eyes. But they weren't cruel like Uncle Vernon's, or sharp and dismissive like Aunt Petunia's. They were, assessing. They scraped over his two large clothes, his knobby knees, the lightning bolt scar on his forehead just visible beneath his fringe. The man's gaze lingered on that scar, and something flickered in the dark depths, something that might have been pain, or fury, or both. Harry Potter, the man said. His voice was low, a silken baritone that barely stirred the dusty air. It was not a question. Harry couldn't speak. His throat had sealed shut. The man's lip curled, not at Harry, but at the cupboard itself. His gaze took in the spiderwebs, the cramped space, the pathetic blanket. 6 years, he whispered, and the words were a venomous curse. He looked back at Harry. Get up. The command brooked no disobedience. Harry's limbs, stiff with cold and fear, unlocked. He stumbled to his feet, the blanket falling away. He stood there, shivering in his oversized pajamas. The man's eyes narrowed further. With a movement too swift to follow, he unclasped the fastening at his throat and swept his own black cloak from his shoulders. Before Harry could flinch, the heavy, surprisingly warm fabric was wrapped around him, engulfing him, smelling of that strange, bitter parchment scent. "Come," the man said. He turned and strode out of the cupboard. Harry hesitated, clutching the cloak around him. It was the warmest thing he had ever worn. From the living room, he heard Uncle Vernon's booming voice. Absolute rubbish from the BBC these days. He looked at the man's retreating back, a pillar of black in the garish hallway. Then he looked at the cupboard, its dark mouth waiting to swallow him again. A choice, though he didn't know it. He took a step, then another, his bare feet silent on the polished floor. He followed the man to the living room archway. The man stopped there, and Harry peered from behind the black robes. The television glow painted the Dursleys in shades of blue. They hadn't noticed yet. "You," the man said, and his voice cut through the game show applause like a knife. 3 heads swiveled. 3 faces etched in identical strokes of shock. Vernon Dursley purpled. "Who the devil are you? Get out of my house. Petunia, call the police." Petunia's hand flew to her mouth. Her eyes, wide with terror, were not on the intruder's face, but on the sweeping robes, the palpable aura of otherness. She knew. Harry saw that she knew. The stranger's hand moved slightly. The television died. The room plunged into a silence so profound Harry could hear the electric hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen. "I am Severus Snape," the man said, each word dripping with icy precision. "You will listen. You have kept him," a skeletal finger pointed directly at Harry, "in a cupboard. You have starved him. You have lied to him. You have broken wizard law so thoroughly it is a miracle you are still breathing. Wizard." Vernon spluttered, heaving himself up. "I'll have none of that freakishness under my roof. That boy is my nephew, and I'll thank you too. You have no claim." Snape's voice dropped, dangerous and quiet. "The blood protection here, sustained by Petunia's reluctant housing, is the only reason you have not been visited by things far worse than me. But it is tied to this house. It does not mandate that he be your prisoner." He turned those black eyes on Petunia, who had begun to tremble. "You knew. You knew what he was, and what he might face. You chose this." The disgust in his tone was scalding. Petunia found her voice, a reedy, desperate thing. "My sister died because of your kind. Because of that stupid, magical war. I wanted him normal. Normal." Snape repeated the word as if it were a disease. "He will never be normal. And thanks to your care, he will be weak. Unprepared. A lamb for the slaughter." He looked back at Harry, and for a fleeting second, the icy mask cracked. Something raw and terrible shone through. "That ends tonight." Vernon, fueled by a lifetime of bullish confidence, made his mistake. He lunged, a great walrus of a man aiming to grab this gaunt intruder. Snape didn't even raise his hand. A flick of his wrist, a barely perceptible twitch of his fingers. Vernon froze in mid-step, 1 foot off the ground, his face locked in a grotesque mask of rage. He couldn't move, couldn't even blink. Dudley screamed, a high, wet sound. Petunia whimpered. Snape ignored them. He knelt, slowly, bringing himself to Harry's eye level. The cloak pulled around the small boy. Up close, Harry could see the man's sallow skin, the lines of bitterness around his mouth, the greasy black hair framing his face. But those eyes held him. "Harry," Snape said, and his name sounded different in that voice. Not a complaint, not an insult. A fact. A weight. "These people are not your family. Your mother was a great witch. She was He stopped, swallowed hard. "She was brilliant. And she died to save you. This is not the life she died for. Do you understand?" Harry, mesmerized, gave a tiny shake of his head. He understood almost nothing, except the warmth of the cloak, and the fact that this terrifying man had made Uncle Vernon stop. "I am offering you a choice," Snape continued, his gaze unblinking. "Stay here, in this cupboard, with these people. Or come with me, where you will learn, where you will be strong. It will not be easy. It will be very hard. But you will never be locked in a cupboard again." Harry's world had shrunk to this man's dark eyes. He heard Aunt Petunia's stifled sob, saw Uncle Vernon's frozen, furious statue, felt the residual chill of the cupboard at his back. The man had said his mother's name. No one ever did that. His mother was a witch. His small hand, clutching the black cloak, tightened. He nodded. A breath Snape seemed to have been holding hissed out between his teeth. He stood. "We leave now. You have nothing here you need." He turned to leave, and Harry, still wrapped in the enormous cloak, stumbled after him. As they passed the frozen Vernon, Snape paused. He leaned close to the man's ear, his voice a venomous whisper meant only for him. "If you ever speak of this, if you ever try to find him, the magic that holds you now will be the least of your worries. You will forget he was ever here. You will remember only a distant, unpleasant memory of a child who went to a distant, unpleasant school. Live your small, miserable life. And be grateful I am letting you live it." He straightened and walked to the front door. Harry followed, a small shadow in a larger one. On the doorstep, under the sterile yellow glow of the porch light, Snape looked down at him. "Close your eyes." Harry did. He felt a long, cool finger touch his forehead, right on the jagged line of his scar. A strange sensation washed over him, not warmth or cold, but a sort of silencing. The constant, low-level buzz of fear that lived in his chest quieted. Then the world twisted. It was not like being squeezed. It was like being ripped through a keyhole, a terrifying, breathless compression from all sides. The air tore from his lungs. He would have screamed if he could. And then it stopped. He staggered, but a firm hand on his shoulder steadied him. The air was different. Cool, damp, and smelling of rain, earth, and green, growing things. He opened his eyes. Privet Drive was gone. He stood on a gravel path under a twilight sky streaked with deep purple and orange. Before him rose not a neat semi-detached house, but a vast, ancient-looking stone manor, shrouded in ivy and mist. Towers clawed at the darkening sky, and windows glimmered with a soft, internal light. The grounds stretched away into shadows of what looked like a dark forest. A pair of immense, wrought iron gates, decorated with strange, serpentine designs, stood open behind them. Prince Manor. The words appeared in Harry's mind, though no one had spoken them. Snape's hand was still on his shoulder. The man was staring at the manor, his face a complex map of emotions. Bitterness, regret, a reluctant ownership. "This," Snape said, his voice quiet in the vastness of the evening, "is your home now. You will call me Snape, or Sir. You will obey me without question. You will learn. You will work until you think you can do no more, and then you will work further." He looked down, and the black eyes were unreadable pools in the gloom. "The world believes you are a pampered icon, a child hidden away for his own safety. It believes a monster is dead. Both are lies. The monster is merely sleeping. And you, Harry Potter, are a boy who has known only a cupboard." He bent lower, his face inches from Harry's. His whisper was the most terrifying sound Harry had ever heard, because it was not a shout, but a promise. "We have until your 11th birthday to turn you into something they will never see coming, and we begin tomorrow." Snape turned and strode towards the looming manor doors, his robes billowing like wings. Harry stood alone on the gravel path, the immense, shadowed house waiting to swallow him whole, the words echoing in his soul. "We begin tomorrow." He took a shuddering breath, the air of this new, magical place filling his lungs. Then, clutching the black cloak tightly around his small, thin frame, he followed the potion's master into the dark. The heavy oak door of Prince Manor closed behind them with a soft, definitive thud that echoed through the stone entrails of the house. The sound of the outside world, the sigh of wind in ancient trees, the distant hoot of an owl, was instantly muffled, replaced by a deep, watchful silence. It wasn't the empty silence of the cupboard. This was a thick, velvety quiet, heavy with the scent of beeswax, old books, and the faint, astringent ghost of potions' ingredients. Harry stood rooted just inside the entrance hall, the borrowed cloak still dwarfing him. His bare feet were cold on the flagstone floor. He stared, his eyes struggling to adjust from the twilight gloom to the interior dimness. A grand staircase swept upwards into shadows, its banisters carved into intricate, coiling shapes that might have been vines or serpents. Tapestries, faded with age, hung on the walls, depicting scenes that made no sense to him. People in robes pointing sticks at swirling stars, a great cauldron overflowing with light. The ceiling was lost in darkness, but high above, a peculiar, hazy light drifted, like a cloud of captive will-o'-the-wisps, providing a soft, eerie illumination. It was the most enormous, terrifying, beautiful place he had ever seen. Snape had strode ahead, his footsteps silent on the stone. He paused halfway across the hall, not looking back. "You will remove the cloak and hang it there." A pale finger indicated a wrought iron stand shaped like a twisted tree. "Then you will follow me. Do not touch anything." The command broke Harry's paralysis. He struggled with the heavy fabric, finally managing to extricate himself. The air in the hall was cool, and he shivered in his thin pajamas. He carefully draped the cloak over one of the iron branches. It looked like a great black leaf, sheltering the metal tree. He padded after Snape, who led him through an archway into a narrower corridor. The walls here were lined with portraits, but unlike any portraits Harry had ever seen. As he passed, the figures within the frames turned to watch him. An elderly witch with a stern face peered down her long nose, her painted eyes narrowing. A young man in doublet and hose leaned against his frame, whispering to the lady in the adjacent painting, who flicked her gaze towards Harry and smirked. None of them spoke aloud, but their silent scrutiny was a physical pressure on his skin. He kept his eyes fixed on the back of Snape's black robes, a lifeline in this sea of whispering. Paint. They entered a spacious kitchen. It was not like Aunt Petunia's sterile, chrome-filled space. This was a room of hearths and stone. A massive fireplace dominated one wall, cold and dark for now. Bunches of dried plants hung from dark beams, and the air was a complex symphony of smells: mint, dirt, pepper, something sweet, something rotten. Shelves held rows of glass jars containing substances in every color imaginable, from luminous blue to murky, pulsing purple. Snape went to a heavy wooden table and, with another barely perceptible flick of his wrist, a simple ceramic bowl and a spoon appeared on it with a quiet pop. A pot on the large stove, which Harry hadn't seen him touch, began to steam. Snape ladled a portion of thick, creamy soup into the bowl. He placed a slice of dark bread beside it. "Eat," he said, the single word offering no comfort, only necessity. Harry climbed onto the tall stool, his feet dangling. The smell of the soup, leek and potato, rich with cream, made his stomach clench painfully. He picked up the spoon with trembling fingers. He glanced at Snape, who had turned away and was examining a row of crystal vials on a high shelf, his back a rigid line. The first spoonful was a shock of flavor, warmth, and goodness. He had to force himself not to gulp it down. He ate methodically, savoring each bite, the bread soft and dense. The simple meal felt like a feast. The warmth spread from his stomach outwards, thawing a little of the permanent cold inside him. As he ate, he stole glances around the room. His eyes landed on a corner where a small, worn armchair sat next to a stack of precariously balanced books. A faded, multicolored blanket was draped over the chair's arm. It was the only thing in the entire manor so far that looked soft, that looked used. It felt out of place, like a single dandelion growing in a marble courtyard. He finished the last drop of soup, wiping the bowl clean with the final crust of bread. He sat, unsure what to do next. Snape turned. His black eyes flicked to the empty bowl. "You will clean your dish." The sink. Harry slid off the stool, carried the bowl and spoon to the deep stone sink. A pump handle stood to one side. He looked at it helplessly. "Like this." Snape's voice was close behind him, making him jump. A long-fingered hand reached past him, gripped the handle, and pumped it twice. Clear, cold water gushed out. "You will learn to do magic eventually. Until then, you will learn to use your hands." Harry washed the bowl and spoon carefully, as he'd been forced to do 1,000 times at Privet Drive. But here, there was no Aunt Petunia inspecting for streaks. Only the silent, intense pressure of Snape's presence. He placed the clean items on a wooden rack. "Follow me." The tour continued, a silent, somber procession. A library with shelves that reached into darkness, ladders on rails, thousands of leather-bound spines gleaming. A drawing room with high, arched windows looking out into the blackness of the grounds, furniture shrouded in dusty white sheets. A room that made Harry's skin prickle even from the doorway, a laboratory, with cauldrons of various sizes, braziers, and workbenches cluttered with brass scales and strange instruments. Finally, they climbed the great staircase. The portraits here were fewer, but their inhabitants seemed older, more severe. One, a tall man with a hooked nose and Snape's own piercing black eyes, stared down with unmasked contempt. Harry hurried past. At the end of a first-floor corridor, Snape opened a door. "This is your room." Harry stepped inside. It was not a cupboard. It was larger than the Dursleys' entire second bedroom. A high, canopied bed stood against one wall, draped in deep green hangings. A fireplace, empty, was set in another. A desk sat under a mullioned window that now showed only the reflection of the room's single, floating orb of light. There was a wardrobe, and a door that led, he would later discover, to a small bathroom with a deep, claw-footed tub. It was austere. Stone walls, a dark rug on the floor. But it was clean, and vast, and his. "Your belongings will be acquired tomorrow," Snape said from the doorway. "You will sleep now. There is a nightshirt in the wardrobe. Do not leave this room until I summon you in the morning." He turned to go. A panic, sharp and sudden, lanced through Harry. The man was leaving him alone in this giant, whispering, painted house. The silence of the room pressed in, different from the cupboard's silence, but just as isolating. "Sir." The word scraped out of his throat, unfamiliar and small. Snape paused, half in shadow. He did not turn fully. What do I do?" Harry asked, the question encompassing everything, the house, the magic, the reason he was here at all. Snape looked over his shoulder, his profile sharp as a blade against the dim light of the corridor. "You will adjust. You will listen. You will learn to be silent until you have something worthwhile to say." His gaze swept the room, then returned to Harry's small, pale face. "This is not a reward, Potter. It is a barracks. And you are my recruit. Sleep. Your training begins at dawn." He left, closing the door behind him. Harry heard no lock turn, but the finality of the click was absolute. He was alone. He stood in the center of the enormous room, the floating light making his shadow loom and dance on the walls. He found the nightshirt, a plain, soft gray thing that still swam on him, and changed. He climbed into the high bed. The mattress was firm, the sheets cool and crisp. He sank into them, swallowed by the size of the bed and the room. He stared up at the dark green canopy. The events of the evening replayed in his mind like a strange dream. The shadow at the cupboard door, the frozen Uncle Vernon, the twisting journey, the towering manor, the watching portraits, the soup. "Your mother was a great witch." The words burned in the dark. A faint sound made him stiffen. It was music, very distant, very sad. A single, lonely violin note, weaving through the stone corridors from somewhere deep in the house. It wasn't magic, he thought. It was just music. But it spoke of a loneliness so profound it made his own seem small and new. He lay there for hours, listening to the haunting melody and the vast silence between the notes. He thought of the cupboard, of the spider in the corner that had been his only occasional companion. He thought of the man with the black eyes and the voice like silken poison. "We have until your 11th birthday to turn you into something they will never see coming." The violin music faded into the night. The floating light in his room dimmed gently to a soft glow. Exhaustion, deeper than any he'd known from simply being ignored, pulled at him. It was the exhaustion of a world remade in a single night. Just as he was drifting into an uneasy sleep, his eyes, adjusted to the gloom, caught a movement by the door. It wasn't a person. It was a faint, silvery shimmer, like mist, seeping under the door from the corridor. It coalesced for a moment in the center of the room, forming the hazy, fleeting shape of a woman with long hair and a kind, sorrowful face. She looked at him, and her transparent eyes held an echo of the same fierce assessment he'd seen in Snape's. Then the image sighed, dissolving into wisps that faded to nothing. Harry sat bolt upright, his heart hammering. The room was empty. The light glowed softly. Had he dreamed it? A trick of the shadows and his tired mind. He slid out of bed, his bare feet silent on the rug. He crept to the door, pressed his ear against the cold wood. Only silence. He reached for the handle, a cold brass serpent coiled into a ring. He remembered the command, "Do not leave this room." His hand hovered over the serpent. His whole life had been rules made by the Dursleys, rules designed to shrink him, to erase him. This rule, from Snape, felt different. It was a boundary, not a cage. A line drawn for a purpose he didn't yet understand. He thought of the man's piercing eyes. "You will obey me without question." Harry's small fingers uncurled. He did not touch the handle. He turned and walked back to the giant bed, climbing into its cold expanse. He pulled the covers up to his chin, staring at the door where the silver mist had appeared. He had obeyed, not out of the numb fear he felt for Vernon, but out of a new, fragile seed of something else. A choice. A terrifying, deliberate choice to trust the darkness that had taken him from the cupboard, over the unknown shadows of this ancient house. The last thing he saw before sleep finally took him was the carved serpent on the door handle, gleaming dully in the low light, its eyes seeming to watch him back. And somewhere, deep in the heart of Prince Manor, the lonely violin began to play again. Dawn at Prince Manor did not arrive with a cheerful sunbeam. It seeped in, a gradual graying of the world beyond the window, revealing skeletal trees against a leaden sky. Harry woke not to Aunt Petunia's screech or Dudley's stomping, but to an immense, waiting quiet. For a disorienting moment, he stared at the green canopy above him, the events of the previous night assembling in his mind like fragments of a staggering dream. Then he remembered. The cupboard door opening, the frozen Uncle Vernon, the twisting darkness, the soup, the room, the silver mist. He sat up, the sheets pooling around him. The floating orb in his room had brightened to a soft, daytime glow. The fire in the grate remained cold and dark. He climbed out of the vast bed, his feet recoiling from the chill of the stone floor before finding the rug. He went to the window. The view stole his breath. The manor's grounds rolled away into a mist-shrouded distance. He saw formal gardens gone wild, hedges wrestling with untamed vines, a glasshouse glittering with frost, and beyond it, the dark, dense line of a forest. It was beautiful and utterly desolate. No other houses, no roads, just this island of stone in a sea of wilderness. A sharp, double knock sounded on his door. Before he could answer, it opened. Snape stood there, already dressed in his usual black, his hair framing his face like curtains of oil. He looked as if he hadn't slept. "You are awake. Dress. The clothes in the wardrobe will suffice. You have 5 minutes." The door closed again. Harry hurried to the heavy oak wardrobe. Inside hung a few simple outfits, trousers of a sturdy gray fabric, plain shirts, a dark green jumper that looked scratchy but warm. There were also socks and small boots. Nothing like Dudley's garish, brand-new cast-offs. These were simple, serviceable, and fit him, a novel experience. He dressed quickly, the clothes feeling strangely stiff and new against his skin. He hesitated at the door, his hand on the cold serpent handle. Taking a breath, he turned it and stepped into the corridor. Snape was waiting, a silent specter against the stone. He gave Harry a curt once-over, his expression unreadable. "Follow." They did not go downstairs to the kitchen. Instead, Snape led him down a different, narrower corridor, one that sloped gently downwards. The air grew cooler, damper. They passed a heavy door reinforced with iron bands, which Harry instinctively knew led to dungeons or cellars. But Snape stopped before a plain, unmarked door of dark wood. He opened it. The room beyond was circular and windowless, lit by the same floating orbs of light. It was empty save for 2 things, a single, low wooden stool in the very center, and on the far wall, an enormous, ancient tapestry. "Sit," Snape said, gesturing to the stool. Harry walked to the center of the room. The silence here was absolute, a dense blanket that seemed to swallow sound. He perched on the stool, feeling exposed and small. Snape did not approach him. He stood by the door, his hands clasped behind his back. "You are here because of a war you cannot remember. A war fought over you. Your existence is a symbol. A symbol of victory to some. A symbol of unfinished business to others." His voice was cool, detached, a professor delivering a difficult lecture. "Symbols are fragile. They are ideas. I am not interested in symbols. I am interested in substance. In survival." He began to pace a slow circle around the perimeter of the room, his robes whispering against the stone. "Magic is not a party trick. It is not a gift. It is a discipline. A brutal, demanding art that requires control above all else. The lack of control is what gets people killed. The lack of control is what leads to cupboards." Harry flinched, but Snape's gaze was fixed on the wall, not on him. "Your magical core has been stunted, suppressed by years of neglect and fear. The incidents you experienced with the Dursleys were leaks. A cracked dam groaning under pressure. We must now carefully dismantle that dam, stone by stone, and teach the river to flow where you command it." He stopped pacing, directly in front of the tapestry. "We begin with silence." Harry blinked. "Silence, sir." "The silence inside your own mind," Snape said, turning to face him. "The chaos of fear, of hunger, of loneliness, that is noise. It clouds judgment. It makes magic wild and unpredictable. Your first task is to learn to quiet it. He gestured to the tapestry. You will look at this. You will do nothing else. You will not fidget. You will not speak. You will try to still the thoughts in your head. You will sit until I return. For how long? The question was out before Harry could stop it. Snape's lip curled. For as long as it takes. The moment you ask that question, you have already failed. Begin. He turned and left the room. The door clicked shut, leaving Harry alone with the tapestry and the profound silence. He looked at the tapestry. It was immense, covering most of the wall. It was incredibly old, the colors muted but still discernible. It depicted a family tree. At the very top, embroidered in silvery thread, were the words, "The noble and most ancient house of Prince." Branches spread downwards, names and dates stitched with meticulous care. He saw, Eileen Prince, near the bottom, and a line connecting her to, Tobias Snape. From that union, a single, stark line led to, Severus Snape. His branch ended there, solitary and final. This was Snape's family. His mother's family. This was the house Harry was now in. He tried to sit still, to quiet his mind as instructed. But his thoughts were a swirling storm. The names on the tapestry. The frozen uncle. The warmth of the soup. The ghostly silver woman. The feel of the new clothes. The word, war. The word, survival. His leg began to twitch. He shifted on the hard stool. The silence pressed in, not peaceful but demanding. It seemed to amplify every rustle of his clothes, every beat of his heart. He was used to being ignored, but he was never alone with nothing. There was always the dust in the cupboard, the sounds from the TV, the ache in his stomach. This was different. This was an active, empty waiting. He focused on his breathing, as he sometimes had in the cupboard to stave off panic. In, out, the tapestry blurred. Before his eyes, the floating orbs hummed almost imperceptibly. Time lost all meaning. It could have been minutes. It could have been hours. A thought, sharp and clear, pierced the fog of his attempt. He's not coming back. This is a test, and you're failing. He'll leave you here forever. His chest tightened. The silence became a roar in his ears. He wanted to jump up, to beat on the door, to scream just to hear a sound. He gripped the edges of the stool, his knuckles white. No. The word formed in his mind, not as a shout, but as a solid, cold thing. It was his own voice, but different. Clearer. He took you from the cupboard. He gave you soup. He showed you your mother was a witch. This is the hard part. This is the work. He forced his hands to relax. He forced air into his lungs. He dragged his gaze back to the tapestry, to the name, Eileen Prince. Snape's mother. A witch who married a muggle named Tobias. What had that been like? Had she been happy? The tapestry gave no answers. It was just a record of blood, fading into time. He stopped trying to silence his thoughts. Instead, he let them flow, but he watched them pass like leaves on a stream. The fear, the impatience, the confusion, he acknowledged them, and then let them go, returning his focus to the weave of the tapestry, the glint of silver thread. The change was subtle. The room didn't brighten. The silence didn't break. But the pressure inside his skull eased. The silence outside began to feel less like a prison and more like a space. An empty cup waiting to be filled. He didn't know how much time had passed when the door opened. Snape entered, carrying a tray with a glass of water and a simple roll. He placed it on the floor beside Harry's stool. Drink. Eat. Slowly. Harry's mouth was dry. He took the water, sipped it. It was cool and clean. He broke a piece off the roll. It was plain, but he tasted every grain. Snape observed him, his dark eyes missing nothing. Stand. Harry stood, his legs stiff. What is the purpose of this exercise? Snape asked. Harry thought. To be quiet inside, sir. Why? So the magic isn't wild. So I can hear it. A flicker in Snape's eyes. Something almost like approval, but so faint it might have been a trick of the light. Adequate. The mind is the first and final instrument of a wizard. An undisciplined mind is a weapon turned inward. You will spend 2 hours here every morning. You will learn the topography of your own thoughts before you are permitted to alter the world outside them. 2 hours. Every morning. Harry felt a wave of dread at the thought of that endless silence. But beneath it, a tiny, stubborn part of him remembered the moment the panic had receded, the moment the space had opened up inside him. It had been peaceful. Now, Snape said, turning towards the door. You have sat still. Now you will move. Follow me. He led Harry back up through the manor, out through a side door, and into the raw, damp air of the grounds. The cold was a slap, sharp and cleansing. They walked along a gravel path that skirted the wild garden, heading towards the distant forest. Physical control precedes magical control, Snape stated, not looking back. Your body is undernourished and weak. That will be corrected. They reached a cleared area near the tree line. A simple obstacle course had been arranged. A low wooden beam to balance on, a series of stones to step between, a rope suspended from a high branch. You will traverse this course. You will not run. You will move with precision. Balance. Intent. When you fall, and you will fall, you will begin again. Harry looked at the course. It didn't look hard, exactly. But the way Snape said it made it sound like a mountain. Go. Harry stepped onto the first stone. It wobbled. He windmilled his arms, hopping to the next one to keep from falling. He heard no criticism, only the oppressive weight of Snape's observation. He reached the balance beam. He put a foot on it, arms out. He took a step, then another. His focus narrowed to the grain of the wood, the feel of the cool air on his face. He was halfway across when a jay shrieked in the forest, startling him. His foot slipped. He crashed onto the frosty grass, the breath knocked from him. He lay there for a second, expecting a yell, a punishment. Get up, came the cool voice. Begin again. And so he did. He fell from the beam 4 more times. He misjudged the distance between stones and landed in the mud. He couldn't even reach the rope. Each time, he picked himself up, his new clothes getting dirty, his hands scraped, and returned to the start. Snape offered no advice, no encouragement. He was a statue of black against the gray landscape. On the 5th attempt, Harry moved slower. He tested each stone before committing his weight. On the beam, he didn't look at the end, only at the next 6 inches of wood. He reached the end. The rope hung just beyond his fingertips. He jumped, caught it, his hands burning as he swung uselessly, unable to pull himself up. Enough, Snape said. Harry dropped, panting, his muscles trembling with a new, honest fatigue. Tomorrow, you will do it again. And again. Until it is not a challenge, but a habit. Control is not a single action. It is 10,000 repetitions. Snape looked at him, mud-smeared and breathing hard. You have done, sufficiently. For today. It was the closest thing to praise Harry could imagine receiving. A fragile warmth bloomed in his chest, separate from the heat of exertion. They walked back to the manor in silence. This time, the silence between them felt different. Not empty, but occupied by the shared understanding of effort. That evening, after another simple meal eaten in the quiet kitchen, Snape led him not to the circular room, but to the library. He pointed to a low table where a single, slender book lay. Its title was stamped in gold, Magical Theory, a primer for the young mind. You will read the first chapter. You will not turn the page until you can summarize its argument to me. Literacy. I can read, sir, Harry said. Aunt Petunia had taught him, grudgingly, so he wouldn't embarrass the family. Then begin. Harry opened the book. The words were complex, speaking of ambient magical fields and will-based thaumaturgical convergence. He struggled, sounding them out in his head. But he read. And as he read, a strange thing happened. The concepts, though confusing, began to echo the lessons of the day. Control. Focus. The mind is a channel. Snape sat in a high-backed chair by the fire, a ledger open on his lap, making notes with a sharp, black quill. He did not look at Harry, but his presence was a steady anchor in the vast, book-lined room. When the floating orbs in the library dimmed, signaling the late hour, Snape closed his ledger. Tomorrow. The circular room at dawn. Do not be late. Harry closed the primer, his head swimming with strange words. Sir. The Silver Lady. Last night. In my room. Snape went very still. The firelight cast deep shadows in the hollows of his cheeks. After a long moment, he spoke, his voice softer, stripped of its usual sarcasm. That is the memory of my grandmother. Lina Prince. She lingers. The manor holds the echoes of its witches and wizards. Pay her no mind. She is a portrait made of air and regret, nothing more. He stood, extinguishing the fire with a wave of his hand. To bed. Harry walked to his room, the words air and regret haunting his steps. When he entered, the room was warm, a fire now crackled in the grate, lit by unseen hands. His pajamas were laid out on the bed. He changed and climbed in. He lay awake, his body aching in new places, his mind humming with silence, balance, and strange theory. He listened. No violin played tonight. Just as he was drifting off, he saw it again. A tendril of silver mist, coalescing near the fireplace. It formed the same gentle, sorrowful face. This time, she didn't just look. She raised a transparent hand and pointed, not at Harry, but at the wall beside his bed. Then she was gone. Harry sat up, his heart thudding. He looked at the blank stone wall. Nothing. Was it a trick? A message? He slid out of bed and walked to the wall. He ran his small hands over the cold stones. They were solid, uneven. He pressed his ear against them. Nothing. He was about to give up when his fingers, tracing a deep groove between two stones, found a slight irregularity. One stone seemed looser. He pushed. It didn't move. He dug his nails in, wiggling it side to side. With a soft, gritty scrape, the stone shifted inwards just a fraction. A hidden compartment. Behind the stone, in the thickness of the wall, was a small, dark space. His breath caught. He reached in, his fingers brushing against something smooth and cool. He pulled out a small, oval picture frame, tarnished silver. And inside it, behind glass, was a moving photograph. A young woman with vivid green eyes, like his own, and dark red hair that tumbled over her shoulders, was laughing. She was waving, not at him, but at the person who had taken the picture. She looked so alive, so full of joy, it made his chest hurt. And sitting on her knee, one small hand clutching her finger, was a baby with a shock of dark hair and a tiny, gummy smile. Harry Potter stared at the first image of his mother he had ever seen. The photograph looped, her laugh silent behind the glass, her smile eternal. His vision blurred. A single, hot tear tracked its way through the grime on his cheek and fell onto the silver frame. He had found her. In this strange, stern, magical place, he had found her. And downstairs, in the depths of the silent manor, Severus Snape stood before the cold fireplace in his study, staring into the flames he had not lit. In his hand, he held a single, faded letter, the handwriting achingly familiar. He did not need to look at the moving photograph on his desk, the one that showed the same red-haired girl, younger, sitting under a tree with a sallow, black-haired boy. He knew what he had set in motion by bringing the child here. The ghost of his grandmother had already begun her work, guiding the boy to the past. He closed his eyes, the weight of 2 lifetimes of secrets pressing down on him. The child had found the picture. The first link in a chain. There was no turning back now. The photograph did not stop. Lily Potter's silent laugh was a loop of joy, a ghost in a silver cage. Harry sat on the cold floor, his back against the bed, clutching the frame until the metal bit into his palms. He watched until his eyes dried and stung, until the initial burst of wonder hardened into a desperate, gnawing hunger. More. He needed to know more. The moving image was a gift more precious than food, than warmth, but it was also a door slammed shut in his face. Who was she? What was her voice like? Did she sing? Why did she have to die? The questions swarmed, a furious hive in the quiet space he'd only just begun to cultivate. The discipline of the circular room shattered under their assault. He was no longer a recruit in a barracks, he was a boy who had seen his mother's face for the first time. Dawn came, gray and inevitable. The knock on his door was precise, impatient. Harry scrambled to his feet, the frame hidden behind his back. He couldn't show it. This felt too private, too fragile for Snape's piercing scrutiny. He quickly shoved it under his pillow, a childish hiding place, but the only one he had. "You were late," Snape said the moment Harry opened the door. His black eyes swept over him, lingering on the puffiness around his eyes. "You did not sleep." It wasn't a question. Harry said nothing, looking at the floor. Snape's silence was heavier than any accusation. After a moment, he turned. The circular room. Now. The walk felt longer. Every portrait they passed seemed to whisper, "We know. We know what you found." Harry kept his gaze fixed on the back of Snape's robes, a monolith of black in the dim corridor. In the circular room, the stool waited. The tapestry of the house of Prince loomed, a map of endings. Harry sat, but his mind was a riot. He tried to focus on the weave, on the silver threads, but all he saw was her smile, her waving hand. The silence today was not a space to be filled. It was a vacuum, sucking all his thoughts towards that single, looping image. He didn't know how long he sat there, lost in a silent storm. The door opened. Snape entered, not with a tray this time, but empty-handed. He stood before Harry, his expression unreadable. "You have failed today," he stated, his voice flat. "The chaos is louder than yesterday." "Why?" Harry's throat worked. He couldn't lie. The secret of the picture felt like a stone in his chest. But to speak of it felt like surrendering the only thing that was truly his. "I found something," he whispered, the words dragged out of him. Snape went very still. "In your room." A statement. Harry nodded. "Once." "Show me." There was no refusal possible. Harry led the way back to his bedroom, his heart a trapped bird. He walked to the bed, hesitated, then pulled the silver frame from beneath his pillow. He held it out, not looking at Snape's face. The air in the room grew colder. Snape did not take the picture. He stared at it, and for the first time, Harry saw a crack so deep in the man's composure it was terrifying. All the blood seemed to drain from his sallow face, leaving it the color of ash. His black eyes widened, then shuddered, the pain in them so acute Harry had to look away. A muscle in Snape's jaw jumped violently. "Where?" Snape said, the word strangled. "The wall." The stone moved. Harry pointed to the now closed crevice. Snape's gaze flicked to the wall, then back to the photograph. He reached out, his long fingers hovering just above the glass, not touching. They trembled, minutely. "Lina," he breathed, not to Harry. "A curse or a prayer?" He closed his eyes, mastering himself. When he opened them, the shutters were back, but the pain was still there, banked like a dark fire. "My grandmother was sentimental. And intrusive. She believed in connections." He finally took the frame from Harry's hands. His touch was reverent, a stark contrast to his usual sharp movements. "This was taken a month before you were taken to the Dursleys. By a magical camera. The images move." "I know," Harry said quietly. "I saw." Snape looked at him, really looked at him, as if seeing the green eyes for the first time all over again. "Her name was Lily. Lily Evans. Then Lily Potter." He spoke the names like they were made of broken glass. "She was the most annoyingly persistent, infuriatingly kind, and magically brilliant witch I ever knew." He handed the frame back. Harry took it, surprised. "You may keep it. It is yours. But understand this, Potter. This," he jabbed a finger at the laughing image, "is a memory. A snapshot. It is not the whole story. To fixate on it is to worship a ghost. And ghosts cannot teach you to survive. But you can." The challenge was out before Harry could stop it. He braced for anger. Snape's lip curled. "I can teach you why she died. I can teach you what killed her. And I can teach you how to ensure it does not kill you. That is a far more useful tribute than tears." The words were harsh, but they held a brutal sense Harry, in his 6-year-old way, could grasp. Tears hadn't saved him from the cupboard. Silence and stillness had begun too. Maybe this was the same. "What killed her?" Harry asked, his voice small but steady. Snape turned and walked to the window, looking out at the gloomy grounds. "A wizard called Tom Riddle. Who called himself Lord Voldemort." He said the name without flinching, but the air in the room seemed to flinch for him. He believed in the purity of magical blood. He believed those not of magical parentage, like your mother, were stains. He believed those who opposed him were to be eliminated. Your parents opposed him. You were a symbol of a prophecy he feared. Harry tried to absorb it. A bad wizard. A prophecy. Big, vague, grown-up words that meant someone wanted his family dead. "Is he gone?" Harry asked, though something in Snape's posture told him the answer. "His body was destroyed the night he killed them. By the very magic meant to kill you." Snape glanced back at Harry's scar. "Magic is intention. Your mother's intention was to protect you. It was so powerful it rebounded his own killing curse. But some believe, his intention to live was equally powerful. That fragments remain. That he sleeps." He turned fully now, his eyes burning. "The world wishes to believe the fairy tale. The boy who lived, safe and pampered. They do not wish to consider the monster who might not have died. He said, the word forging a cold link between them, will not be so foolish." He strode towards the door. "The obstacle course. Now. Perhaps physical exhaustion will quiet the questions for which you are not yet ready to hear the answers." The training that day was brutal. Snape was a relentless taskmaster, his critiques sharper, his expectations higher. Every stumble on the balance beam was met with a cold dissection of his lack of focus. Every misstep on the stones was attributed to sentimental distraction. Harry pushed himself until his muscles screamed, fueled by a new, confused energy, part grief, part fury, part a desperate desire to understand. He fell from the rope a dozen times, his palms raw. On the 13th attempt, as he jumped, a spark of pure frustration ignited in his chest, not at the rope, but at the faceless Tom Riddle, at the unfairness of it all. His fingers caught the rough fiber, and instead of just hanging, he pulled. It wasn't just muscle. A jolt of something hot and fierce shot from his core down his arms. He shot upwards, not with the strength of his arms, but as if yanked by an invisible wire, clearing the rope entirely and landing in an ungainly heap on the other side. He lay in the frosty grass, stunned, his hands smoking faintly. Snape was beside him in an instant. He didn't offer a hand. He crouched, his eyes blazing with an intensity that was almost hunger. "What did you do?" I don't know." Harry panted, looking at his hands. The skin was red, but unburned. "I just wanted to get over it." "How did you want it?" Snape pressed, his voice low and urgent. "Describe the thought." "I just didn't want to fail again. I thought about getting past it. Getting stronger." He couldn't articulate the white-hot flash of anger. Snape stood, looking down at him. Emotion. Raw, untamed emotion. The most dangerous fuel for magic. It is what makes a toddler smash a vase when enraged. It is what makes an angry wizard cause accidents. He paused. It is also a source of immense, immediate power. You channeled your frustration into a physical boost. A crude, reckless, and extraordinarily powerful act of accidental magic for a child. Your age, given your upbringing. He offered his hand now. Harry took it, and Snape pulled him to his feet with surprising strength. "This is why we cultivate silence, Potter. Not to eliminate emotion, but to prevent it from controlling you. To allow you to choose when to use it as a weapon. What you did could have just as easily set the rope, or yourself, on fire. Control is the difference between a tool and a bomb." The lesson was different now. It had teeth. It had the smell of his own scorched intentions. That night, after a silent dinner, Snape did not send him to the library. He led him to the laboratory. The room was a temple of ordered potential. Globes of colored liquids bubbled softly over low blue flames. Dried ingredients hung in bundles. The air was a tapestry of smells, both sweet and foul. "You will learn the art of potion making," Snape announced. "It is the most cerebral of magical disciplines. It requires precision, patience, and absolute control over oneself. There is no room for emotional outbursts here. A single tear, a moment of anger, can alter a bruise's properties with catastrophic results." He handed Harry a small, sharp silver knife and a pile of shriveled, gray roots. "These are billywig stings. Dried. Your task is to slice them into uniform pieces, exactly 1/10 of an inch thick. Not a hair more or less. You will do this until the pile is gone, or your cuts are perfect. I will check." It was meticulous, agonizing work. The knife felt awkward in his small hand. The first slices were ragged, too thick, too thin. Snape watched, making no comment, his presence a silent pressure gauge. Harry's fingers began to ache. His mind, still buzzing with the day's revelations, slowly began to settle into the rhythm of the task. The world shrank to the edge of the blade, the line of the root, the measurement on the brass ruler beside him. Cut, measure, discard, cut, measure, discard. It was another form of silence. The silence of the hands, the silence of perfect, repetitive action. He made no more accidental magic. There was only the slice of the knife on the cutting board. After an hour, his pile was half gone. Snape swept over, picked up a few of Harry's most recent slices, and examined them under a glass. He grunted. It was neither approval nor disapproval. It was acknowledgement. "Enough. Clean your station. Then to bed." Harry tidied the cuttings, washed the knife, and wiped the board. His body was a symphony of dull aches from the obstacle course, his mind weary from the emotional storm and the intense focus. Yet, he felt a strange sense of solidity. He had held the picture. He had heard her name. He had made magic from anger and then learned to cut it away, slice by precise slice. Back in his room, the fire was lit. The silver frame sat on his bedside table, placed there by unseen hands. He picked it up. Lily Potter laughed her silent laugh. He didn't just see her joy now. He saw what surrounded it. The love in her eyes as she looked at the baby. The protective curve of her arm. The intention. Magic is intention. He placed the frame back down. He did not cry. He got into bed and stared at the photograph until his eyes grew heavy. Down in the laboratory, Severus Snape held one of Harry's discarded, imperfect billywig sting slices between his fingers. The cut was clumsy, too thick at one end. But it was a beginning. A foundation. He looked at the door through which the boy had left. He had seen the raw power in him today, the spark that had defied years of suppression. It was a dangerous, beautiful, terrifying thing. It was Lily's fire. And it was James Potter's damned arrogance. And it was his to shape. He extinguished the lab lights with a thought, plunging the room into a darkness scented with potential. In memory. The path was set. The boy had found his past. Tomorrow, he would begin forging his future. And in the shadows of Prince Manor, the tools for that forging, both gentle and cruel, were waiting. The photograph became a fixed point in Harry's new universe. Each day began in the circular room's silence, where he learned to acknowledge the ache of her absence, the flood of questions, and then, with immense effort, to set them aside like imperfect potion ingredients. He would picture them on a shelf, labeled but untouched, so he could focus on the weave of the tapestry, the rhythm of his breath. Some days he failed, drowning in the silent laughter behind glass. Other days, the quiet within felt like a cleared space, ready for work. The obstacle course became a meditation in motion. Falling was no longer a shock, but data. A misjudged weight distribution, a flicker of distraction. He learned the grain of the balance beam under his soles, the exact springiness of the turf before the rope swing. He did not repeat the accidental magical surge. Snape's words had cauterized that impulse. Magic born from frustration was a weapon with no hilt, likely to cut the wielder. Control was paramount. And slowly, a stubborn, physical control began to take root. He could now cross the beam without wavering, land precisely on each stone, and hang from the rope until his arms trembled, lowering himself with deliberate slowness instead of collapsing. The afternoons were for potions. The meticulous destruction of ingredients gave way to their combination. Under Snape's hawk-like gaze, Harry learned to prepare a boil-cure potion. It was simple, beginner's work, but the consequences of error were vividly demonstrated when a single clockwise stir instead of counterclockwise resulted in a miniature eruption of purple sludge that ate a hole through his pewter cauldron. Snape had vanished the mess with a flick of his wand, his expression grimly satisfied. The art is unforgiving. Remember the cost of inattention. Evenings were for the primer. The dry theories of magical convergence started to intertwine with his practical lessons. He understood, intellectually, why his magic needed a conduit and a clear intent. He began to see his own mind as the laboratory, his will as the knife. But the photograph was a ghost that walked the day with him. It was in the green of a crushed herb, in the flicker of the fire, in the rare, slanting ray of sun that pierced the manor's gloom. He carried the questions in his pocket, a weight heavier than any stone from the course. One such evening, a week after finding the frame, the silence in the library grew oppressive. Snape was annotating a heavy tome, his quill scratching like a beetle's legs. Harry stared at the same paragraph on ambient magical field resonance, for the 10th time, the word swimming. Sir. The scratching stopped. Snape did not look up. If you require clarification on the text, articulate your question precisely. It's not about the text. Harry took a breath. You said she was brilliant. At magic. What was she best at? The quill lowered. Snape slowly closed his book. He looked into the middle distance, the firelight carving hollows in his face. Charms, he said, the word emerging after a long pause. The subtle, intricate magic of persuasion and alteration. She had an intuitive grasp of it. Where others hammered, she tuned. Her signature was precision and elegance. A ghost of something, memory, pain, twitched at the corner of his mouth. She once turned a teacher's wig blue for a week because he mocked a friend. The spell was so perfectly cast it resisted every counter-charm. It wasn't the power. It was the artistry. Harry hugged his knees to his chest. And my father. The air temperature seemed to drop several degrees. Snape's eyes refocused, sharp and black as flint. James Potter, he said, and the name was a curse, was a show-off. Adequate talent, amplified by arrogance and a disregard for rules. His signature was brute force and flashy, disruptive magic. He excelled at causing chaos and drawing attention. The venom was palpable, a thick, toxic cloud in the quiet library. Harry felt a hot, defensive spike in his chest. The laughing man in the few other photographs he'd secretly hoped to find seemed at odds with this description. But he also remembered the Dursleys' version of his father, a no-account drunk. Snape's hatred felt more real, more dangerous, and somehow more honest. Did they hate each other? Harry whispered. Snape's laugh was a short, bitter sound. They did. With admirable dedication. Your father and his friends saw fit to make my school years a living hell. And I returned the favor in kind. He leaned forward, his eyes pinning Harry. This is the past, Potter. It is a country of ruins and poisoned wells. Do not go there looking for treasure. You will only cut your feet on the shards. He stood abruptly, the conversation severed. Your reading is clearly not holding your attention. A change of subject is required. Follow me. He led Harry not to the laboratory, but back to the entrance hall, to the foot of the grand staircase. He pointed to a portrait Harry had always hurried past, the tall, hook-nosed man with the contemptuous expression. This is my grandfather, Aurelius Prince. A purist, a bloodline fanatic, and a man of profound and petty cruelties. He spoke as if giving a museum tour of a torture chamber. The manor is filled with his preferences. Snape raised his wand, a sleek, dark length of wood. He didn't wave it. He simply pointed its tip at the portrait's frame. Revelio Familiae. The portrait of Aurelius Prince did not change. But the wall around it did. The ancient stone shimmered, like the surface of a pond disturbed by a single drop. Then, silently, a seam appeared in the solid rock, outlining a tall, narrow doorway that had been perfectly concealed. With a soft groan of protesting stone, the door swung inward, revealing darkness. The Prince family's private collection, Snape said, his voice echoing slightly into the void. A library within a library. The knowledge here is not for the world. It is for the blood. And now, for you. He conjured a floating, blue-white globe of light and sent it drifting into the darkness. Go in. I will wait here. Hesitant, Harry crossed the threshold. The blue light revealed a room that took his breath away. It was smaller than the main library, but denser, more intimate. The shelves were black wood, carved with the same serpentine motifs as the gates. The books here were not leather-bound, but bound in what looked like scaled hide, etched silver, or even, disturbingly, pale, polished bone. The air was still and tasted of ozone and old power. He walked slowly down the central aisle, his fingers trailing over the spines. Titles shimmered in the cool light, the Caduceus Codex, Healing and Harm along the same path. On the Conjuration of Sentient Shadows. The Prince Grimoire, Blood Rites and Wards. At the far end of the room, on a stand of its own, lay a single, enormous book. Its cover was a sheet of dark, smoky obsidian, and in its center was set a large, milky moonstone that seemed to swirl with an internal fog. There was no title. He was drawn to it. As he approached, the moonstone's fog began to clear, and an image formed within its depths. It was a woman's face, proud and severe, with dark hair streaked silver. Her lips did not move, but a voice, cool and clear as a mountain stream, spoke directly into his mind. A seeker of lineage. A child of two bloods. Which do you claim, heir of Prince and Potter? Harry jumped, looking around. The voice was nowhere and everywhere. I don't know, he whispered to the stone. The book reveals its secrets to those who know their own. What is the foundation of your magic? The question from the primer echoed in his head. Magic requires intent. A clear self-knowledge channels intent. He thought of the circular room. Of the silence. Of the precise cuts of his knife. Of the controlled movement across the beam. That was his work. That was the foundation he was building. Control, he said, his voice firmer. My magic needs control. The moonstone glowed softly. A prince answer. But incomplete. What fuels the control? A cold heart is a still heart, and a still heart does not beat. He thought of the photograph. Of the white-hot surge that launched him over the rope. Of the fierce, protective love that had saved him as a baby. Snape said emotion was dangerous fuel. But it was fuel all the same. Love, he said, the word feeling too big, too raw for this cold room. And, an anger. For what was taken. The moonstone flashed, a pulse of cool light. The obsidian cover of the book unclasped with a sound like a sigh and lifted open of its own accord. The pages were not paper, but sheets of thinly hammered silver, etched with flowing, luminous script. The voice spoke again, a hint of something like respect coloring its tone. Control and passion. The discipline of the prince line, and the fierce heart of the outsider. A potent, volatile amalgam. You may read. But know this, knowledge here is not neutral. It will shape you as you shape it. Turn the page only if you are prepared to be turned in return. Harry reached out, his hand hovering over the first silver page. The script seemed to writhe, offering glimpses, to see the threads of connection. The mind is a fortress, the heart is a weapon, wards born of blood and will. This was it. Not theory. Not basic drills. This was the deep, secret magic Snape had spoken of. The magic to become, unseen. His fingers trembled. He looked back towards the door, where the tall, black shape of Snape was silhouetted against the lighter hall, watching, waiting. Offering this. Expecting, what? Harry's small hand settled not on the silver page, but flat on the cool obsidian cover beside it. He took a deep, shaking breath, filling the silent space inside him. Not yet, he said, to the book, to the voice, to himself. He closed the cover. The moonstone clouded over once more. He turned and walked back down the aisle, away from the pulsating yoo-hoo of the secret library. He emerged into the light of the entrance hall. The concealed door swung shut behind him, the stone seam vanishing until the wall was, once again, just a wall. Snape was looking at him, one eyebrow arched in silent query. I'm not ready, Harry said, meeting that black gaze. The foundation isn't strong enough. For a long moment, Snape said nothing. Then, a slow, thin, and utterly genuine smile touched his lips. It was not a pleasant expression. It was the smile of a swordsman seeing his pupil correctly parry for the first time. Astute, he murmured. Perhaps there is hope you did not inherit your father's total lack of self-preservation. He gestured towards the stairs. To bed. Tomorrow, the foundation continues. That night, in his room, Harry did not look at the photograph first. He stood in the center of the rug, closed his eyes, and sought the quiet inside. He found it, a small, calm pool. Around it, on the shelves of his mind, he carefully placed the obsidian book, the voice in the moonstone, Snape's bitter history, his mother's laughing face. He labeled them. He acknowledged their weight. Then he let them be. He opened his eyes. The fire crackled. The photograph sat, silent and smiling. He felt a new sensation, unfamiliar and solid. It was not happiness. It was not peace. It was readiness. Downstairs, Severus Snape stood before the resealed wall, a single, unused wand movement hanging in the air. He had been prepared to intervene if the boy had tried to force the book. If the arrogance of Potter had won out over the sense he was trying to cultivate. It had not. The child had walked away. Had chosen discipline over desire. It was a victory. A small, crucial one. Snape's hand fell to his side. He stared at the portrait of his grandfather, whose painted eyes now held a look of surprised, grudging assessment. The foundation holds, Snape whispered to the empty hall. And for the first time since he'd pulled a shivering child from a cupboard, he allowed himself to believe the impossible structure he was attempting to build might not collapse under its own terrible weight. Tomorrow, they would begin layering the stones. The morning silence in the circular room had a new texture. Before, it had been a wall to push against. Now, it was a canvas. Harry sat on the stool, the image of the obsidian book clear in his mind's eye. He didn't reach for it. He let it sit in the gallery of his thoughts, a closed door. Instead, he focused on his breathing, on the feel of the air moving in and out of his lungs, cool at the back of his throat. The tapestry's silver threads seemed to hum at a frequency he could almost hear. For the first time, the 2 hours felt less like a sentence and more like a space he inhabited by choice. When Snape entered with the water and roll, he gave Harry a long, evaluating look. Your occlumency is improving. The surface of your mind is becoming less of a turbulent pond and more of a shallow dish. It is a start. Harry didn't know what occlumency was, but the slight shift in Snape's tone, a fractional lessening of disdain, was its own reward. He ate and drank with the same deliberate care he used for everything now. The obstacle course was under a drizzle, the stones slick, the beam gleaming wetly. Harry moved with heightened caution, each step a calculated negotiation with gravity. He fell once, mud coating his side. He got up, returned to the start, and completed the circuit without error, the cold rain sharpening his focus to a needle point. Adequate, Snape said as Harry landed softly from the rope. You have mastered the course in its current form. Tomorrow, it changes. Back in the manor, instead of the laboratory, Snape led him to a new room on the second floor. It was completely empty, its walls, floor, and ceiling a uniform, dull gray stone. The only feature was a single, tall, narrow window of clear glass, showing the weeping sky. "This is the atrium," Snape said, his voice echoing flatly in the bare space. "Here, you will move beyond theory and potions. Here, you will attempt to manipulate magic directly. Wandlessly. Wordlessly." Harry's heart gave a hard knock against his ribs. The accidental surge at the rope had been terrifying in its randomness. This was intentional. All magic begins with intent, Snape began, pacing a slow circle around him. The wand, the incantation, they are focal points. Crutches for the untrained mind. The Prince lineage has always held that true mastery lies in bypassing them. It is harder. It requires absolute clarity. A single, unwavering image in the mind, married to a will that does not doubt. He stopped in front of Harry. "We begin with the most basic element, fire. Not as destruction, as creation, as light." He held up his own pale hand, palm up. His black eyes fixed on the center of his palm. There was no flicker of effort on his face, no muttered word. A tiny, perfect flame, no larger than a bluebell, sprang to life above his skin. It burned with a steady, clear light, not orange but a pale, cool white. The witch or wizard does not create energy. They borrow it, shape it, convince a piece of the world to behave differently for a moment. See the flame. Know it is already there, waiting for your permission to exist. He closed his hand, snuffing the flame. Your turn. Clear your mind. See the flame. Not a bonfire. A pinprick. A single spark of convinced reality. Harry stared at his own palm. He tried to empty his mind, to picture a flame. He saw the candles on Dudley's birthday cakes, the fire in his bedroom grate. He concentrated until his forehead ached. Nothing. You are trying to force it, Snape's voice cut through his frustration. You are shouting at the universe to obey. It does not respond to shouts. It responds to a gentle, absolute certainty. Again, minutes bled into what felt like hours. The gray room offered no distraction, only the mocking patter of rain on the window. His arm grew tired. Doubt, cold and slick, coiled in his stomach. He couldn't do it. The accidental magic had been a fluke. He was just the boy from the cupboard, playing at being a wizard. You are thinking of your failure, Snape observed, tone clinical. You are thinking of the cupboard. Of your relatives. Of my expectations. That is noise. Silence it. Harry gritted his teeth. He was trying. He closed his eyes, blocking out the gray room, Snape's looming presence. He sought the quiet pool inside. But today, it was murky with strain. He pushed harder. A hot, sharp pain lanced through his temple, his scar. It was a sudden, blinding sting, like a needle driven into his skin. He gasped, his hand flying to his forehead, the meditation shattered. Snape was in front of him in an instant. What is it? My scar. It hurt. Snape's face went still, his eyes narrowing to black slits. He didn't touch Harry, but he leaned in, examining the lightning bolt as if it were a dangerous rune. Describe the sensation. Sharp. Hot. Just for a second. Snape straightened, his expression unreadable but his posture rigid. A remnant. An echo. Pay it no mind. But his voice was too tight, the dismissal too quick. We will try a different approach. Attempting to conjure from nothing is perhaps too abstract. We shall try transference. He pointed to the iron sconce on the wall beside the window, where a thick, unlit torch sat. There is flame in the wood. Dormant. Potential. Your task is not to create, but to awaken. To persuade. Focus on the torch. See it burning. Will it to burn? Harry turned his aching head towards the torch. This felt different. The torch was a thing. It was made for fire. He imagined it lit, the wood blackening, the flame catching, spreading, casting light against the gray stone. Again, nothing. The torch remained stubbornly dark. Frustration boiled over, hot and sudden. He was tired, his scar throbbed dully, and he was failing. He didn't just want the torch to light, he wanted to succeed. He wanted to prove he belonged in this strange, hard world. The want was a physical ache, a knot in his chest. Let it burn. The thought wasn't a gentle persuasion. It was a demand, fueled by all the locked-up anger of 6 years in the dark. A sound like a sharp intake of breath, but from the air itself, hissed in the room. The head of the torch didn't light. It exploded, not into flame, but into a violent burst of splinters and a shockwave of force that rattled the windowpane and sent Harry stumbling backwards. Snape's wand was out, a blur of motion. Finite. The concussive burst vanished, leaving only the smell of ozone and a few drifting wood chips. The sconce was empty, blackened. Harry stood shaking, his ears ringing. He'd done it, but it was wrong. It was the rope all over again, wild, dangerous, emotional. Snape stared at the ruined sconce, then at Harry. To Harry's surprise, there was no fury in his face. Instead, a calculating, almost fascinated look dawned in the dark eyes. Interesting. You bypassed persuasion entirely. You issued a command so absolute the magic obeyed by tearing the potential from the object itself. Brutal. Inefficient. But undeniably powerful. He paced, thinking aloud. Your emotional core is not a weakness to be eliminated, it is a forge. The trick is not to douse the fire, but to learn to hammer the metal it heats. He stopped, making a decision. Enough for today. The strain is manifesting physically. We will continue tomorrow. Go to the library and review the chapter on elemental theory. Understand what you attempted to break. Harry left the atrium, his mind churning. He'd made magic happen. On purpose. But it felt like setting off a bomb when asked to light a candle. He was a weapon without a trigger, or with a hair trigger that could go off at a touch. He spent the afternoon in the main library, the words of the primer blurring before his eyes. His scar gave another, smaller twinge. He rubbed it absently, a new worry taking root. Was it just a scar? Or was it something else, something connected to the echo Snape had mentioned? As evening fell, he was too restless to sit. He wandered from the library, drawn not to his room, but to the large, shrouded drawing room with its arched windows. He pushed the door open. The sheets over the furniture were ghostly in the dusk. He went to a window, looking out over the stormy grounds. A movement caught his eye. Down in the wild garden, near the glass house, a patch of darkness seemed to separate itself from the gathering gloom. It wasn't an animal. It was a humanoid shape, cloaked and hooded, standing perfectly still in the lashing rain, facing the manor. It was looking up, directly at his window. A cold that had nothing to do with the draft seized Harry. He couldn't see a face within the hood, only a deeper blackness. The figure didn't move. It simply stood, a sentinel in the storm. Harry stumbled back from the window, his heart hammering. He turned and ran, his footsteps echoing through the empty manor. He didn't stop until he skidded into the warm, bright light of the kitchen. Snape was there, grinding something in a mortar. He looked up, his gaze immediately locking onto Harry's pale, terrified face. "There's someone in the garden," Harry blurted, breathless. "A person. In a cloak. Watching the house." Snape froze. The pestle halted. All expression drained from his face, leaving it a cold, impassive mask. He set the mortar down with deliberate slowness. "Describe it." "Tall. In a cloak with a hood. Just, standing in the rain. By the glass house." Snape moved. He didn't run, but his stride was swift and deadly silent. He swept past Harry, heading not for the front door, but for a shadowy alcove near the pantry. He placed his palm flat against a seemingly blank stone. A section of the wall slid aside, revealing a narrow staircase leading down into pitch blackness. "Stay here," Snape commanded, his voice leaving no room for argument. "Do not move from this spot. Do not look out the window." He descended into the darkness, and the wall slid shut behind him, leaving no trace of its existence. Harry stood alone in the silent kitchen, the warmth from the hearth doing nothing to dispel the ice in his veins. The figure in the garden. The hidden staircase. Snape's reaction, not surprise, but a grim, ready recognition. The world outside Prince Manor, the world of the war and the monster who might be sleeping, had just reached out a cloaked, dripping hand and tapped on the window. And for the first time, Harry understood with chilling clarity, the foundation they were building wasn't for a distant future. It was for now. The enemy wasn't just a story. It was standing in the rain, watching him. He wrapped his arms around himself, staring at the stone wall that had swallowed Snape, and waited in the loud, beating silence for his teacher to return. Time stretched, thin and brittle, in the kitchen. The only sounds were the pop of the hearth fire and the frantic drum of Harry's own heart against his ribs. He stood rooted to the flagstones where Snape had left him, his eyes fixed on the seamless wall that hid the secret stair. The figure in the garden, a stain of motionless dark against the weeping twilight, was burned onto his vision. Watching. Waiting. He shouldn't look. Snape had commanded it. But the need to know, to see if the shadow had moved, was a physical pull stronger than the ache in his scar. He inched sideways, craning his neck to see the high kitchen window. It showed only a square of turbulent gray sky and the dripping edge of the manor's roof. The garden was out of sight. Stay here. The order was a cage of its own making. He obeyed, but his mind raced. Who was it? Not a postman. Not a neighbor. There were no neighbors. This was a place hidden away, protected by more than just distance. Snape had said so. So how had someone found it? And why stand in the rain? The silence from beyond the wall was absolute. No thumps, no shouts, no crackle of spells. That was worse. It meant Snape was being as silent as the intruder. Harry's gaze drifted around the kitchen, the familiar realm of cutting boards and simmering cauldrons now feeling like a stage before a hidden audience. His eyes landed on the block of sharp knives by the sink. The handle of the largest, the one used for deboning Grafforn meat, protruded invitingly. A stupid, childish thought flared. He could take it. He could have a weapon. He took a step towards the block. Then stopped. Snape's voice, cool and dismissive, echoed in his memory. A knife in untrained hands is more danger to the wielder than the target. He'd said that during a potions lesson about careless ingredient preparation. The principle felt true now. What would he do? Charge into the garden? He was 6 years old, small, weak, only just learning to balance on a beam. He was useless. The heat of shame joined the chill of fear. He balled his hands into fists, nails digging into his palms. The sharp pain was a focus, a tiny anchor. He closed his eyes, trying to find the quiet pool, the disciplined silence of the circular room. But it was flooded with storm runoff. Images of the cloaked figure, of Snape vanishing into darkness, of his own pathetic trembling. A soft, gritty scrape. His eyes flew open. The sound came from the wall. The hidden door was sliding open. Snape emerged, his black robes beaded with moisture, the shoulders dark with rain. He was alone. His face was pale, his mouth a bloodless line. He didn't look at Harry immediately, but walked to the hearth, holding his long-fingered hands out to the flames. They were perfectly steady. Well, the word was rough, gravelly. It is gone, Snape said, his voice low. For now. Who was it? Harry's question was a whisper. Snape turned. His eyes were black pits, reflecting the firelight but offering no warmth. A scout. A probe. Something curious, or something sent. He strode to the kitchen table, pulling a rolled parchment from inside his robes. It was damp at the edges. He unrolled it. It was a map, but like no map Harry had ever seen. It was a perfect, moving miniature of the manor and its grounds. He could see the tiny forest, the glasshouse, the twisting gravel paths. And there, hovering near the garden wall, was a tiny, pulsing red dot. A monitoring charm, Snape explained, tapping the dot with a fingernail. It dissolved into scarlet mist and vanished from the parchment. Keyed to the manor's wards. It detects magical presence, hostility, and familiarity. This one was unfamiliar. But not strongly hostile. Curious, as I said. A person. Perhaps. Perhaps a creature. Perhaps a construct. It left no physical trace but disturbed the rain's fall. It knew enough to skirt the major ward lines, but not enough to avoid detection altogether. Snape's gaze lifted from the map to Harry. It was looking for a weakness. Or for a sign. A sign of what? Of life. Of you. Snape rolled the map up with a sharp flick of his wrist. The wards around Prince Manor are ancient and powerful. They obscure it from casual discovery, render it unplottable, and discourage the uninvited. But no magic is perfect. A sustained, focused search, by someone with knowledge of what to look for, could eventually find a ripple in the obscurement. Your magical outburst in the atrium today was not large, but it was sharp. Untamed. A spike on the calm lake. It may have been a lighthouse. Guilt, cold and heavy, settled in Harry's gut. His failure, his lack of control, had brought this. He looked at the floor. I'm sorry. Do not apologize, Snape snapped, not unkindly, but with force. Apology is regret for a past action. What is required is resolve for future ones. Your magic is a fact. Like a heartbeat. It will be sensed if it pounds in terror or flares in rage. You must learn to make it whisper. To make it disappear. He leaned forward, the fire casting his shadow over Harry. The intruder changes our timetable. Theoretical control is no longer a luxury. It is a necessity. You must master occlumency. You must learn to cloak your magical signature. And you must begin to defend yourself. The words were stark, terrifying. They made the obstacle course and the potions lessons seem like nursery games. How? Harry asked, his voice still small. Tomorrow. For now, you will eat. You will sleep. The wards have been reinforced. Nothing will enter tonight. Snape's tone brooked no argument. He moved to the stove, preparing a simple omelet with quick, efficient movements. The normalcy of the action was almost surreal. They ate in silence at the kitchen table. Harry forced the food down, tasting nothing. He watched Snape, who ate mechanically, his eyes distant, seeing not the room but layers of strategy and threat. Sir, Harry ventured finally. The thing in the garden. Is it him? Voldemort. Snape's fork stilled. No. He has no body. He is less than a ghost. But he has servants. Fanatics. And curious, dark creatures drawn to the residue of his power, or to the power that vanquished him. His eyes flicked to Harry's scar. You carry both. You are a beacon, Potter. We must build a shroud. After cleaning his plate, Harry was dismissed to his room. The corridors felt different. The portraits seemed to be watching him with a new intensity, not just curiosity, but vigilance. The very stones of the manor felt awake, thrumming with a low, protective energy. In his room, the fire was lit, the photograph was on the bedside table. Lily Potter's laughing face usually offered a fragment of solace. Tonight, it felt like a reminder of what was at stake, a mother who had not been shrouded enough, who had been found. He changed into his nightclothes and climbed into bed, but sleep was a distant country. Every creak of the old house was a footstep. Every moan of the wind was a sigh at the window. He stared into the flickering shadows of the canopy, his mind replaying the sight of the cloaked figure, the red dot on the map, Snape's grim face. He must have drifted off, because the scream woke him. It was not a human scream. It was a high, piercing, metallic shriek that seemed to come from the very walls, vibrating in his bones. He sat bolt upright, his blood frozen. The scream cut off abruptly. Silence crashed back, deeper and more profound than before. Then, from somewhere below, came a different sound. A roar. A raw, thunderous roar of fury that was unmistakably Snape's, but magnified 100-fold by magic and rage. It was followed by a crash that shook dust from the ceiling and a flash of sickly green light that illuminated his window for a split second, painting the rain-streaked glass in lurid color. Attack. The thought was clear and cold. It was here. Inside. Harry was out of bed, his feet hitting the cold floor. He stood, trembling, listening. No more roars. No more crashes. Just a ringing, wounded silence. Stay in your room. The command warred with a terror that demanded he run, hide, find the one person in this nightmare who knew what to do. He crept to the door, pressed his ear against the wood. Nothing. His hand hovered over the serpent handle. Obedience warred with a new, desperate instinct. He was not just a recruit now. He was the beacon, the target. Hiding in a room felt like waiting in the cupboard for Vernon's punishment. But what could he do? He thought of the obsidian book. The mind is a fortress. He couldn't fight. But perhaps he could, not be seen. He closed his eyes, right there at the door. He didn't try to empty his mind. Instead, he built a wall. Not of quiet, but of sheer, stubborn will. He pictured the stones of the circular room, thick and impenetrable. He imagined wrapping that silence around himself like Snape's cloak, a cloak of non-being. I am not here. There is nothing to find. He poured every ounce of his fear into the effort, not as a flare, but as a suppression. A denial. He turned the handle and slipped out into the corridor. It was dark, the floating orbs dimmed to mere glimmers. He moved like a ghost, barefoot, hugging the wall. He could hear his own breath, too loud. He tried to smother it, to become part of the stone. He reached the top of the grand staircase. The entrance hall below was a pit of shadows. And there, in the center of it, was a pool of shimmering, iridescent slime, glowing with a faint, unnatural light. It sizzled softly, eating into the flagstones. Standing over it, his back to Harry, was Snape. His robes were torn at the shoulder, and he was breathing heavily, his wand held low at his side, tip glowing with a residual ember of dark red light. Lying at his feet, half dissolved in the slime, was the source of the metallic scream. It looked like the twisted, molten wreckage of a giant metal insect, all jagged legs and broken, crystalline eyes. A probing automaton, Snape said aloud, his voice echoing in the hollow hall. He wasn't speaking to Harry. He was thinking. Alchemical. Non-magical in signature. Designed to bypass the wards and infiltrate. To observe. To report. He kicked a fragment of metal leg, sending it skittering across the stone. They are getting inventive. He turned then, and his eyes found Harry immediately at the top of the stairs. There was no surprise in his gaze. Only a deep, weary assessment. Your occlumency, he said, is improving. I did not sense you until you chose to move. Harry came down the stairs slowly, his eyes glued to the dissolving, monstrous thing on the floor. What was it reporting? Everything it saw. The layout, defenses, occupants. Snape's mouth twisted. Its destruction will have sent a final, scrambled signal. They will know it found something. And that something destroyed it. They'll come back. Yes. In greater force. Or with greater subtlety. Snape waved his wand. The pool of slime and the metal wreckage vanished, leaving the flagstones clean but slightly scarred. The game has changed, Potter. We no longer have the luxury of years. We have months. Perhaps weeks. He looked at Harry, small and pale in his nightshirt at the foot of the stairs. The fury had drained from Snape, replaced by a cold, relentless purpose. Tomorrow, we begin in earnest. Not just control, defense, detection, countermeasures. You will learn to see the threats before they see you. You will learn to be a shadow in your own home. He placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. The touch was brief, impersonal, but it felt like a brand, a transfer of grim responsibility. Go back to bed. Sleep if you can. Tomorrow, he said, his black eyes holding Harry's, we make you disappear. Harry climbed the stairs, the silence of the manor now humming with a new, deadly promise. He passed the portrait of Aurelius Prince. The painted eyes followed him, and for the first time, the contempt was gone, replaced by something like grim approval. In his room, the fire had died to coals. He didn't look at the photograph. He went to the window and looked out. The garden was a black void. Nothing moved, but he knew they were out there. Somewhere. Listening. Searching. He climbed into bed, pulling the covers high. He didn't try to quiet the fear. He let it wash over him, acknowledged its taste, copper and ice. Then, with an effort that made his head ache, he began to build the wall again, stone by mental stone. Not just a quiet pool. A fortress. As he finally slipped into a thin, uneasy sleep, his last conscious thought was not of his mother's face, but of Snape's wand, tipped with that dying ember of red light, a promise of violence, and the only shield he had. The dawn after the attack felt counterfeit. Gray light bled into Harry's room, revealing the same stones, the same bed, the same photograph. But nothing was the same. The air tasted of spent ozone and vigilance. When the knock came, it was not the usual precise rap, but a single, firm thud. Snape stood in the corridor, already dressed for battle, though he wore no armor. His black robes seemed to drink the weak light. The circular room is suspended. Follow me. He led Harry not to the familiar quiet chamber, but back down to the entrance hall, to the very spot where the metallic horror had dissolved. The flagstones were clean, but a faint, scorched scent lingered. Close your eyes, Snape commanded. Harry obeyed. Reach out with your senses. Not your sight. Your awareness. Tell me what you feel. Harry tried. He felt foolish. He felt the cold air on his skin, the hard floor under his feet, the lingering smell. I don't. Do not think. Feel. The manor is alive with magic. Ancient, layered magic. It has been disturbed. Find the disturbance. Harry bit his lip, frustration rising. He was about to say he couldn't when a faint, unpleasant tingle ran over the skin of his arms, like stepping through a cold, static web. It was centered on the spot before him. There, he said, pointing with his eyes still closed. It feels sick, like a bruise. Open your eyes. He did. He was pointing directly at the unscarred flagstones. A residual magical impression, Snape said, a hint of that cold approval in his voice. The automaton's destruction left a stain on the ambient field. Faint, but detectable to attuned sensitivity. This is your first lesson in detection. Magic leaves traces. Emotions leave traces. Violence leaves the clearest trace of all. You will learn to read them like tracks in snow. He swept his wand in a complex pattern over the spot. A shimmering, faint outline of the dissolved automaton flickered into view for a second, a ghost of twisted metal and malicious intent, before fading. See it. Remember its signature. Cold, sharp, artificial. Now, come. The obstacle course had indeed changed. Overnight, it had been transfigured. The balance beam was now a narrow, splintered log suspended over a pit of what looked like churning, dark mud, though it smelled suspiciously of licorice. The stepping stones were now irregular, shifting slabs that tilted slightly when weight was applied. The rope was gone. In its place was a 20-foot stretch of wall, sheer and slick with damp moss, with only the faintest, smallest protrusions for handholds. Control is not peace, Potter, Snape said, standing at the edge of the mud pit. Control is maintaining precision while the world tries to shake you apart. Begin. This was not about mastery. This was about survival. The log wobbled violently with each step. Harry's arms windmilled, but he didn't fall. He fixed his eyes on the end, not as a goal, but as the next point in a sequence. He reached it, his heart hammering. The shifting stones were a nightmare of calculation. He had to step quickly, lightly, never committing his full weight until the last second. One slab tipped too far, he had to leap to the next, landing in a crouch. He could feel Snape's eyes on him, a physical pressure. The wall was impossible. He was too small, his reach too short. He tried to find a grip, his fingers scrabbling on the slick stone. He fell into the soft, spongy turf at its base again and again. You are thinking like a child, Snape's voice cut through his panting frustration. You are thinking of climbing. Do not climb. Ascend. Use your legs. See the route before you touch it. On the 7th attempt, Harry paused before touching the wall. He looked up, not as a monolithic barrier, but as a series of problems. A tiny ridge for a toe there. A fingerhold above it. A crack 3 feet to the left. He didn't charge. He planned. He moved sideways first, then up, then diagonally. It was agonizingly slow. His arms burned. His fingers bled. But he moved. He was a third of the way up when his foot slipped. He didn't fall. Instinctively, he pushed inward with his mind, not outward. He didn't try to save himself with magic. He tried to make himself lighter. The thought was pure, desperate clarity. Stone is heavy. I am not stone. He didn't float. But his fall slowed. He landed on his feet, stumbling back but upright, as if he'd jumped from a chair, not a wall. He stood, chest heaving, staring at his hands. Better, Snape said. He sounded almost bored, but his eyes were keen. You manipulated your own relationship with gravity. Crudely. A finesse of intention, not power. Remember that feeling. Now, again. They spent the entire morning on the wall. Harry didn't reach the top. But he fell less often, and each fall was softer. The magic he used was microscopic, a feather touch on reality, not a shove. It was exhausting in a new way, a deep mental drain that made his skull feel thin. After a silent lunch, Snape took him to the atrium. The ruined sconce had been replaced. The room was stark and waiting. The intruder used a non-magical construct to bypass wards, Snape began, pacing. Therefore, we must assume future threats may be non-magical, or magically shielded. You cannot rely on sensing magic alone. You must use your eyes. Your ears. Your intuition. He stopped. We will begin with the simplest ward, Repello Inimicum. It repels dark creatures and beings with hostile intent. Its weakness is that it requires intent to perceive. A mindless machine feels nothing. You will learn to cast it wandlessly. And you will learn to feel when it is touched. He spent an hour drilling the theory, the mental shape of the spell, a sphere of subtle, repulsive energy, a skin of, no. It is not a wall. It is a suggestion so strong it becomes law. You are suggesting that anything meaning you harm is unwelcome. Harry stood in the center of the room, trying to shape the suggestion. It felt like trying to blow a soap bubble with the consistency of steel. He pushed. Nothing happened. You are trying to protect the entire room, Snape said, his voice a low murmur from the shadows by the wall. You are 6 years old. Your world is small. Protect your skin. Just your skin. Harry closed his eyes. He imagined a shell, thin as an egg's, covering him from head to toe. A shell that said, no. He poured the memory of the cloaked figure, gaze, the metallic shriek, the fear, not as fuel, but as the reason for the shell's existence. You are not welcome here. A shimmer, like heat haze, flickered around him for a second. He felt it, a faint, elastic tension in the air immediately around his body. Adequate, Snape said. A nascent shield. It would not stop a curse. It might make a pixie hesitate. Now, hold it. While you move. Holding the mental construct while walking across the room was like trying to carry a brimming cup of water without spilling a drop. He took 5 steps. The shimmer vanished. Again. The afternoon bled away in repetition. By the end, Harry could maintain the faint shield for minutes at a time, while walking slowly in a circle. His head pounded with the strain. As dusk approached, Snape finally called a halt. Enough. You have reached your limit for the day. True stamina will come. Go to the library. Read nothing. Sit. Listen. Exhausted, Harry trudged to the library. He sank into his usual chair, the familiar silence of the book-lined walls a relief after the demanding silence of magic. He closed his eyes, not to meditate, but simply to rest. That's when he heard it. A whisper. Not in the room. In his mind. But it wasn't his own thought. It was a woman's voice, old and dry as parchment, yet sharp with intelligence. The 3rd row, 7th shelf from the left, the book with the spine cracked like a river delta, it speaks of shields that are not shields. His eyes flew open. The library was empty. The voice was gone. Had he imagined it? A trick of his tired mind. He looked to the 3rd row, 7th shelf. He walked over, his heart beginning a slow, heavy beat. His eyes scanned the spines. And there it was, a thick tome bound in faded blue leather, its spine a network of deep, jagged cracks. He pulled it out. The title, embossed in flaking gold, read, Guardian Arts, Wards of Mind and Matter. He opened it carefully. The pages were dense with text and complex diagrams. And tucked into a chapter titled, Psychic Deflections, the Unseen Armor, was a slender bookmark of pressed lily of the valley. A note was scribbled in a neat, feminine hand he did not recognize. For S. True protection begins inward. The strongest fortress is the one the enemy does not perceive. Start here. LP. LP. Lily Potter. The air left his lungs. He traced the initials with a trembling finger. She had touched this page. She had left this note. For Snape. The voice in his mind, had it been guiding him to this? Was it the ghost of his grandmother again? Or something else? Something left behind by his mother. He heard Snape's footsteps in the hall. Quickly, he slid the note back into the book and replaced it on the shelf. He returned to his chair, his mind reeling. Snape entered, his gaze sweeping the room and landing on Harry. You are agitated. I heard a voice, Harry said, the truth tumbling out. A whisper. It told me to look at a book. Snape went very still. Describe it. A woman. Old. Smart sounding. It said, the 3rd row, 7th shelf, the book with the spine cracked like a river delta. It speaks of shields that are not shields. A complex series of emotions flitted across Snape's face. Recognition, wariness, a profound, weary sadness. Lina, he breathed. My grandmother was a master of ward magic. Her portrait is paint and memory. But her knowledge, her essence is woven into the manor's stones. She is the one who whispers. She is testing you, guiding you. He fixed Harry with a piercing look. Do not follow every whisper blindly. But do not ignore them. The manor itself is becoming your tutor. It seems it has decided you are worthy of its secrets. He turned to leave, then paused. The book she guided you to. What was it? Guardian Arts, Harry whispered. Snape nodded slowly. A foundational text. We will begin with it tomorrow. At the door, he looked back, his expression in shadow. The voice. Did it feel kind? Harry considered. The voice had not been warm. It had been clinical, precise. But not unkind. It felt helpful. A curt nod. Then listen. But never stop questioning. Even the walls have agendas, Potter. Alone again, Harry stared at the shelf. The manor was alive, not just with portraits and ghosts, but with the embedded will of witches long dead. They were helping him. His mother had left notes in books for Snape. His grandmother's memory was whispering guidance. For the first time since the cloaked figure appeared, the fear was met with something else, a sense of depth, of history, of being part of a lineage of protectors. He was not just a boy hiding in a fortress. He was a student within a living, teaching castle. And its lessons were just beginning. That night, as he lay in bed, the voice did not return. But he felt a new sensation, a faint, humming connection to the stones around him, as if the manor was listening to his breathing, matching its ancient rhythm to his own. It was not comforting, exactly. It was vast, and old, and slightly terrifying. But he was not alone. And tomorrow, he would learn how to build a shield that was not a shield, from a book his mother had once held. The path forward was dark and dangerous, but now, it felt lit by the faint, persistent glow of legacy. The note from his mother existed now as a physical ghost in the room. Harry didn't need to hold it, its words were etched behind his eyes. True protection begins inward. The strongest fortress is the one the enemy does not perceive. He lay awake long into the night, turning the phrase over. It echoed Snape's lessons, occlumency, control, silence, but it felt different. Softer, yet more profound. It wasn't about building a wall to withstand a siege. It was about making the castle look like a harmless hill. The next morning, when Snape entered the kitchen, Harry was already there, sitting at the table with Guardian Arts open before him. He'd fetched it at first light. Snape paused, his eyes flicking from the book to Harry's face. "You have read the marked passage." "Yes, sir. And it says the first ward is self-ignorance." Harry looked up, confusion knitting his brow. "That doesn't make sense. You said I have to know myself." Snape's lip twitched. It wasn't a smile. It was the expression of a tutor presented with a truly interesting error. "A paradox. Explain it." Harry struggled. The text was dense, talking about projected magical identity and ambient perception filters. It's not about being ignorant. It's about projecting ignorance. Making your magic look like it isn't there. Like a chameleon doesn't become invisible, it makes you believe it's a leaf. A passable analogy, Snape conceded, moving to the stove. Most wizards blare their presence like a lighthouse. The trick is not to douse the light, but to convince the world it is seeing a candle, or a firefly, or nothing at all. Your mother understood this intuitively. Her magic was often overlooked, until it was too late. He said the last part quietly, almost to himself, as he ladled porridge into a bowl. They ate in a silence that was less oppressive and more pensive. The note had changed the atmosphere. It was a third presence at the table, a whisper from a ghost who had once tried to teach Snape the same lessons. After breakfast, they went not to the obstacle course or the atrium, but to a small, enclosed courtyard at the heart of the manor Harry had never seen. It was open to the sky, a square of gravel surrounded by high walls hung with ivy. In the center stood a single, weathered stone plinth. "This is a focusing stone," Snape said, placing a hand on its cool, rough surface. "Used by generations of princes to refine control. It absorbs and dissipates wild magic. It will be your mirror." He gestured for Harry to stand before it. "You will attempt the Repello Inimicum again. Here. The stone will show you your flaws." Harry took a deep breath. He closed his eyes, constructing the mental shell around himself, the egg of no. He focused until he felt the familiar, faint shimmer in the air. "Look," Snape commanded. Harry opened his eyes. The gray surface of the focusing stone was no longer inert. It shimmered with a faint, silvery light that outlined a distorted, wobbly reflection of himself. But more than that, he saw pulses of color leaking from the reflection's form, jagged flares of orange-red where his frustration lived, blotchy blues of lingering fear, a stubborn, deep green core that pulsed steadily. His magical signature, made visible. "You see." Snape's voice was clinical. "The shield is there. A thin, silver film. But it is porous. It is strained by the chaos within. Your emotions are not integrated, they are wounds leaking light. An observer would not see a shielded boy. They would see a storm of feeling with a boy vaguely in the center." A beacon. Humiliation burned through Harry, hot and sharp. On the stone, a brilliant spike of scarlet flared from his chest. "And now, your embarrassment adds to the noise," Snape observed, unmoved. "The goal is not to eliminate the colors. That is impossible. They are you. The goal is to still the water so the colors blend into a single, steady hue. So the shield becomes not a strained film, but a flawless lens. Try again. Begin with your occlumency. Silence the storm. Then build the shield within that silence." Harry turned away from the stone, unable to bear the visual proof of his own mess. He closed his eyes, seeking the quiet pool. But the image of his chaotic reflection was imprinted on his mind. He was noise. He was a shout in a silent place. He breathed. In. Out. He pictured the shelves in his mind. He placed the embarrassment on a shelf. The frustration, the fear, he labeled them. He acknowledged their heat. Then he visualized a lid settling over each one, not to destroy, but to contain. Slowly, the riot in his chest calmed. The colors behind his eyelids dimmed from a frantic kaleidoscope to a slower, more subdued swirl. Keeping that internal quiet held like a precarious balance, he then layered the shield over it. No, not a shout of defiance, but a simple, unyielding fact of his existence, as fundamental as his breath. Now look. He turned. The reflection in the focusing stone was clearer. The jagged flares were gone. The colors, the green, the blue, the orange, still swirled within the outline of his form, but they moved like oil in water, blending into a calmer, more unified emerald-tinted haze. The silver shield around it was smoother, more coherent. It no longer looked like a fragile bubble. It looked like a second skin of polished mercury. Better, Snape said, and the word held real weight. You are beginning to understand. The shield is not a separate thing you create. It is an expression of your own controlled state. Your mother's note begins inward. This is what she meant. He made Harry hold the state for minutes, then for 10, then for 20. The strain was immense, a dual exercise in intense mental discipline. Sweat beaded on Harry's temple. But he held it, watching his reflection gradually calm further on the stone, the silver sheath brightening. Now, Snape said, breaking the silence after half an hour. While maintaining the shield and the occlumency, you will walk to the wall and back. Slowly. It was the hardest thing Harry had ever done. Each step was a negotiation between 100 different points of focus. The shield wavered. The internal colors spiked. He stopped, recalibrated, and took another step. It was like his first day on the balance beam, but inside his own soul. By the time he reached the far wall and turned, his entire body was trembling with effort. Enough, Snape said, as Harry's control finally shattered, the silver shield on the stone dissolving into a shower of sparkles and the internal colors bursting free in a brief, rainbow flash. Harry slumped, panting, against the plinth. The first true step, Snape murmured. He almost sounded satisfied. You have seen the mechanism. Now we grind the gears until they turn without thought. This will be your primary exercise until it is as natural as breathing. The rest of the day was a cycle of effort, collapse, and resumption. They broke only for a brief, silent lunch. By late afternoon, Harry could maintain the integrated state, occlumency and shield, for 5 minutes of steady walking. The focusing stone showed gradual, hard-won improvement. The shield held its shape. The colors, while not perfectly still, no longer erupted. As twilight painted the courtyard walls in long shadows, Snape called a true halt. You have reached your limit. Further effort will cause regression. The mind, like a muscle, must rest to strengthen. Exhausted but feeling a strange, clean emptiness, Harry followed him inside. Instead of dismissing him, Snape led him to the library and pointed to the blue-spined book. Read the next chapter. Unlayered wards. Do not practice. Only read. Harry curled into his chair, the weight of the book comforting. He read about wards within wards, about deception and misdirection, about magical traps that looked like flowers. His eyes grew heavy, the words blurring. The stone in the east wall of the courtyard has a hairline crack. It weeps magic when the moon is high, a weakness. The whisper. Lina's voice, dry and clear as a bell in his mind. His head snapped up. The library was empty. He looked out the tall window. The sky was deep indigo, the first stars pricking through. The moon, a waxing crescent, was rising. He glanced at Snape, who was writing at his desk, seemingly absorbed. Harry slipped from his chair and padded out of the library, back through the quiet halls, to the enclosed courtyard. The moonlight painted it in shades of silver and black. He went to the east wall, running his hands over the cool stones. He couldn't see a crack. He closed his eyes, trying to feel for magic, for a weeping. He extended the faint, new sense he'd used in the entrance hall. There, a faint, cold trickle, like an icy thread of water, seeping from a point at shoulder height. He opened his eyes, peering closely. In the moonlight, he saw it, a hairline fracture, thinner than a thread, running diagonally across a single stone. And from it, a barely visible shimmer, a slow leak of the courtyard's protective magic into the night. A weakness, just as the voice had said. He didn't know how to fix it. But he knew who should know. He turned to go and fetch Snape, and then he froze. At the far end of the courtyard, where the shadows of the wall and the ivy were deepest, 2 pinpricks of sickly yellow light had appeared. They hovered, unmoving, at the height of a man's eyes. They were not lanterns. They blinked. Harry's heart stopped. All his hard-won control shattered. Fear, pure and incandescent, exploded through him. The focusing stone, even unactivated, gave a low, sympathetic hum. The yellow lights shifted. A low, guttural sound, like stone grinding against stone, echoed in the enclosed space. A shape detached itself from the shadows, hunched, impossibly slender, with limbs that seemed too long. It took one shambling step onto the moonlit gravel, and the yellow lights illuminated a lipless slit of a mouth and skin like petrified bark. It was inside the walls. Time did not slow. It crystallized. Harry stood frozen, locked in the twin yellow stare. The creature's grinding noise was the sound of the earth itself complaining. It took another step, its long, twig-like fingers flexing, nails like chips of flint catching the moonlight. Every instinct screamed run, but his feet were roots sunk into the gravel. The shield, the occlumency, all of it was gone, blown apart by the gale of his terror. He was just a boy in the dark, looking at a nightmare made solid. The creature's head tilted, the movement jerky, unnatural. It inhaled through the slit of its mouth, a long, rasping suck of air. It was tasting the atmosphere. Tasting his fear, weakness. The word from Lina's whisper echoed, but now it felt like a condemnation. The crack in the wall. The weeping magic. It had let this thing in. Another grinding step. It was halfway across the courtyard now. Harry could see the details of its petrified skin, the cracks and fissures, the way the moonlight seemed to get lost in its porous surface. It wasn't a troll. It wasn't anything described in the Guardian arts. It was something older, something that belonged in deep caves and forgotten forests. Move. Do something. The command in his own mind was a silent shriek. But what? He had no wand. No real magic. Only the broken pieces of a shield he couldn't remember how to hold. The creature's arm, too long, too thin, lashed out. Not at him. At the focusing stone. Its flinty nails scraped down the side of the plinth with a shriek that set Harry's teeth on edge. Sparks, real and magical, blue-white and angry, fountained from the gouges. The stone reacted. The entire plinth glowed a sudden, furious red, and a pulse of concussive energy shot out, a visible ring of distorted air. The creature was flung backwards, crashing into the ivy-clad wall with a dry, cracking thud. It slid down, dislodging a shower of leaves and mortar dust. But it was not destroyed. It pushed itself up, the yellow eyes brightening with what looked like interest, or annoyance. The magical backlash had chipped a piece of its stony shoulder away. No blood leaked out, only a trickle of fine, gray dust. It was learning, testing the courtyard's defenses. And Harry was part of the courtyard. The creature's gaze swung back to him. It knew the stone could fight back. The boy, trembling and magicless, could not. This time, it lunged. Its movement was shockingly fast, a scuttling dash across the gravel, its limbs a blur of jagged shadows. Harry did not think. He did not plan. He threw himself sideways, towards the east wall, towards the crack. Gravel stung his palms as he rolled. The creature's claw whistled through the air where his head had been. He scrambled to his feet, his back against the cold stones. The creature turned, blocking the way to the archway, the only exit. It was between him and safety. The yellow eyes pinned him. It advanced slowly now, confident, the grinding sound taking on a rhythm almost like a cruel laugh. He was cornered. Panic was a live wire in his veins. He looked desperately at the crack in the wall, the source of the trouble. A faint, cold shimmer still wept from it. An idea, desperate and half-formed, flickered. The stone had repelled the creature with magic. The wall was magic. The crack was a leak. Fix the leak. But how? He wasn't a builder. He wasn't a wizard. He was a child with nothing but his hands and a head full of screaming. The creature was 10 feet away. 5. Harry pressed his hands flat against the wall on either side of the crack. He didn't know any spells. He had only intention. Snape's voice. Magic is intention. A gentle, absolute certainty. There was nothing gentle about this. His certainty was the raw, primal need to survive. To not be torn apart by this stone horror in the moonlight. He didn't try to push magic out. He tried to pull. He focused on the crack, on the cold trickle of escaping power. He imagined it was a wound. He imagined his own will as a needle and thread made of sunlight. He poured every ounce of his fear, his determination, his furious, raging love for this strange, terrible, protective place into a single, silent command. Be whole. He felt a tearing sensation, not in the wall, but in himself. It was as if he'd reached into his own chest and pulled out a burning ribbon of his life force. A brilliant, warm, green-gold light erupted from his palms, flooding the hairline fracture. It wasn't the controlled silver of the shield. It was wild, vivid, alive, the color of new leaves in Lily Potter's eyes. The light didn't just fill the crack. It healed it. The stone groaned, the two sides knitting together seamlessly, the gray mortar reforming as if years of erosion were reversing in a second. The cold weep of magic stopped abruptly. The creature halted, its yellow eyes widening in what might have been shock or pain. It let out a shrill, grating shriek, clapping its hands over its eyes as if the green gold light was scalding. But the light was dying. The cost had been immense. A wave of dizziness slammed into Harry, and he slid down the wall, his legs giving way, the world graying at the edges. He'd used something fundamental, something he didn't have to spare. The creature, recovering, shrieked in fury. The benevolent light was gone. Now there was only prey, weakened and collapsed. It gathered itself to spring. A blur of black cut across the moonlight. Snape didn't run into the courtyard. He appeared, as if stepping from a fold in the shadows themselves. He stood between Harry and the creature, his back to Harry, his wand already raised. He didn't shout a curse. He made a sharp, cutting gesture with his left hand, and the very air in front of the creature solidified into a pane of shimmering, black obsidian. The creature slammed into it headfirst. The impact sounded like a mountain breaking. The obsidian cracked, but held. The creature staggered back, dazed. Snape's voice was a low, venomous chant. Words Harry didn't know, in a language that tasted of ash and old blood. He traced complex, fiery runes in the air with his wand tip. They hung, burning with malevolent orange light, before shooting forward, not at the creature, but at the ground around its feet. The gravel erupted, not upward, but inward, transforming into grasping, stony hands that seized the creature's ankles, its wrists, climbing its legs with terrifying speed, pulling it down towards the earth. The creature roared, grinding and thrashing, breaking hands of stone only for more to erupt and replace them. It was being swallowed by the courtyard itself. Snape didn't stop. His wand moved in a final, brutal arc. Petrificus totalis. He snarled, but the spell that shot forth was not the usual jet of light. It was a wave of gray, wave-like energy that washed over the struggling form. The creature's movements slowed, ceased. The stone crawling over it ceased to be separate hands and became a fluid, quick-setting cement, encasing it from the feet up, trapping it in a cocoon of gravel and magic. In seconds, it was a grotesque statue, only its head and one thrashing arm still free, its yellow eyes blazing with impotent fury. Snape approached the trapped horror, his expression cold and detached. He pointed his wand directly between its eyes. Obliviate. This, too, was different. The memory charm wasn't a gentle swirl. It was a brutal, psychic hammer blow. The yellow light in the creature's eyes flickered, dimmed, and went out, leaving only dull, rocky orbs. The creature ceased its struggles, its head slumping, now just an inert, bizarre sculpture. Silence, broken only by Harry's ragged gasps, descended. Snape stood for a moment, surveying his work. Then he turned. His eyes went first to the healed crack in the east wall, then to Harry, small and shaking at its base. He crossed the distance in 3 long strides and crouched, his black eyes scanning Harry's face, his hands checking for injuries with a clinical, impersonal touch. "What did you do?" Snape's voice was tight. The crack, Harry managed, his teeth chattering. The voice said, "It was a weakness. I tried to fix it." "You poured raw life force into a wardstone," Snape said, his tone unreadable. He placed a hand on Harry's chest, over his heart. A warm, probing sensation flowed into him, easing the terrible hollow ache. "A stupid, reckless, potentially fatal act. You are not a battery to be drained." But the expected condemnation didn't come. He looked again at the perfectly healed wall. "You also performed a ward mending of astonishing complexity for an untrained child. You did not seal it. You convinced the stone it had never been broken. That is, advanced magic." He helped Harry to his feet, supporting him when his legs wobbled. "The creature is a golem sprite. A minor earth spirit, attracted to leaks in geological magic. Usually a nuisance. This one was amplified. Directed. He shot a dark look at the petrified figure. Someone sent a simple creature to a specific weakness. A follow-up to the automaton. Testing different vectors. Harry leaned against the wall, the cold stone steadying. Is it dead? No. It is forgotten. Its mind, what little it had, is scrubbed clean. It will be returned to the deep earth tomorrow, confused and harmless. Snape's gaze was piercing. You faced it. You did not run. You attempted to defend your territory, albeit with the subtlety of a bludgeon. Why the wall? Why not yourself? Harry looked at the smooth stone where the crack had been. It was the weakness. It let the thing in. I had to stop the leak. Snape studied him for a long moment. A strange, almost reluctant respect glimmered in the dark depths. Strategic thinking. Prioritizing the structural integrity of your defense over immediate, personal evasion. A prince would have done the same. He straightened. You are done for tonight. You have pushed beyond your limits. To bed. Now. He guided Harry inside, leaving the moonlit courtyard and its stony prisoner behind. As they passed through the archway, Harry glanced back. The golem sprite was a silent, lumpen shadow in the silver light. In his room, Snape did not leave immediately. He stood by the door as Harry crawled into bed. The voice, he said. Lina, she did not warn you of the creature. She warned you of the weakness. She forced you to find it, to confront it. Her methods are direct. She wanted me to fix it, Harry mumbled, already half submerged in exhaustion. She wanted you to choose to fix it, Snape corrected softly. To take ownership of your sanctuary. The manor is not just protecting you, Potter. It is teaching you to protect it. And yourself. He paused. Rest. The wards are now sealed tighter than they have been in a century. Thanks to you. He extinguished the lights and left. Harry lay in the dark, his body humming with spent magic and aftershock. He had been terrified. He had made a desperate, dangerous choice. He had healed stone with a piece of his own light. And Snape had not called him a fool. He had called his thinking strategic. He had said a prince would have done the same. As sleep finally dragged him under, the last thing he felt was not fear, but a strange, solid feeling in his chest, right where the hollow ache had been. It wasn't power. It was responsibility. The wall was his now. The manor was his to learn, to mend, to defend. The enemy was sending probes. The manor was whispering lessons. And he, Harry Potter, was no longer just a boy hiding in a barracks. He was the warden in training. And his first test had ended not with him being saved, but with him closing the door. The sleep after the golem sprite was not restful. Harry's dreams were full of grinding stone and yellow eyes, of green gold light tearing from his palms, leaving his hands feeling bloodless and cold. He woke not to dawn, but to the deep gray of pre-dawn, his body aching as if he'd been the one turned to stone. The feeling in his chest, that solid sense of responsibility, was still there, a small, hard knot beneath his sternum. When he entered the kitchen, Snape was already there, standing at the window with a steaming mug. He didn't turn. Sit. Eat. You will need your strength. The porridge today had sliced almonds and a drizzle of honey. It was a small, unexpected kindness that felt more significant than any praise. Harry ate slowly, the warmth seeping into him, thawing the residual chill from the dream. The event last night, Snape began, still facing the window, has accelerated our timetable in two ways. First, your magical core has been stressed. It is flexing, growing. This is both an opportunity and a danger. We must channel that growth precisely, or it will become a deformity. Second, our adversaries' methods are becoming clearer. They are systematic, probing for weaknesses with a variety of tools. The next probe will not be so easily turned to stone. He finally turned. His face was drawn, the shadows under his eyes pronounced. Therefore, today we move beyond theory and basic shielding. You will learn to cast your first true, offensive spell. Wandlessly. A thrill, sharp and electric, shot through Harry's fatigue. Offensive. A spell to fight back. The part of him that had huddled in the cupboard, that had been hunted in the garden and cornered in the courtyard, leaned forward eagerly. Snape saw it. His expression hardened. Do not mistake this for empowerment, Potter. This is a burden. A weapon in your hands makes you a greater threat, and thus a greater target. It also gives you the capacity to do profound harm, often unintentionally. You will learn this spell not to attack, but to dissuade. To create distance. It is called the flipendo jinx. The knockback jinx. After breakfast, they went to the atrium. The room felt different today, not a sterile laboratory, but an arena. Snape had conjured a simple, man-sized straw dummy at the far end, dressed in ragged sackcloth. The principle is force, Snape instructed, positioning Harry in the center of the room. Directed, concussive force. The intent is not to destroy, but to repel. To create space between you and a threat. The magical shape is a sharp, focused push. Visualize it not as a wave, but as a fist of air, compact and dense. He demonstrated. Without a word, without a wand, he flicked his fingers towards the dummy. A barely visible shimmer, like heat haze, shot across the room. The dummy jerked backwards as if punched in the chest, toppling over with a soft whump. Your turn. Do not concern yourself with power. Concern yourself with form. A pinprick of perfect force is better than a chaotic blast. Harry faced the dummy, which Snape had righted. He raised his hand, focusing. He imagined a fist. He gathered his will, the way he'd learned to gather his occlumency, and pushed. Nothing happened. Not even a puff of air. You are pushing from your arm, Snape's voice came from behind him. The magic is not in your limbs. It is in your core. Your intention travels through you. Your hand is the nozzle, not the pump. Again, Harry tried, imagining the magic swirling in his center, then channeling it down his arm and out. A weak ripple of air disturbed the dust at his feet. The dummy didn't move. Frustration began to bubble. He remembered the raw, explosive power he'd used on the torch, on the wall. That had come easily. This controlled, precise funnel felt impossible. Stop. Snape's hand clamped down on his shoulder. You are trying to make it happen. You must allow it to happen. The magic is there. You are the director, not the source. Feel the potential in the air. You are going to convince a small piece of it to move very quickly in one direction. Persuade it. He let go. Harry took a deep breath, pushing the frustration aside. He closed his eyes, reaching out with that new, faint sense he had for magic. He felt the dormant potential in the atrium stones, the quiet hum of the manor's wards, the inert, straw-filled stillness of the dummy. And he felt his own magic, a warm, restless pool inside him. He didn't shove it. He pictured the dummy. He wanted it to move away. He gave that want a shape, a compact, kinetic shove, and then he simply opened the gate. His eyes snapped open as he thrust his hand forward. A visible thump of compressed air, silvery and brief, shot from his palm. It crossed the room and struck the dummy square in the chest. The dummy rocked back violently on its base but didn't fall. A stunned, breathless moment hung in the air. Then, a fierce, triumphant joy surged through Harry. He'd done it. A real spell. Before the smile could fully form on his face, Snape spoke. Again. And so it went. For hours. The initial success was not repeated easily. His shots went wild, splattering against the wall with harmless puffs of dust, or fizzling out halfway. The strain was mental, a deep concentration that gave him a headache behind his eyes. But slowly, his accuracy improved. He learned to gauge the distance, to adjust the weight of his magical push. By midday, he could knock the dummy back 3 out of 5 times. Enough, Snape said, as Harry's last attempt barely made the sackcloth flutter. You have reached diminishing returns. The neural pathways are forming. They will solidify with rest and repetition. He vanished the dummy with a wave. Now, we address the other consequence of last night. He led Harry to the library, but not to their usual seats. He went to a section Harry had never touched, dark, heavy books on genealogy and wizarding law. He pulled down a massive, leather-bound volume titled The Noble Houses of Britain, Lineages and Legacies. He dropped it on the table with a definitive thud. You are Harry James Potter, Snape said, his voice grave. Orphaned son of James and Lily Potter. Heir to the Potter family, such as it is. A small, respectable fortune, a vault at Gringotts, a modest estate in ruins. He opened the book, flipping through pages of elaborate family trees until he found one headed by the name, Potter. It was a short tree, with few branches. Harry's name was the very last, a lonely leaf at the bottom. This is what the world knows. This is your identity in the eyes of the Ministry, of Dumbledore, of anyone who might look. He closed the book with finality. It is a useful fiction. But it is not the whole truth. By mending the ward stone of Prince Manor with your own magic, by being accepted and instructed within these walls, you have, in the eyes of magic itself, made a claim. And the manor has accepted it. Snape fixed him with an unblinking stare. There is a ritual. An old, blood-based recognition. It would formally tie you to the protections of this house, amplify your connection to its magic, and grant you certain authorities within its boundaries. It would also alter your magical signature, blending it with the Prince legacy, making you harder to trace through your Potter blood alone. Harry's mind whirled. A ritual. Tying himself to this place, to Snape's family. What would it make me? It would not make you a prince by blood. That is impossible. But it would make you a ward of the house. A recognized scion under its protection and discipline. In the ancient ways, it is a bond as strong as kinship. Snape's gaze was piercing. It is also a danger. Rituals are two-way doors. They would bind the manor to you as surely as you to it. Your vulnerabilities would become its vulnerabilities in a more intimate way. And it would be a declaration, in the deep magical currents, that you are here. A subtle one, but detectable to those who know how to listen for such things. Is it what you want? Harry asked, hesitant. Snape looked away, towards the fire. What I want is irrelevant. This is a strategic decision. The bond would strengthen your defenses and obscure your identity. It would also accelerate your magical growth within these walls. But it would increase the stakes. If you fall, the manor's heart is wounded. If the manor falls, he left the sentence hanging. The weight of it pressed down on Harry. It wasn't just learning spells anymore. It was about choosing a family, a magical allegiance. Choosing Snape, not just as a teacher, but as a guardian in the oldest, most binding sense. What did my mother want? The question slipped out, soft but clear. Snape went very still. He took a long, slow breath. Your mother, he said, each word carefully measured, wanted you safe. Above all else, she would have wanted you strong. She would have understood the need for unconventional alliances. He met Harry's eyes. She would not have trusted me. But she would have respected the power of this place to protect you. The honesty was brutal, and more convincing than any reassurance. Harry thought of the whispering stones, of Lina's guidance, of the healed wall that now felt like a part of him. This place was teaching him, testing him, protecting him. It felt more like home after a few weeks than Privet Drive ever had in 6 years. I want to do it, he said, his voice firmer than he felt. The ritual. Snape studied him for a long, silent minute. Then he gave a single, curt nod. Very well. We will perform it at the next full moon. That is in 9 days. Until then, your training will intensify. You must be as strong as possible, mentally and magically, to withstand the binding. He stood. Now, return to the courtyard. Practice the flipendo on the focusing stone. I want to see the force reflected. And Potter, he added as Harry turned to go. Do not mention this ritual, not even within these walls. The stones have ears, but some secrets must be kept in the heart. The afternoon in the courtyard was a new kind of lesson. Casting at the focusing stone showed him the true shape of his magic. His flipendo appeared as a blue-white comet of force on the stone's surface, revealing its flaws, a wobbly tail here, a diffuse head there. He refined it, each cast making the comet sharper, brighter, more condensed. As he practiced, he felt the manor around him, the ancient stones, the sleeping magic in the earth. He was going to tie his life to it. The thought was terrifying. It was also the first real, conscious choice he'd ever made about who he was. He was choosing to be Harry Potter, ward of the House of Prince. He was choosing to be the fortress, not just hide inside it. That night, after a supper eaten in contemplative silence, Harry lay in bed, the photograph of his mother in his hands. He looked at her laughing face. I'm choosing a family, he whispered to the silent image. It's not the one you had. But he's keeping me safe. And this place, it feels like it wants to help. The lily in the picture laughed on, forever joyful, forever frozen in a time before choices became matters of life, death, and magical binding. Down in the deepest cellar, far below the manor, Severus Snape stood in a circle of black salt, before a simple stone altar. Upon it lay a single, yellowed parchment, the ritual of ward binding. He had not lied to the boy. But he had not told him the whole truth. The ritual required a sacrifice. Not of blood, but of memory. A cherished memory from the binder, offered to the house to seal the bond. Snape knew which memory he would give. The last time Lily had smiled at him, truly smiled, before the world broke. It was a selfish choice, in a way. To bury the last light of his past in the stones of his ancestral home, to use it as mortar for a boy's future. He looked at the parchment, then clenched his fist, his knuckles white. In 9 days, he would surrender the last pure thing he owned. For the sake of a child with her eyes. The dungeon was cold, and silent, and waiting. The 9 days until the full moon passed in a relentless rhythm of focused labor. The circular room's silence was no longer a struggle, it was a tool, a deep well he learned to descend into at will. The obstacle course became a dynamic puzzle, changing daily. The log now rolled, the stones sank if stepped on too long, the wall sprouted false handholds that crumbled to chalk. Harry's body grew leaner, harder, responding with a coiled spring readiness that felt foreign and right. His flipendo jinx gained consistency. In the atrium, he could now knock the dummy off its feet with a sharp, crisp gesture, the force reflecting on the focusing stone as a clean, blue-white sphere. He practiced until the motion felt less like a spell and more like an extension of a thought, a pointed, mental, no, given physical form. But the real work was inward. Snape drilled him in occlumency with a new, almost brutal intensity. They would sit in the library, and Snape would fire whispered, unsettling questions at him without warning. What did you feel when the cupboard door locked? The color of your aunt's anger. The sound of your own hunger. Harry learned to observe the memories rise, acknowledge their texture, and then let them sink away like stones in the dark pool of his mind, leaving the surface calm. It was exhausting, emotional archaeology under a stern, unforgiving foreman. But with each session, the chaotic storm of his past became less a governing force and more a mapped territory, known, but no longer ruling. Through it all, the impending ritual hung in the air, a silent, weighty promise. Harry caught Snape watching him sometimes when he thought Harry was absorbed in a book, a contemplative, unreadable look that was neither approval nor disdain, but something like the calculation of a surgeon before a delicate operation. The night of the full moon arrived, heavy and silver. Dinner was a simple broth and bread, eaten without conversation. After, Snape led him not to the dungeons, but to the heart of the wild garden, to a clearing Harry had never seen. It was a perfect circle of velvety grass, surrounded by towering yew trees. In the very center stood an ancient, rectangular stone slab, like a table worn smooth by centuries of rain and ritual. The full moon shone directly down into the clearing, bathing it in cold, platinum light. The air hummed with a low, resonant magic that made the fillings in Harry's teeth tingle. Around the stone slab, at the 4 cardinal points, stood simple iron braziers holding low, blue flames that gave off no smoke, only a smell of ozone and pine. This is a consecrated space, Snape said, his voice hushed, fitting the cathedral-like stillness of the glade. The magic here is old and neutral. It will witness, and it will bind. He gestured to the stone slab. Stand there, in the moonlight. Harry climbed onto the cool stone. The moon felt like a spotlight, both exposing and anointing him. Snape moved to the eastern brazier. The ritual has 3 parts, he intoned, his voice taking on a formal, rhythmic quality. Recognition, offering, binding. He took a pinch of something from a pouch at his belt and cast it into the blue fire. It flashed silver. I, Severus Snape, last scion of the House of Prince, keeper of this manor, recognize the presence and the potential of Harry James Potter. I acknowledge his magic within my walls, his will upon my stones, his blood upon my hearth. The words seemed to take substance in the air, shimmering like heat haze before fading into the moonlight. The manor around them, the very forest, seemed to lean in, listening. Snape moved to the southern brazier. The house demands an offering. A token of sincerity. A sacrifice to seal the bond. He looked at Harry, his face stark in the monochrome light. For the ward, the offering is choice. You choose this bond, knowing it may one day demand your life in its defense. Do you choose it? Harry's mouth was dry. The words, demand your life, echoed in the silent glade. He looked past Snape, to the dark silhouette of the manor, the place that had hidden him, tested him, taught him. It was his first true home. He thought of the cupboard, of the Dursleys, indifference, of the cloaked figure and the golem sprite. There was no choice, really. This was the only path that led forward, not just to survival, but to strength. I choose it, he said, and his voice, though young, did not waver. A soft sigh seemed to move through the trees. The blue flames in the southern brazier flared high for a moment, then settled. Snape's jaw tightened. He moved to the western brazier. This time, he drew his wand. He pointed it not at Harry, but at his own temple. His eyes closed, and an expression of profound pain flickered across his features, so raw that Harry took an involuntary step back. For the keeper, Snape whispered, the words barely audible, the offering is memory. A treasure of the heart, given to the stones, to anchor the ward's soul to this place. A single, silvery thread, luminous and beautiful, began to coalesce at the tip of Snape's wand. It was not like the ghostly mist of Lina Prince. This was dense, vibrant, alive with emotion. As it drew forth, a soft sound escaped Snape, a stifled gasp. Within the swirling silver thread, images flickered too fast to see clearly. A flash of red hair, a muddy riverbank, the warmth of a smile that wasn't tinged with bitterness or regret. Harry understood. This was Snape's memory of his mother. A happy one. A cherished one. He was cutting it out of himself. The silvery strand, now a twisting, pearl-like orb, drifted from Snape's wand. He guided it, his hand trembling minutely, to the stone slab at Harry's feet. The moment the memory orb touched the ancient rock, it sank into it, spreading out like liquid mercury in a vein. The stone slab glowed from within, a soft, moon-milk radiance that pulsed once, slowly, in time with Harry's own suddenly loud heartbeat. Snape lowered his wand. He looked paler, older, as if he'd just endured a terrible illness. His black eyes, when they met Harry's, were hollowed, but fiercely clear. He moved to the final, northern brazier. By choice and by sacrifice, he declared, his voice regaining its strength, ringing now in the glade, let the bond be forged. Let the blood of the ward be known to the stones. Let the magic of the house flow through his veins. Let him be shelter within these walls, and let these walls be shelter for him. So mote it be. He reached into his robes and drew out the small, silver knife Harry used for potion ingredients. He approached the slab. Your hand, Potter. Harry stretched out his right hand, palm up. Without ceremony, Snape took it and drew the sharp tip of the knife across Harry's palm. A line of bright red welled up. It stung, but Harry didn't flinch. Snape guided Harry's hand down, pressing his bleeding palm flat against the stone slab, directly over the spot where the memory had sunk. The effect was instantaneous. The glow within the stone ignited. It shot up Harry's arm, a wave of warmth that was not fire, but profound connection. He gasped. He felt it, the roots of the yew trees deep in the earth, the weight of the manor's slate roofs, the cool flow of water in hidden pipes, the whispering network of wards in the stones, the ancient, sleeping magic in the forest soil. It was vast, overwhelming, a symphony of place flooding into his senses. And he felt, too, a new anchor within himself. A solid, unshakable foundation, as if a part of his soul had been tethered to this earth. The chaotic, lonely magic inside him suddenly had a lodestone. It calmed, orienting itself around this new, fixed point. The glow faded from the stone, from his arm. The connection remained, but now it was a quiet hum in the background of his awareness, a second heartbeat slower and deeper than his own. Snape released his hand. The cut on his palm was already closed, leaving only a thin, silver scar, shaped like a tiny, stylized crown of leaves. The mark of the ward. It was done. For a long moment, they stood in silence, the only sound the rustle of leaves in the night breeze. Harry flexed his hand, staring at the silver scar. He felt different. Not more powerful, but more real. More present. Snape was watching him, that hollowed look still in his eyes. He had given up a piece of his past, a happy memory of Lily, to cement Harry's future here. The magnitude of that sacrifice left Harry speechless. The bond is sealed, Snape said finally, his voice rough. The manor knows you now. You will find its magic more responsive. You will feel disturbances in its wards as if they are aches in your own body. The responsibility is yours as much as mine. He turned away, extinguishing the braziers with a gesture. Come. It is late. They walked back to the manor in silence. But the silence between them was different. It was no longer just the silence of teacher and student, or guardian and charge. It was the silence of two people now irrevocably tied to the same fate, by choice and by sacrifice. In his room, Harry went not to the window, but to the wall where he'd found the photograph. He placed his palm, with its new silver scar, flat against the cold stone. A gentle warmth greeted him. A sense of welcome, deep and wordless, flowed from the stone into his skin. It was the manor, acknowledging its warden. He climbed into bed, the photograph of his mother beside him. He looked at her smiling face, and for the first time, he didn't feel a sharp pang of loss. He felt a connection. Snape had loved her enough to bury his best memory of her in stone, for him. That memory was now part of the manor, part of the bond. She was in the walls, in the wards, in the very magic that now hummed in his blood. He was not replacing her. He was building a new family from the ruins of the old, with a bitter, complicated man in a sentient, ancient house. As he drifted to sleep, the last thing he felt was not the scar on his forehead, but the one on his palm, a silver promise etched into his skin. A promise of belonging, and of a duty that had only just begun. Down in his study, Severus Snape poured a measure of bitter, dark liquor. He did not drink it. He sat in his chair, staring into the empty fireplace. The hole inside him where the memory had been was a fresh, quiet agony. He had known it would hurt. He had not known it would feel like an amputation of a part of his soul that had still, somehow, been clean. He had done it for the boy. For Lily's son. To keep him safe. To make him strong. But as he sat in the silent dark, the weight of what he had truly done settled upon him. He had not just bound Harry to the manor. He had bound himself to Harry, with a tie far more powerful and intimate than he had ever intended. The ritual was meant to protect. But watching that silver memory sink into the stone, he had felt a terrifying certainty. He was no longer just a teacher fulfilling a debt. He was a father, planting his heart in cursed ground, hoping something pure would grow. The world had a new layer. Harry woke not to the silence of his room, but to its sound. Not noise, but a low, resonant hum, like a giant bell struck once and still singing a note too deep for ears. He felt it in the marrow of his bones, the manor's heartbeat. The silver scar on his palm was warm against the sheets. He held it up, examining the delicate, leaf-like pattern in the gray dawn light. It wasn't just a mark. It was an interface. He climbed out of bed and placed his palm on the wall. Images, vague and impressionistic, flowed into his mind. The slow journey of dawn warmth across the outer stones, the settling of dust in an unused corridor, the persistent, tiny gnawing of a mouse in the distant pantry. It wasn't intrusive. It was like becoming aware of his own breathing. When he entered the kitchen, Snape was already there, stirring a pot of something that smelled of citrus and anise. He looked up as Harry entered. His eyes, still shadowed, went immediately to Harry's hand, which he'd left ungloved. "You feel it," Snape stated. Harry nodded. "It's like listening to a very quiet machine. Apt. You are now attuned to the manor's baseline state. Any deviation will register as discord. A broken window will feel like a cut. A breached ward will feel like a fever. This is your first, and most important, early warning system." He ladled the steaming, golden porridge into a bowl. "It will also try to communicate. In its way. Do not be alarmed by impressions." The day's training shifted fundamentally. The obstacle course was no longer just a physical challenge. As Harry balanced on the rolling log, he felt a subtle, guiding pressure from the ground beneath it, a slight firming of the earth at just the right moment to correct his tilt. The manor was helping. When he faced the shifting stones, he closed his eyes for a second, listening with his new sense. He felt the magical current flowing under each one, could almost see which were stable and which were traps. He crossed without a single misstep. Snape watched, arms crossed, his expression unreadable. The bond grants you sympathy with the house's magic. Do not become reliant on it. Your own skill must be paramount. The house can be wounded, or distracted. In the atrium, the flipendo practice evolved. Snape conjured not one dummy, but 3, and set them moving in slow, predictable orbits around the room. Accuracy under dynamic conditions. You must lead your target. Feel the space between you. Harry's first shots went wild. But then he stopped trying to aim with his eyes alone. He felt the room around him. The dimensions were as clear as if they were etched on his skin. He felt the dummy's path as a gentle disruption in the air's stillness. He turned and fired, not where the dummy was, but where the disturbance would be. A blue-white sphere of force shot from his hand and intercepted the sackcloth figure perfectly, sending it spinning into the wall. "Better," Snape murmured. "You are using the environment as an extension of your senses. That is the principle of advanced dueling. Now, again. Faster." By mid-afternoon, Harry could hit 2 out of 3 moving targets consistently. The mental strain was significant, a constant, low-level drain as he maintained his occlumency, his awareness of the manor, and his focused intent for the spell. But he didn't collapse. The bond, he realized, was providing a steadying undercurrent, a foundation of magical stability he hadn't possessed before. After a late lunch, Snape led him not to the library, but to the potions laboratory. Your connection to the manor will affect everything, including brewing. The ingredients here are stored in a magically stabilized environment. You will now be able to feel their states more acutely. This is critical. A slightly wilted fluxweed can alter a potion's potency as surely as a mismeasurement. He set Harry to preparing ingredients for a simple wit-sharpening potion. As Harry picked up a dried caterpillar, he didn't just see its color and brittleness. He felt a faint, crackling energy within it, its magical essence, dormant but present. When he sliced it, he could sense the release of that energy, could almost tell if his cut was clean enough to preserve it. It was a profound shift from blind procedure to intuitive understanding. Snape observed his precise, thoughtful movements. The bond is integrating, he said, more to himself than to Harry. Faster than anticipated. As evening drew in, Snape dismissed him. The first day is always the most intense. Your mind needs to assimilate the new input. Walk the perimeter of the ground floor. Listen to the house. Learn its normal song. Harry did as instructed. He wandered the silent halls, his hand occasionally brushing a wall or a doorframe. He received snippets, the contentment of a sun-warmed patch of stone in the conservatory, the slight melancholy of a locked drawing room, the vigilant, watchful thrum of the main entrance doors. He felt safe, cradled in the awareness of this ancient, sentient place. He ended up in the entrance hall, before the portrait of Aurelius Prince. The painted hook-nosed man glared down as usual. Harry, emboldened by his new connection, stared back. You are not a prince by blood. The thought came not as a whisper, but as a cold, clear impression emanating from the portrait itself, directly into Harry's mind. It was Aurelius's voice, sharp and disdainful. I am the ward, Harry thought back, defiant, his palm tingling. A title of charity. Snape's sentimentality weakens the line. The painted eyes bored into him. The house accepts you. I do not. Prove your worth, little wardling. The stones have patience, but I have none. The connection severed abruptly. Harry blinked, taking a step back. The portrait was just paint and smug malice once more. So, not every part of the manor was pleased with the new arrangement. He was turning to leave when a new sensation spiked through his bond, a sudden, sharp cold, like an icicle driven into the sole of his foot. It came from the east, from outside. He gasped, stumbling. It wasn't pain, exactly. It was an alarm. He ran to the nearest window, peering out. Into the twilight. The wild garden, the forest beyond. Nothing moved. But the cold spot in his awareness persisted, a localized null point in the manor's warm hum. He found Snape in the study, reviewing the animated map. Sir, there's a cold spot. In the east grounds. Near the forest edge. Snape's head snapped up. He looked at Harry, then at the map. He passed his hand over it. The detailed topography shimmered into view. There was no pulsing red dot. No sign of intrusion. The wards report nothing, Snape said slowly. But I feel it, Harry insisted, the cold sensation gnawing at his attention. It's like a hole in a blanket. Snape considered him for a long moment. Then he stood. Show me. They went outside, the chill evening air biting after the manor's warmth. Harry led the way, following the insistent, icy pull in his awareness. It was like walking toward a draft in a sealed room. They passed the glass house, entered the tree line where the formal gardens gave way to wild undergrowth. Here, Harry said, stopping before a seemingly ordinary thicket of brambles and hawthorn. The cold was strongest here, a void of sensation that made the surrounding magic feel loud by comparison. Snape raised his wand, muttering a complex series of detection charms. Silver and blue light washed over the thicket, revealing nothing. No hidden creatures, no magical traps, no holes in the wards. There is nothing, Potter, Snape said, though his voice held curiosity, not dismissal. It's there, Harry whispered, frustrated. He reached out, not with his hand, but with the bond. He pushed his awareness into the cold spot, trying to feel its shape. And the world flipped. For a second, he wasn't standing in a forest. He was looking up from under the earth. He saw roots, soil, the underside of the brambles. And he saw, embedded in the soil like a rotten tooth, a small, smooth, black stone. It was drinking the magic around it, absorbing the manor's energetic field, creating the null point he felt. It was a leech. A silent, passive, magical leech. The vision snapped away. He staggered, and Snape's hand caught his arm. A leech stone, Harry gasped, the term coming to him from nowhere, perhaps from the manor's own stored knowledge. Buried. It's sucking magic. Hiding something. Snape's eyes blazed. He didn't question. He pointed his wand at the earth. Revelio profundis. The soil and brambles tore aside, not violently, but as if neatly unzipped. 3 feet down, resting on a bed of clay, lay the black stone. It was innocuous, almost ugly. But as Snape levitated it out, Harry's cold sensation vanished, replaced by the normal, steady hum of the land. Snape caught the stone in a conjured silk bag, sealing it. He stared at it, then at Harry. A leech stone. Extremely rare. Dark alchemy. It doesn't breach wards. It creates a localized dead zone, a blind spot. Perfect for observing, or for planting something that magical detection would notice. He looked around the now exposed hole with sharp eyes. But there is nothing else here. Which means, it was a test, Harry finished, the understanding cold and clear. To see if we'd find it. To see how we'd find it. Snape nodded grimly. They are no longer probing for physical or magical weaknesses. They are probing for you. For the nature of your defenses. This was a trap for a seer, or a very sensitive ward master. They did not anticipate a bonded ward. He pocketed the silk bag. You have just revealed a significant capability, Potter. They will now know the manor has a guardian with deep perceptual symbiosis. They will adjust their tactics. They walked back to the manor in the deepening dark. The triumph of finding the leech stone was bitter, undercut by the exposure. Harry had used his new bond, and in doing so, had told the enemy something new about himself. At the door, Snape paused. The portrait. Aurelius. He spoke to you today, did he not? Harry nodded, surprised. He is a remnant of the house's pride, its cruelty, its purity. He will challenge you at every turn. Use him. His disdain is a whetstone. Let him push you to prove him wrong. Snape looked down at him, the lantern light carving his face into stark planes. You felt what the wards did not. The bond is working. That is your advantage. But every advantage, once revealed, becomes a vulnerability. From now on, we must assume they are learning as fast as we are. Inside, Harry climbed the stairs, the manor's hum a comforting presence. But beneath it, he now sensed the faint, echoing chill of the leech stone's void, a reminder that the silence could be manipulated. The enemy was clever, patient, and adaptive. He reached his room and placed his scarred palm against the door. The wood warmed, welcoming, steadfast. We know, the stones seemed to whisper back, their voice the collective hum of centuries. We felt the cold. Now we know its taste. We will watch for it. He wasn't just a ward they protected. He was their eyes and ears. And they were his. The game had changed again. It was no longer about hiding. It was about seeing who could learn the other's language first. And Harry, connected to the ancient, whispering stones, had just spoken his first word. The leech stone sat on Snape's workbench in the laboratory, a dormant black pupil in a room of bottled color. It was inert now, sealed under a bell jar etched with containment runes. Harry could still feel the ghost of its null cold in his memory, a unique taste his new senses had catalogued. Snape spent hours examining it, his face a mask of forensic disdain. Sophisticated, he finally pronounced, late the next evening. Not wizard-made, goblin alchemy, or something older. This suggests resources, patience. An enemy who buys or unearths tools, not just creates them. The discovery had altered the rhythm of their days. The circular room's silence was now punctuated by Snape's new exercises, sensory deprivation and overload. Harry would sit blindfolded, while Snape moved silently around him, dropping a single pin, rustling a leaf, lighting a match. Harry had to point to the sound, describe the smell, not with his own senses, but by feeling the manor's reaction to the disturbance, the slight vibration in the floorboards, the shift in air currents against the stones. He learned to filter the house's constant hum into a detailed sensory map. The obstacle course was abandoned. In its place, Snape created a perception labyrinth in the overgrown topiary garden. Hedges, 12 feet high and magically reinforced, formed a shifting maze. The goal was not to reach the center, but to identify and avoid hazards, not physical traps, but magical illusions, muffling charms, patches of distorted space that felt like the leech stone's cold. Harry had to navigate using only his bond with the land, feeling for the true path, the natural flow of magic, while ignoring the deceptive whispers Snape woven into the leaves. The first time, he walked into a silent, gray bubble where all sensation died. Panic, swift and swallowing, rose in his throat. He couldn't feel the manor, the sun, the air. He was back in the cupboard, in the void. He sank to his knees, disoriented. The bond is a sense, Potter, Snape's voice cut through the nullity, cold and clear from outside the illusion. Like sight or touch. You are in a sensory deprivation chamber. Do you go blind because you close your eyes? No. You rely on memory, on proprioception. Feel where you should be. The manor's map is in your bones now. Trust it. Gritting his teeth, Harry pushed past the panic. He closed his eyes though it made no difference in the gray and focused inward. He pictured the topiary garden, the layout he'd seen from his window. He felt the solid earth beneath his knees, the only real thing. The manor's map was there, a phantom imprint. He stood, took a stumbling step forward, then another, navigating by memory and stubborn faith. 3 steps later, the gray vanished. The green of the hedge, the scent of damp boxwood, the warm hum of the manor flooded back, a relief so intense it was dizzying. Adequate, Snape said from a bench nearby, watching him. Now, again. Day by day, Harry's internal map refined. He could walk the labyrinth blindfolded, his fingers trailing the hedge not for guidance but to confirm what he already knew. He learned the taste of Snape's illusions, a slight metallic tang in the magical field, a too-perfect symmetry. The real world, through the bond, had a rough, organic complexity. In the atrium, the training shifted again. Snape began casting weak, non-verbal jinxes, tickling charms, trick jinxes, not at Harry, but at the room around him. A chair leg would snap. A tapestry would ripple. A puff of dust would explode from the ceiling. Harry's task was to sense the spell's origin, its nature, and its target through the manor's feedback before the effect fully manifested. He learned to feel the gathering of magic like a pressure change, the release like a plucked string in the air. One afternoon, a week after the leech stone, he felt a sharp, needling tension coalesce near the fireplace an instant before a jet of red light shot towards a vase on the mantel. Without thinking, Harry threw up his hand, not with a flipendo, but with a focused burst of will shaped by a single thought: deflect. A shimmering, hexagonal pane of silvery light, the size of a dinner plate, flickered into existence in front of the vase. The red jet struck it and shattered into harmless sparks. Harry stared, panting. He hadn't been taught that. He hadn't even known what to call it. Snape lowered his wand slowly. An instinctual shield, non-corporeal, powered by the bond's reflexive defense of the house's contents. He approached, examining the space where the shield had been. The manor does not wish its property damaged. You acted as its hand. He looked at Harry, a calculating gleam in his eye. Interesting. The boundary between your will and the houses is blurring in moments of crisis. This is both a formidable defense and a significant vulnerability. If you cannot distinguish your own desires from the manor's imperative, you become a puppet of its ancient instincts. That night, the whispers began. Not line is clear, guiding voice. These were different. Softer, muddled, mournful. They came as he drifted to sleep, seeping from the stones like cold groundwater. Cold in the earth, the black stone drinks. They listened through the silence. He woke with a start, his scarred palm pressed to the wall. The stone was trembling, not with fear, but with a deep, agitated resonance, like a bow drawn too tight across a cello string. Do you hear them? Snape's voice came from the doorway. He was a silhouette against the dim light of the corridor. Whispers, Harry said, sitting up. Sad ones. About the cold, the stone. The manor is haunted by more than portraits, Snape said, entering. He lit the fireplace with a snap of his fingers, casting jumping shadows. Every strong emotion, every violent death, every sustained magic leaves an echo in a place this saturated. The bond is making you sensitive to the deeper layers. The backlog. He sat in the chair by the fire, his face grim. The leech stone was a violation. A subtle rape of the land's magic. The house is restless. It remembers other violations. What do I do? Listen, but do not engage. Do not follow the sadness down. You are the warden, not the therapist for ghostly trauma. Acknowledge the echo, and let it pass. Your task is to protect the present, not mourn the past. He leaned forward. This is the price of perception, Potter. You feel the house's joy in the sun. You will also feel its remembered pains. The leech stone has stirred old wounds. You must be the steady hand, not another fever. The next day, the whispers were a constant undertone, a chorus of sorrows at the edge of his awareness. It was distracting, like trying to concentrate with a toothache. In the perception labyrinth, he misstepped, walking into a chilling illusion of whispering shadows that felt too much like the real ones in his head. He had to retreat, breathing hard. Snape observed his struggle. At lunch, he pushed a steaming mug towards Harry. Peppermint and moondew. It will help clarify the boundaries between your mind and the ambient echoes. You must build psychic filters. Think of it as learning to hear a single conversation in a crowded hall. The potion helped, sharpening his own sense of self, making the whispers sound fainter, more distant. But it was a temporary fix. The real work, Snape explained, was internal. He had to strengthen his occlumency not just against intrusion, but against empathy. He had to be a lake, reflecting the sky but separate from it. That evening, during his perimeter walk, the whispers coalesced into something sharper near the old wine cellar. The air felt thick with the scent of spoiled wine and a sharper, coppery tang. The stones here wept with a memory of betrayal and spilled blood, a centuries-old conflict between prince cousins. Harry felt a surge of alien rage, a phantom knife hilt in his hand. He swayed, the past threatening to overwrite the present. He sank to his knees, pressing his silver-scarred palm to the flagstones. I am Harry Potter, he thought, the words a solid anchor. This is now. That was then. I am the warden. This pain is not mine to carry. He poured the thought, cool and clear, into the bond. Not rejection, but gentle separation. He visualized a sheet of clear glass between himself and the echoing memory. Slowly, the phantom rage receded. The coppery smell faded. The stones beneath his palm grew simply cool and damp, not emotionally charged. He had asserted his own present over the house's past. When he stood, he found Snape watching from the end of the corridor. He hadn't heard him approach. You are learning, Snape said, his voice low. To be the steady hand. Good. But the cost was visible. Harry felt weary in his soul. The constant vigilance, the sensory training, the emotional filtering, it was a relentless tax. He went to bed early, falling into a sleep so deep not even whispers could penetrate. He was awoken not by sound, but by a jolt through the bond, a sharp, sudden, pulling sensation. Not a cold null point like the leech stone. This was active, hungry. It came from the same eastern forest edge. He was out of bed and at the window in seconds. The moon was a sliver, offering little light. But he didn't need light. Through the bond, he could feel the violation. Something was attached to the manor's magical field, not leeching passively, but sucking greedily, like a vampire. And with each pull, he felt a corresponding tug on his own magical core, a dizzying, draining sensation. He didn't hesitate. He ran to Snape's quarters, the only time he'd ever dared, and hammered on the door. It flew open. Snape stood there, fully dressed, wand in hand, his eyes blazing. He felt it too. It's feeding, Harry gasped, clutching his chest where the tugging felt strongest. It's connected to me. To the bond. Snape's face went bone white. A symbiote drain. They're not probing the wards anymore. His voice was a lethal whisper. They're probing you. Using the bond against you. He grabbed Harry's arm. Come, we sever it. Now. But as they rushed down the stairs, the pulling sensation suddenly stopped. Not faded. Stopped. As if a tap had been turned off. The sudden release was almost as nauseating as the drain. They burst out into the night, sprinting towards the forest edge. The spot was empty. No stone, no device. Only a circle of dead, blackened grass and a faint, smoky smell of burnt ozone. Snape cast detection spells furiously. Nothing. The thing was gone, recalled or vanished. He stood over the dead grass, his breath making plumes in the cold air. When he looked at Harry, his expression was more terrifying than any anger. It was pure, unadulterated fear. They know, Snape said, the words hanging in the frosty air. They know about the bond's nature. And they have just learned how to make it hurt you. He placed a hand on Harry's shoulder, his grip tight. The game is over, Potter. They are no longer searching for a boy in a house. They are designing weapons for the warden. Your training, from this moment on, is not for defense. It is for war. The dead circle of grass was a brand on the earth, a silent scream in the language of the land. In the days that followed, the manor's hum changed. It was no longer just a steady, protective song. It held a new note, a low, vigilant thrum of anger, and beneath that, a threat of anxiety. The bond had been violated, used as a siphon into Harry's own magic. The house felt it as a personal assault, and its distress vibrated through Harry's every waking moment. Snape's demeanor hardened into something flinty and razor-edged. The theoretical, careful pace of training was obliterated. They have mapped a vulnerability, he stated the next morning in the atrium, his voice stripped of all its former dry calculation. It was pure, cold strategy. The bond is a conduit. They will attempt to exploit it again, with greater force. You must learn not only to defend the conduit but to turn it against them. You will learn to use the manor's memories as a weapon. The concept was alien, frightening. The whispers of sorrow and rage he'd been taught to filter out were now to become ammunition. Snape took him to the wine cellar, the site of the old, bloody memory. The air still held the ghost of that coppery tang. This place holds an echo of violence, a murder born of greed. The emotion is embedded, a psychic stain. Your task is not to feel it, but to harness its frequency. He placed Harry in the center of the small, barrel-vaulted room. The bond allows you to resonate with these echoes. You will draw on this one, shape it, and project it. Not as your own emotion, but as an external force. A wave of disorienting, foreign terror. He demonstrated. Snape closed his eyes, his face becoming a still mask. He extended a hand towards the ancient stain on the flagstones. He did not cast a spell. He simply tuned himself. The air grew thick and cold. A phantom sound, like a choked gasp and the slick slide of metal, echoed in the room's corners. Harry felt a sudden, crushing sense of betrayal and panic that was not his own. It pressed against his mind, a cold, greasy wave. He staggered back, his occlumency walls straining. Snape released the connection. The feeling vanished. That is the echo, weaponized. A blunt instrument. It will not harm a body, but it can shatter concentration, induce panic, or reveal hidden foes by their reaction. Now you. Harry's attempts were clumsy, dangerous. The first time he tried to connect to the violent memory, he was swamped by it. The phantom knife felt like his own hand, the betrayal his own. He cried out, tearing his mind away. Shaking. You are drowning in it, Snape snapped, unmoved. You are not the memory. You are the conductor. Stand apart. Use the bond as a glove to pick up a hot coal. Feel its heat, but do not let it burn you. It took hours of brutal, repetitive failure. Harry would approach the echo, be overwhelmed, retreat, his mental barriers strengthened by sheer survival instinct. Slowly, he learned to build a psychic baffle, a layer of his own identity through which the foreign emotion could be filtered and directed. By the end of the day, he could produce a faint, chilling draft of unease, a whisper of the cellar's old crime. It was pitiful compared to Snape's manifestation, but it was a start. The principle is established, Snape said, looking drained himself. You will practice here daily. You will also seek out other, lesser echoes, places of simple sadness or joy, and learn to modulate the intensity. Control is everything. An uncontrolled projection could backlash, imprinting the foreign emotion onto your own psyche permanently. The perception labyrinth was repurposed. Now, hidden among its shifting hedges, Snape placed not illusions, but enchanted objects that emitted subtle, predatory magical signatures, simulacra of the enemy's presence. Harry's task was to find them, not by sight, but by resonating the labyrinth's own mild, defensive echoes, places where gardeners of old had pruned with protective intent, to flush the predatory magic out, making it visible as a brief, oily shimmer in the air. It was hunting, and being hunted. The bond became a spiderweb. He was the spider, feeling for tremors that didn't belong. One afternoon, a week into this new regimen, a tremor came that was not part of the exercise. He was in the library, attempting to read a dense treatise on psychic harmonics while softly resonating with the library's dominant echo, a gentle, scholarly focus left by generations of studious princes. It was meant to be a calming, stabilizing exercise. A sharp, dissonant twang reverberated through the bond, so strong the book fell from his hands. It came from the West Wing, a part of the manor mostly shut up, full of disused guest rooms. The echo there was not violent or sad. It was curious and new. It felt like a delicate, probing finger, testing the texture of the stones, tasting the magic. It was alive with a keen, intelligent hunger that was utterly foreign to the manor's own emotional palate. An intruder. Inside the walls. Harry didn't run. He closed his eyes, sinking fully into the bond. He became the manor. The probing touch was in the third-floor corridor, near a large, dusty bedroom with a faulty window latch. He'd felt the draft from last week. He sent a pulse of awareness down the hall, using the house's own latent echoes of privacy and exclusion, the gentle resistance a home offers to strangers. He felt the probing touch recoil, startled. It had felt the push. He opened his eyes and moved, silent and swift. He didn't go upstairs. He went to the wall at the end of the library, the one that backed onto the West Wing's main chimney. He placed his palms flat against the plaster. He pushed a different echo now, one he'd been practicing within the cellar, a focused wave of disorienting, claustrophobic dread, the memory of a child prince locked in a closet centuries ago. He channeled it not through the air, but through the bones of the house, up the chimney stack, and into the stones of the third-floor corridor. Through the bond, he felt the result. The probing intelligence shrieked, a soundless vibration of pure, panicked revulsion. The foreign presence ripped itself away from the manor's fabric, retreating so fast it felt like a suction pop. A moment later, from high above, he heard the distant, muffled crash of a window breaking, and a frantic, skittering sound, like giant insect legs on slate, receding over the roof. Silence. Harry slid down the wall, trembling, his heart hammering. He'd done it. He'd attacked. He'd driven something out. Snape found him there minutes later, his face like storm granite. He'd felt the conflict through the wards. Report. Harry explained, his voice unsteady. It was, learning the house. Tasting it. I used the locked in the cupboard echo. Through the walls. Snape listened, his eyes narrowing. Then, to Harry's shock, a grim, approving smile touched his lips. It was a predator's smile. Improvisation. Using the environment. Good. The smile vanished. It was an imp. A minor demon of inquiry. Almost non-corporeal. Excellent at bypassing physical wards. It wasn't here to attack you. It was here to study the bond's defenses after the drain failed. You gave it a new data point. The bond can retaliate through architectural empathy. They will factor that in. He pulled Harry to his feet. Do not revel. You have shown another card. But you have also confirmed the bond is your primary weapon. They will now seek to cut the thread, not just pull it. That night, the whispers in the stones were different. They were not just mournful memories. They were watchful, respectful, even. The house had seen its warden act, not just endure. The humming song held a new, fierce chord of solidarity. But Harry dreamed not of victory, but of the imp's intelligent, hungry curiosity. It hadn't been malicious. It had been interested. That was more terrifying. The enemy wasn't a mindless beast. It was a scientist, and Harry was the experiment. He woke with a new resolve, cold and sharp. He went to the cellar before breakfast. He stood over the old bloodstain, feeling its ugly echo. He didn't shy away. He reached for it with his baffled focus, drew a thread of its chilling betrayal, and held it, humming and vile, in his mental grasp. He didn't release it. He simply held it, making its alien pain a familiar, manageable weight in his hand. Snape found him there, pale but steady. They are treating this as a duel, Harry said, his voice quiet. They learn my moves. I have to learn theirs. What else can they send? What other ways can they touch the bond? Snape studied him. The boy was changing, the softness burning away in a cold forge. The next logical step, he said, is not a creature, but a curse. A spell designed to resonate with magical bonds, to cause feedback. To make the protector attack the protected. He placed a hand on a dusty wine cask. We will begin designing counter-resonances. You will learn to hear the song of a hostile spell and teach the manor to sing a note that shatters it. But be warned, Potter. This is high arcanism. A misstep could collapse the bond entirely, or turn the manor's magic against us in truth. Harry met his gaze, the green eyes bright in the cellar gloom. If they can use what connects me to this place as a weapon, he said, then I'll make the connection itself into a shield they can't break. He felt the manor's stones around him, whispering their centuries of memory, of joy and pain, of peace and violence. They were not just his home. They were his arsenal. And he was no longer just a student learning spells. He was a composer, learning to conduct a symphony of stone and memory. And the next movement was going to be a war drum. The cellar's cold bite was a familiar teacher. Harry stood, eyes closed, not pushing away the echo of ancient violence, but holding it in balance. In his mind's eye, it was a sphere of murky, turbulent crimson, held suspended in a lattice of his own silver will. He could feel its components, the sharp sting of surprise, the molten flow of betrayal, the final, chilling seep of despair. Snape's voice was a distant guide. Not suppression. Orchestration. You are not silencing the note. You are placing it in a scale. Find a counter-harmony within the house. Harry breathed slowly, extending his awareness beyond the cellar's grim memory. He felt the manor around him, the gentle, sun-warmed patience of the library stones, the brisk, orderly hum from the kitchen hearth, the quiet, resilient joy from the floorboards of his own room where his mother's photograph sat. These were softer echoes, but no less real. He drew a thread of the library's scholarly calm, a cool, blue-silver strand, and wove it around the crimson sphere. The violence didn't diminish. It became focused. The panic refined into a sharp alertness, the rage into a pulse of protective energy. The sphere transformed from a chaotic storm into a layered, resonant crystal, a weapon with intent, not just rage. He opened his eyes. The cellar air shimmered with a faint, complex light, like sunlight through a stained glass window depicting a tragedy. Better, Snape acknowledged from the doorway, his arms crossed. You are beginning to understand nuance. The echo is not good or evil. It is a color on your palette. Now, practical application. The practical applications were exhausting and strange. In the perception labyrinth, Harry no longer just flushed out hidden signatures. He practiced overlaying echoes onto the hedges themselves. A patch of thorns would suddenly radiate a wave of paralyzing fear drawn from a dungeon where a prisoner had waited. A seemingly clear path would thrum with a disorienting, giddy laughter from a long-ago nursery. He learned to walk his own maze, not just navigating the traps, but becoming their composer, shifting the emotional landscape around him in real time. The strain was different from physical magic. It was a profound, spiritual fatigue. He began to see faint after images, ghostly superimpositions of the past on the present. A bloodstain on a flagstone here, a shadow of a forgotten servant there. The manor's history was peeling open for him, layer by relentless layer. He also began to hear the whispers more clearly. They were no longer just sorrow or rage. He heard names, fragments of stories. Elidora, who poisoned the well, Cassius, who loved the stars and fell from the tower. The stones were not just haunted, they were a library of lives, and his bond was giving him a library card. One afternoon, during a rare break in the study, he wandered to the towering window in the east drawing room. The late sun slanted across the floorboards. As his shadow fell on a particular floorboard, a warm, sweet echo rose unbidden, the simple, uncomplicated happiness of a young girl playing jacks on a rainy afternoon, a century ago. He smiled, a reflex. The echo was pure, a tiny, bright jewel in the manor's somber crown. The smile froze on his lips. He was feeling joy for a ghost. He was borrowing happiness from a dead stranger. A cold unease trickled down his spine. Where did his joy end and the manor's memory begin? He sought out Snape that evening in the laboratory, where he was meticulously powdering dried dragon claw. Sir, the echoes, they're changing how I feel. Snape did not look up from his mortar and pestle. Of course they are. You are immersing yourself in a sea of other people's emotions. Your psyche is developing calluses and acquiring foreign tastes. It is an occupational hazard of deep ward magic and necromantic resonance. The term, necromantic, hung in the air, ugly and final. Is that what I'm doing? Harry's voice was small. Necromancy. Not in the common, grave-robbing sense, Snape said, his grinding never ceasing. You are not summoning spirits. You are interacting with psychic residue. But the principle of using the power of the dead is adjacent. This is why control is sanctity. You must remain the master of the choir, not become just another voice in it. He set the pestle down and finally looked at Harry. You are feeling a dissolution of self. This is the critical juncture. Many ancient wardens succumbed, becoming more echo than man, forever trapped in the pasts they swore to protect. You must find your anchor. Not the bond, not the memories. You. What is it that Harry Potter feels, untouched by stone or sorrow? Harry had no answer. What did he feel? Hunger, once. Fear, often. A desperate, clawing need for safety. A flicker of warmth at his mother's photo. A fierce determination during training. Were any of those truly, solely his? Or were they just reactions, to the Dursleys, to Snape, to the threats? He left the laboratory troubled. His footsteps echoed in the corridor, and for a terrifying second, he couldn't tell if the sound was in the present or an echo from 1782. His anchor came unexpectedly, and not from within. 2 nights later, the attack was not subtle. It did not probe or taste. It struck. Harry was jolted awake by a scream through the bond, the Manor's scream. It was a sound of tearing, not of pain, but of violation. He was on his feet, the silver scar on his palm burning like ice. The assault was on the western wall, the oldest part of the manor, where the foundation stones met the raw hill. He ran, not needing to think. Snape was a darker shadow joining him in the corridor, his wand a sliver of bone in the gloom. They burst out into the moonless night. The western wall was shrouded in ivy. Now, the ivy was black and withered in a perfect circle 20 feet across. In the center of the circle, the stones themselves were bleeding. Not blood, but a slow, silvery ichor, the literal sap of the manor's magic. And attached to the wall-like grotesque leeches were 3 pulsating, fleshy pods, the color of a bruise. They throbbed as they drank, sending rhythmic waves of nauseating depletion through Harry's bond. Carnivorous mandrakes, Snape hissed. Weaponized. They've been bred to consume structural enchantments. He raised his wand, but Harry was already moving. The wall's pain was his pain. Its screaming echo was a raw, white-hot brand of violation. He didn't try to craft a nuanced symphony. He opened himself to the wall's pure, undiluted rage, the fury of an ancient, living thing being eaten alive. It was a colossal, crushing wave, an emotion so vast it threatened to obliterate him. He didn't channel it, he became a conduit. He dropped to his knees, slamming his scarred palm onto the earth at the wall's base. He didn't send the echo out. He pulled it through. The ground trembled. From the wounded stones, from the very soil, a visible shockwave of raw, psychic fury erupted, a silent, concussive blast of no. It was the land's refusal, given form. The bruise-colored pods didn't just detach. They exploded, bursting into clouds of vile, greasy ash. The withering effect on the ivy halted, the blackness receding as the silver bleeding slowed to a seep. The backlash hit Harry like a physical blow. He was thrown backwards, skidding across the grass. The world was silent, but his head was a cacophony, 1,000 screams, 1,000 rages, all the buried angers of the land, were roaring through him. He couldn't see. He couldn't think. He was drowning in the cellar's betrayal, the tower's despair, the dungeon's madness, all at once. A pair of hands grabbed his shoulders. Snape's voice cut through the din, not through his ears, but through a sudden, fierce pressure in his mind, a occlumency probe, sharp as a needle. Potter. To me. The mental shout was a lifeline. Harry latched onto it, the singular, present, living will of Severus Snape. He clawed his way back from the chorus of the dead, focusing on the cold, precise, infuriating, real presence before him. The psychic noise receded, leaving him shivering violently on the grass, his nose bleeding, his eyes streaming. Snape hauled him upright. His face was pale, his own nose trickling a thin line of blood from the effort of the mental anchor. He looked from Harry to the wounded, but now stable, wall. The silvery ichor had stopped flowing. The wall's scream in the bond had faded to a pain throb. You fed the land's own defensive rage back into it, Snape said, his voice hushed with something akin to awe and horror. A catastrophic feedback loop. You could have shattered your mind. You could have turned the manor's magic permanently feral. He gripped Harry's chin, forcing his gaze up. What was your anchor? In that maelstrom, what did you hold on to? Harry's teeth were chattering. The words were barely a breath. You. Snape's hand stilled. His black eyes searched Harry's face, finding no lie, only the stark truth of survival. The cold, stern features did something complicated. The grip on Harry's chin softened, just for a second, to something almost like a touch. He let go, turning to survey the wall. The anchor was external. That is a weakness. But it served. He took a deep breath. They have escalated to direct, consumptive assault. They will try again, with different tools. And they now know the bond can be used to generate a localized cataclysm. He looked back at Harry, who was swaying on his feet. You have passed a threshold. There is no going back to mere defense. You have become a terrain feature. A living part of the manor's weaponry. He guided Harry, stumbling, back inside. The manor's hum was different now, subdued, wounded, but also, fiercely proud. The stones seemed to lean towards Harry as he passed, offering their steadying coolness. In his room, Snape didn't leave immediately. He stood by the bed as Harry collapsed onto it. The dissolution you feared, Snape said quietly. You fought it tonight. You chose a living anchor over the dead chorus. Remember that choice. It is the only one that matters. He extinguished the light. At the door, he paused. The enemy has made a fatal error. They have shown their hand. They believe they are attacking a fortress with a weak spot. They do not understand they are poking a dragon that has just found its fire. The door closed. Harry lay in the dark, the echoes of the land's rage still a tremor in his bones. But at the center of the tremor was a new, solid certainty. Snape's will, sharp and real. His own name, spoken in his own mind. The photograph on the table, a silent promise of a different kind of love. The symphony of stone was vast and terrifying. But he was not just a listener, or even a conductor. He was learning to be a composer. And his next composition would not be a defense, or a retaliation. It would be a hunt. And he would use the very echoes of his enemy's violence to track them back to their source. The silence in the days after the Mandrake attack was not peaceful. It was the silence of a forest after a wildfire, charged, wary, smelling of ozone and burnt earth. The western wall bore a silvery, scar-like sheen where the ichor had bled. Harry's bond carried a constant, low-grade ache from it, a reminder of the injury. His own mind felt scraped raw, hypersensitive. Every whisper from the stones now registered with crystalline clarity, no longer a murmur but a distinct voice in a crowd. He could differentiate the petulant grumble of a loose floorboard in the north wing from the serene sigh of sun-warmed leaded glass in the conservatory. Snape's training became a form of psychic surgery. They spent hours in the circular room, but now the goal was not simple silence. It was discrimination. The mandrakes triggered a catastrophic sympathetic response, Snape explained, his voice a clinical blade in the quiet. You became a lightning rod for every defensive echo in the manor. To prevent that from happening again, or from being used against you, you must learn to isolate frequencies. To choose your weapon, not be chosen by the arsenal. He began by having Harry hold two opposing echoes simultaneously, the gentle focus from the library and the sharp fear from the dungeon. He had to maintain them as separate spheres in his mind, one in each metaphorical hand, without allowing them to blend or dominate. It was excruciating mental gymnastics. The fear would spike, threatening to tinge the focus with paranoia. The focus would try to rationalize the fear away, diluting its potency. Harry's head pounded with the effort. You are not their master if you cannot hold them apart, Snape would intone, watching as sweat beaded on Harry's temple. Control is selection. Precision. When he could manage two, Snape added a third, the hollow grief from a sealed-up nursery. Then a fourth, the stubborn pride from the entrance hall portraits. Harry's world narrowed to a constellation of swirling, emotional orbs, each demanding acknowledgement yet requiring isolation. It was the most difficult thing he had ever done, far harder than any physical magic. But he learned. He built mental compartments, not just shelves, but fortified vaults, each with its own lock and key. The vaults were lined with his own occlumency, the cool, silver sense of self that was uniquely Harry. His anchor. He tested it one afternoon alone in the cellar. He stood before the bloodstain and deliberately opened the vault holding its echo. The chilling betrayal washed over him, but it did not through him. He observed it, analyzed its components, then carefully closed the vault. The emotion receded, leaving him chilled but clear-headed. He had touched the dragon's fire without being burned. Snape, upon hearing his report, gave a slow, measured nod. Good. Now we apply it. The enemy used a biological weapon keyed to magical structures. Their next move will be subtler, or broader. We must develop early warning systems you can monitor without exhausting yourself. Together, they devised a new layer to the bond. Harry, with Snape guiding his intent, tuned, specific, non-critical echoes scattered around the manor's perimeter to act as sentinels. A happy echo by the gate would darken with suspicion at unauthorized approach. A sorrowful echo in the old well would tremble with alarm at the touch of foreign magic. He wove a net of feeling across the grounds, its strands connected to his awareness. It was a constant, background pressure, like knowing where all your limbs were at once, but manageable. A week after the attack, a sentinel quivered. It was the echo by the eastern gate, a faint, lingering contentment from a long-dead gardener who loved his roses. The contentment curdled into a sharp, metallic alert. Harry was in the kitchen, peeling shriveled figs. He went still, his eyes losing focus as he poured his attention down the bond line to the gate. He didn't feel a creature. He didn't feel a spell. He felt attention. A focused, intelligent pressure, like a microscope lens being trained on a single point of the wards. It was studying the gate's magical signature, probing with insidious patience. "Snape," Harry said, his voice calm but urgent. Snape was across the room, bottling a shimmering blue potion. He set it down without a sound and was at Harry's side in an instant. Location: East Gate. Just looking. Learning. Snape's lips thinned. A reconnaissance mind. A psychic observer, likely disembodied. They are mapping the ward structure in detail, seeking a pattern, a rhythm to exploit. He looked at Harry. "Can you feel its nature? Is it a living mind, or a construct?" Harry dove deeper, sending a fine thread of his own awareness along the sentinel's distress signal. He brushed against the observing presence. It was cold, logical, devoid of emotion. A thinking engine. A construct. But behind it, a faint, familiar taint. A residue of possessive, cruel curiosity that made his scar prickle. "It's a tool," Harry whispered. "But someone hungry is holding it." "Riddle's mark," Snape breathed, understanding. "Even dormant, his signature is unique. They are using a tool imbued with his magical residue to find weaknesses he would exploit. They are thinking like him." He made a swift decision. "Do not scare it off. Feed it." Harry stared. "Feed it. Give it a pattern. A false one. Use the sentinel echo. Make the gate's magic seem to pulse in a predictable, weak rhythm. Create a vulnerability for it to report." It was a delicate, dangerous game. Harry had to carefully modulate the gardener's contentment echo, twisting it into a facade of lazy, cyclical weakness, all while the cold, logical probe scanned it. He felt like he was painting a bullseye on his own home while holding his breath. For 10 minutes, he held the false pattern, feeling the probe drink it in, memorize it. Then, with a final, satisfied pulse, he could feel its satisfaction. A click of completion, it withdrew, vanishing from his senses. Harry slumped against the table, mentally drained. "They will act on that information," Snape said, a fierce light in his eyes. "They believe they have found a tide in our defenses. A rhythm to synchronize and attack against. We will prepare a welcome." The next 2 days were spent in a flurry of preparation. This was not Harry's work alone. Snape became a whirlwind of dark energy, harvesting potent, volatile ingredients from the deepest stores of the laboratory. He worked with a focused ferocity Harry had never seen, brewing potions that smoked with malevolent color and etching runes onto black stones that throbbed with contained power. Harry's role was to prepare the battlefield. At the East Gate, under Snape's direction, he layered echoes like landmines. Just beneath the false, pulsing rhythm, he buried the cellar's violent betrayal, sharpened to a razor's edge. Beneath that, he placed the tower's despair, heavy and disorienting. Deeper still, he coiled the land's furious no from the mandrake attack, but this time, he caged it in a lattice of the library's focus, aiming it, directing it. He was building a magical depth charge, masked by a welcome mat. The night they predicted the attack came, clear and cold. The moon was a sharp crescent. Harry and Snape did not hide. They stood in the shadow of the gate's great arch, cloaked in spells of non-detection, waiting. The attack did not come with a roar. It came with a whisper. A slit appeared in the night air before the gate, not tearing, but unfolding, as if reality were a page being turned. Through it slid a smooth, obsidian sphere, about the size of a carriage wheel. It was covered in pulsating, purple runes that matched the false rhythm Harry had fed the probe. It hovered for a moment, then began to pulse in time with the fabricated weakness, a resonant key seeking a lock. This was the exploit, a dimensional corkscrew, designed to unscrew the ward at its weak point and peel it back. "Now," Snape breathed. Harry didn't activate the buried echoes. He released the locks on their vaults. The cellar's betrayal struck first. The obsidian sphere shuddered as a wave of phantom violence, the shock of the knife, the warmth of stolen life, washed over it. The logical, resonant magic of the sphere flinched, its rhythm faltering. The tower's despair crashed down next, a crushing weight of loneliness and hopelessness that sought to drown the sphere's purpose in meaninglessness. The purple runes flickered, their light growing erratic. The sphere tried to recalibrate, to push through. It was a powerful artifact, resisting the psychic assault. Then Harry unleashed the caged fury of the land. He didn't just release it. He fired it. Using the library's focus as a barrel, he channeled the raw, defensive rage straight into the heart of the sphere. There was no explosion of light or sound. There was a terrible, silent unmaking. The obsidian sphere didn't break. It unraveled. Its precise, logical magic came apart like a knitted sweater caught on a nail, threads of dark energy whipping uselessly into the night before dissipating. The purple runes went dark, then turned to dust that sifted onto the gravel. The sphere itself went dull, inert, and dropped to the ground with a heavy, final thud. The slit in the air snapped shut. Silence, deeper than before, settled over the grounds. The sentinel echo by the gate slowly reverted from alarm back to its gentle, contented hum. Harry was breathing hard, his palms slick with sweat. He had done it. He had weaponized the manor's soul and destroyed a threat without a single flashy spell. Snape stepped forward, prodding the dead sphere with his boot. He looked back at Harry, his expression inscrutable in the gloom. A textbook counter-ambush. You used their intelligence against them. You fought a magical artifact with the weight of lived history and won. He paused. How does it feel? Harry considered. He felt tired. He felt the ache of the wall, the hum of the sentinels, the quieting fury of the land. But he also felt a fierce, protective satisfaction. The dragon's fire had been directed, controlled. It had defended its horde. It feels right, Harry said finally. Snape gave a single, slow nod. Then you understand the first rule of being a warden. You are not separate from what you protect. You are its will, and its wrath. He levitated the dead sphere. They have lost a valuable tool. They will be angry. The next attack will not be so clever. It will be brute force. We have perhaps a month. Use it well. As they walked back to the manor, Harry felt the stones greet him, their song warmer, stronger. He had not just defended them. He had spoken for them. And they had answered. He was no longer just learning the symphony of stone. He had become its most powerful instrument. And the next movement, he knew, would be a requiem for his enemies. The dead sphere sat on Snape's workbench like a fossilized heart. In the cold light of the laboratory, it was even more unsettling, a perfect circle of nothingness, its surface now a matte, non-reflective black that seemed to swallow the torchlight. Snape spent 2 days dissecting its magic with a series of delicate, probing charms, his face a mask of intense concentration. Harry watched, learning the methodology of forensic arcana. The construct was not merely a key, Snape concluded on the third morning, wiping his hands on a cloth. It was a seed. Had it successfully synchronized and opened a hole in the wards, it would have implanted a corruption algorithm, a recursive spell that would have slowly unraveled the defensive matrix from the inside out. Brute force in a velvet glove. He gestured to the sphere. The fact that they possessed such a thing suggests either vast resources or knowledge we had hoped was lost. What kind of knowledge? Harry asked, his eyes fixed on the sphere. The kind that deals in the fundamental codes of magical spaces. The kind my ancestors dabbled in, and wisely sealed away. Snape's gaze was distant. The Prince vaults in the hidden library contained treatises on such matters. I had hoped they were merely theoretical. He turned to Harry, his expression grim. Their next attempt will lack such finesse. They have tried subtlety and intelligence. They have failed. Now they will try volume. Force. They will throw something at the walls until they break, or until we break trying to hold them. The training shifted once more, turning from intricate psychic warfare to raw, elemental channeling. Snape took him to the very edge of the manor's grounds, where the cultivated land met the wild forest. Here, the bond was a thrumming border, a seam between the tamed and the feral. The manor's magic is rooted in the earth, Snape instructed, placing Harry's bare hands on the cold soil. You have felt its emotions, its memories. Now you must feel its substance. Its strength. You must learn to ask it to rise in your defense. The exercises were primal, exhausting. Harry would kneel for hours, his palms flat on the ground, trying to convince the soil to harden into stone, or the roots of the ancient oaks to stir. It wasn't about unleashing an echo. It was about a slow, deep persuasion, a request for the land to reshape itself. The first days yielded nothing but stiff knees and muddy hands. "You are thinking like a wizard, commanding an element," Snape criticized, standing over him as the rain drizzled down. "You are not a wizard here. You are the land's voice. You do not command. You suggest. You show it the need." Frustration mounted. Harry could make the air shudder with stolen sorrow, but he couldn't make a pebble tremble. The bond thrummed with connection, but the earth remained stubbornly indifferent. The breakthrough came not during practice, but in a moment of sheer, instinctive need. A few days later, Harry was in the wild garden, practicing the isolation of 5 separate echoes while walking a tightrope Snape had conjured between 2 apple trees. The mental strain was immense, a high-wire act of the soul. He lost his balance, not physically, but psychically. One of the echoes, a sudden, sharp envy from a portrait who hated his more successful brother, spiked out of control. The psychic backlash made him stumble on the rope. He fell, tumbling down a short, sharp incline towards a jagged outcrop of rock at the garden's edge. There was no time for a spell. No time to channel an echo. There was only the rock, rushing up to meet him, and a visceral, child's scream in his mind, "No." He threw out his hands, not in a gesture of magic, but in a plea to the ground itself. The soil in front of the rocks softened. It didn't move. It didn't rise. It simply went from hard-packed earth to the consistency of thick, wet peat in the blink of an eye. Harry plowed into it face first, swallowing a mouthful of damp, earthy mulch, but the impact was jarring, not bone-breaking. He lay there, spitting out soil, his heart hammering. He rolled over and stared at the patch of ground. It was already firming up, returning to normal. But for a second, it had listened. It had changed because he had needed it to, not because he had told it to. Snape, who had seen the fall from the library window, was there moments later. He took in the scene, the muddy boy, the undisturbed rocks, the slowly settling earth. "What did you do?" I asked, Harry said, wonder in his voice. "I didn't think. I just asked it to be soft." A rare, genuine look of surprise flickered across Snape's face, followed by swift calculation. "Instinctual need. The bond interpreted your survival imperative as the land's own. You didn't manipulate an echo. You expressed a desire so fundamental it became the land's desire." He pulled Harry to his feet. "That is the key. The land does not understand strategy or spells. It understands need, hunger, safety, growth. You must speak to it in that language." From then on, the exercises changed. Snape would create simple, immediate threats, a suddenly charging practice dummy, a cascade of falling stones, and Harry had to respond not with a calculated defense, but with a raw, focused need for the environment to protect him. A wall of thorny brambles would erupt from the soil to tangle the dummy. A small ditch would open to swallow the stones. The responses were never exactly what he pictured, but they were always in the spirit of his need. The land, he learned, had its own creativity. It was draining in a new way. It felt like lending his own life force to the soil, a gentle but constant expenditure. He began eating more, sleeping more deeply. His already lean frame took on a wiry, rooted toughness. At night, the whispers changed tone. They were less about past sorrows and more about present vigilance. The stones spoke of pressure building at the borders, of a gathering silence in the forest that was not peaceful, but predatory. The sentinel echoes thrummed with a constant, low-level alarm. One evening, as Harry traced the silver scar on his palm, he voiced a fear that had been growing. "They're coming, aren't they? Not just a probe, an army." Snape, who was mending a torn cloak with magical stitches that bit the fabric together like silver ants, didn't look up. "Yes. The forest is holding its breath. The mundane creatures have fled. Only the dark things remain, and they are gathering. We have days, perhaps a week. Can we hold them?" Harry's voice was small in the vast, quiet study. Snape paused his stitching. "The manor has never fallen. Not in 1,000 years of feuds, rebellions, and dark wars. Its foundations are laid on bedrock soaked in protective enchantments. But it has never faced an enemy that first took the time to study its warden's heart." He looked at Harry, his black eyes serious. "Our strength is your connection. Our weakness is also your connection. They will aim for you, Potter. To break the bond is to break the house's will. Harry swallowed. What do I do? You fight, Snape said simply. You use everything you have learned. You become the land, and you make the land a terror. You do not think of yourself as a child. You are the heart of Prince Manor. And you will make them bleed for every inch of ground. The next morning, the first sign appeared. The great iron gates at the entrance, which had stood open but warded, began to rust. Not naturally, but with supernatural speed. A creeping patina of orange and black spread from the locks outward, flakes of metal falling like dead leaves. The metal groaned as if in pain. The sentinel echo on the gate didn't just alert, it screamed, a soundless shiver of agony that lanced through Harry's bond. This was no subtle corruption. This was a blatant, corrosive curse, designed to eat through their first physical barrier and poison the magic around it. Snape and Harry stood before the gates, watching the decay spread. Abrasive magic, Snape identified, his wand already out. They are testing our response time. Our methods. He began casting complex counter-curses, his wand weaving nets of blue light that slowed the rust but did not stop it. The curse was powerful, fed from a source outside the grounds. Harry stepped forward. He didn't try to counter the curse. He pressed his hands against the stone gatepost, feeling the distress of the iron, the anger of the stone holding it. He didn't try to heal the metal. That was beyond him. Instead, he poured a single, clear need into the land, reject. The earth around the base of the gateposts trembled. From the soil, thick, gnarled roots of the ancient yew trees nearby burst forth, not attacking, but weaving themselves around the rotting iron, forming a living, fibrous cage. They didn't stop the rust. They contained it, swallowing the falling flakes, preventing the curse from spreading to the stone or the earth. The gate was now a ruin, but it was a ruin held in a fist of living wood, its poisoning sealed off from the rest of the manor's magic. Snape lowered his wand, observing the crude, effective solution. A tourniquet, he said. Inelegant, but functional. They have seen one of our responses. They will have seen the limits of your finesse. They will know you can manipulate growth, but not repair. He looked past the ruined gates, into the dark line of the forest. They are out there, watching, learning. The gates were a sacrifice to see our hand. The next move will be against the walls. That night, Harry stood at his window, looking out at the oppressive dark of the forest. He could feel them now, a mass of cold, hostile intent, a gathering storm of teeth and claws and dark spells. The manor's song was a war drum, steady but urgent. He was afraid. But beneath the fear, there was a new, solid anger. This was his home. They had taken his first one. They had taken his parents'. They would not take this. He took the photograph of his mother from the table and placed it against the cold windowpane, as if she could see the coming night. I'm not hiding anymore, he whispered to her smiling image. Down in the study, Severus Snape finished the last of the protective potions, sealing them in crystal vials. He then opened a hidden compartment in his desk and withdrew a small, plain, wooden box. Inside, on a bed of faded velvet, lay a single, beautiful feather, a tail feather from a phoenix. It glowed with a soft, inner warmth. A last resort, a gift from a man he despised, for a boy he had promised to protect. He closed the box, his jaw tight. The storm was coming, and the only thing standing between it and the boy was a wall of stone, a legacy of bitterness, and a bond forged in sacrifice. He looked up, as if he could see through the floors to the small, determined figure at the window. Hold the line, Potter, he murmured to the silent room. For all our sakes, hold the line. Outside, in the deepest dark of the forest, hundreds of yellow eyes opened, all at once, and fixed their gaze on the glowing windows of Prince Manor. A low, collective growl shook the leaves, a promise of the brute force to come. The calm was over. The storm had arrived. The growl from the forest was not a sound. It was a pressure wave, a thickening of the night that pressed against the windowpanes and made the floating orbs in the hall dim and flutter. Harry's silver scar burned, a cold fire. The bond screamed with a single, unified note, intrusion. Snape's voice, magically amplified yet perfectly calm, echoed through every stone of the manor. Positions. Harry was already moving. He wore simple, dark clothes, no robes to hinder him. His heart hammered a frantic rhythm, but his mind, trained through endless hours of occlumency, began erecting its vaults. Fear went into one, acknowledged, contained. Doubt into another. What remained was a cold, clear space of focus. He was the warden. The manor's panic was his to quell. He ran not to the gates, but to the central staircase, to the heart of the house. Snape's plan was clear. Harry was not a soldier to be placed on the wall. He was the nervous system. His place was the core, feeling every wound, coordinating every response. He reached the grand entrance hall as the first wave hit. It was not witches or wizards. It was creatures. A seething, shrieking tide of the forest's corrupted darkness, giant, barb-tailed scorpions with chitinous shells that gleamed with oily magic, skeletal, wolf-like beasts with eyes of cold blue. Flame, flitting, razor-winged things that left trails of corrosive slime in the air. They surged against the outer wards, the magical barrier shimmering into visibility, a vast, golden dome that crackled as the creatures threw themselves upon it. The air filled with the stench of burnt hair and ozone. Snape stood silhouetted in the ruined gateway, now a cathedral of twisted roots holding rotten iron. He didn't look like a teacher. He looked like a pillar of contained fury. His wand moved in broad, devastating arcs. He didn't cast single spells. He cast fields of magic. A swath of oncoming scorpions simply petrified mid-scuttle, becoming a grotesque stone garden. A pack of flame-eyed wolves erupted into clouds of choking, black dust from a silently spoken curse Harry didn't recognize. But there were too many. The wards groaned under the concentrated assault. Harry felt it as a straining in his own bones, a headache behind his eyes. A section of the ward flickered, weakened by a cluster of the slime-trailing flyers corroding its energy. A breach. A dozen scorpions scuttled through before the ward resealed, cutting the rest off. They charged towards Snape, tails arched. Harry didn't think. He dropped to his knees, slamming his palms onto the hall's flagstones. He didn't need to see. He felt the intrusion through the stone, the skittering wrongness on the gravel path. He reached for the land's need, cleanse, and channeled it through the most responsive echo he knew, the land's own furious no from the mandrake attack. The gravel path in front of the scuttling horrors didn't just rise up. It rejected. Stones the size of fists shot upwards as if the ground had spat them out with vicious force. They pummeled the scorpions, not with random violence, but with targeted, stoning rage, cracking shells, shattering limbs. The surviving creatures stumbled, disoriented. Snape didn't even turn. A flick of his wand backwards sent a whip of purple flame that incinerated the remains. The northeast wall is under strain. Tend to it, he called, his voice cutting through the din outside. Harry closed his eyes, pulling his awareness from the gate. He sent his consciousness flowing along the bond, like blood through a body. He felt the manor's structure. The northeast wall, there. A cold, drilling pressure. Something was boring into the stone magically, not physically. A concentrated reducto curse, hammering at one point. He couldn't be there physically. But he could be there in spirit. He found an echo in that wall, the stubborn pride of the mason who'd laid it. He amplified it, fed it his own determination, and pushed it back against the drilling magic. The wall's resistance didn't increase, its very identity solidified. I am stone. I endure. The drilling spell sputtered, hitting not just a barrier, but a declaration of existence. It failed. But the assault was multifaceted. While Snape held the gate and Harry shored up the walls, a new threat emerged. From the sky, descending silently on leathery wings, came creatures with the bodies of large bats and the faces of weeping children. They didn't attack the wards. They began to sing. The song was a tangible thing, a syrup of despair that seeped through the magical barrier. It didn't harm stone or spell. It targeted will. Harry felt it immediately, a draining apathy, a whisper that said lay down, it is too hard, the dark is warm. He saw Snape's next curse go slightly wide, his relentless pace falter for a fraction of a second. This was an attack on him. On Snape. On the manor's heart. Anger, hot and bright, flared in Harry's chest. He locked it away. Anger was fuel, but unfocused it was a beacon. Instead, he reached into his vault of echoes. He needed defiance. Not the land's rage, but intelligent, cultured refusal. He found it in the library's core, the collective, unyielding focus of generations of study. The echo of minds that had refused ignorance. He took that echo and, through the bond, sang it back. He had no voice. The manor became his voice. From every stone, every beam, every pane of glass, a counter-melody arose. Not a sound, but a vibration of pure, reasoned purpose. It was the sound of a page turning, of a logic puzzle solved, of a stubborn idea enduring. It cut through the bat creature's song of despair like a scalpel. The creatures shrieked, their melody breaking into dissonant scraps. They flapped wildly, disoriented. Snape, shaking off the lethargy, seized the moment. He aimed his wand skyward. Fulmines. A net of jagged, white lightning erupted from his wand, ensnaring the flock. There was a deafening crackle and a smell of burnt ozone and charred flesh. The raining remains were dust before they hit the ground. A brief, Chuan-Chi silence fell, broken only by the sizzle of the wards and the moans of dying creatures outside the barrier. It was a respite, not a victory. Harry, panting from the effort of channeling the library's vast echo, felt the toll. His nose was bleeding again, a thin, warm trickle. He could feel the manor's magic reserves dipping, like a well being drawn from too fast. Snape strode back inside, his robes singed, his face smudged with soot but eyes terrifyingly alive. They are testing our defenses in sequence. Physical, structural, psychological. The main force is still held back. They are looking for a crack. He glanced at Harry's face. You are bleeding. Can you continue? Harry wiped his nose with the back of his hand, smearing red across his skin. He nodded, not trusting his voice. The bond was a live wire in his soul, singing with tension. Good. The next test will be. A new sound cut him off. A deep, resonant thump, like a giant heartbeat. Then another. And another. It came from the forest, rhythmic, approaching. Through the twisted root gate, Harry saw the trees at the forest's edge begin to part. Not fall. They were pushed aside, roots tearing from the earth, by something immense. A troll emerged, but not like any troll in a book. This one was 15 feet tall, its knotted hide the color of volcanic rock, etched with glowing, red runes. In its fist, it dragged not a club, but the entire trunk of an ironwood tree, sharpened to a crude point. Its eyes were pools of molten anger. Behind it, more shapes moved, other trolls, perhaps, or worse. The runes on its skin flared. It raised the massive spear, took a running start, and hurled it not at the wards, but at the physical wall of the manor itself. The spear, empowered by the runes, tore through the air with a shriek. It struck the ancient stone of the east wing with the force of a cannonball. The world dissolved into sound and sensation for Harry. The bond screamed, a raw, physical agony. He felt the impact in his own ribs, a phantom fracture. He cried out, collapsing to his knees as dust rained down in the entrance hall from the shuddering impact. Snape was already moving, barking a complex shielding charm towards the wall, but the damage was done. The stone had held, but a web of cracks now spread from the point of impact. The structural integrity was compromised. And the ward anchored there was flickering, dying. The rune-carved troll roared in triumph, beating its chest. It reached for another spear offered by a smaller, hunchbacked creature behind it. Harry lay on the cold floor, the manor, pain his pain, the dust of its injured stones bitter in his mouth. The fear in its vault threatened to spill over. They couldn't withstand this. The wards were failing. The walls could break. He looked at Snape, who was calculating, his face a mask of grim fury, but Harry saw it, a flicker of cold realization. They were outmatched by sheer, enchanted brute force. The troll raised its second spear. The runes glowed brighter. And in that moment, drowning in the manor's pain, Harry made a choice. He couldn't strengthen the wall. He couldn't repair the stone. But he could change what the wall was. He shoved himself up, ignoring the agony in his side. He placed both hands, his silver scar and his bloody palm, flat on the floor. He didn't reach for an echo of strength or defiance. He reached for the oldest memory the stones held. The memory of what this land was before the first prince laid a foundation. The memory of the wild. He poured his need, his desperation, into the bond. Not hold. Not endure. Remember. The ground beneath the rune troll shifted. It didn't crack or open. It softened, liquefied into a deep, hungry bog. The troll bellowed in surprise as its feet sank, the immense weight dragging it down instantly to its waist. It thrashed, but the more it struggled, the faster it sank. But Harry wasn't done. From the cracks in the wounded manor wall, from the very mortar between the stones, thick, ancient ivy, not the cultivated kind, but a savage, barbed cousin, erupted with violent speed. It didn't cover the wall. It attacked the second spear, wrenching it from the troll's grip. It snaked towards the other creatures, a sudden, writhing forest of thorns and grasping tendrils driving them back. Harry had asked the land to forget the manor, just for a moment. To remember the primordial swamp and the strangling wood. And it had answered. The cost was immediate and immense. A wave of profound, existential exhaustion washed over him. He had asked the land to revert to an older self, and in doing so, had stretched his own connection to its breaking point. The bond didn't fade, it became a ragged, screaming thing. He vomited, a thin, bitter bile, onto the flagstones. Snape was at his side in an instant, hauling him up. Fool. You could have unmade the wards entirely. But his hands were checking Harry's pulse, his pupils. Brilliant, but catastrophic. Outside, the bog troll was bellowing, being slowly consumed by the land it had come to violate. The savage ivy was holding the other creatures at bay. But the assault had stopped, thrown into disarray by the land's sudden, vicious reclamation. The rhythmic thumping of more giant feet had ceased. The forest edge was still. Panting, Harry looked up at Snape. Bought time. Snape's jaw clenched. He looked from Harry's ashen face to the wounded, ivy-choked wall, to the silent, watchful forest. The first wave was broken. But the silence from the trees was now more terrifying than the noise. Yes, Snape said quietly, his grip tightening on Harry's arm. You bought us time, but they have seen your trump card. And now they know the price you pay to play it. He pulled Harry towards the stairs. The siege is not over, Potter. It has just entered a new phase. And you are now the weakest link. The world returned in fragments. The sour taste of bile. The cold, unyielding press of stone against his cheek. A distant, rhythmic drip of water that syncopated with the pounding in his skull. Harry tried to move, and a white-hot wire of pain drew a line from his temple down his spine, rooting him in place. He was in his bed, he realized. The canopy above was a familiar dark green, not the starless black of the entrance hall floor. Memory flooded back, not as thought, but as sensation, the troll's roar vibrating in his teeth, the sickening crack of stone, the vengeful surge of the wild earth. The cost. He groaned, turning his head slowly. Snape sat in the chair by the dead fireplace, a book open on his lap, but he wasn't reading. His eyes were fixed on the middle distance, black and unblinking. He looked like a statue of a man, carved from fatigue and residual fury. Welcome back, Snape said, his voice a dry rustle in the quiet room. He didn't look over. Harry's tongue felt thick, woolly. How long? 36 hours. You burned through your magical core and severely strained your psychic connection to the manor. You are lucky you did not sever it entirely, or turn your own brain to porridge. Snape closed the book with a soft thump. You are also lucky the enemy retreated to reassess. They believe they have witnessed a powerful, unstable defense mechanism. They are correct. Harry pushed himself up on his elbows, the room tilting nauseatingly. His whole body felt hollowed out, a fragile shell. The bond was still there, but it was a faint, staticky hum, like a radio tuned just off the station. The comforting solidity of the manor's presence was muted, distant. The wall, he croaked. Stable. Your improvisation reinforced it with a matrix of primordial growth and petrified bog. It is now stronger, in a grotesque way. The aesthetic is appalling. Snape finally looked at him. You changed the fundamental nature of a part of this estate. That is not transfiguration. It is terraforming. It is a kind of magic that leaves a permanent scar. He stood and approached the bed. Show me your palm. Harry lifted his right hand. The silver, leaf-like scar of the ward looked unchanged. But when Snape took his wrist, his long fingers cold, and turned it slightly, Harry saw it. Fine, hair-thin lines of raw, pink flesh, like tiny lightning strikes, radiated from the central scar. They throbbed with a dull ache. Feedback lacerations, Snape murmured, his touch clinical. The bond is a conduit. You forced a tsunami through a riverbed. These are the cracks. He released Harry's hand. They may heal. They may not. They are a map of your recklessness. The expected scathing tone was absent. It was replaced by a flat, weary assessment that was somehow worse. Did we win? Harry asked, the childish question slipping out before he could stop it. Snape's lip curled. We survived the opening gambit. We bled them. They lost a significant number of forces, including a rune-carved mountain troll, which is not a cheap asset. But they learned. They learned that the heart of our defense is a boy who can be pushed to self-destructive extremes. They will now devise a way to push you again, without exposing their own forces. A trap you will walk into because you feel every wound the manor suffers is your own. He turned back to the window. It is a classic siege strategy. Isolate and exhaust the defender's will. You have made yourself the perfect target. The truth of it settled in Harry's hollow stomach, cold and heavy. He had been proud of his defiance, of calling up the wild. He'd seen it as power. Snape saw it as a vulnerability that had been spotlighted for the enemy. What do we do? His voice was small in the vast, quiet room. We recover. You will rest. You will eat nutrient-dense potions until you gag. You will perform only the most basic occlumency exercises to reinforce your mental boundaries. The bond must heal. Snape glanced back, his eyes narrowing. And you will tell me everything you felt, in exact detail, when you called the wild. What did you reach for? Not an echo. Something deeper. Harry lay back, staring at the canopy. He tried to recall the moment, past the panic and the pain. It wasn't a memory of the house. It was, before the house. I felt the stone as sediment. The air as mist. The roots as, hungry. I asked it to forget the shape we gave it. To be what it was. Snape was silent for a long time. Primordial recall, he said finally, the words hushed. You accessed the geomantic baseline. That is deep earth magic. Theory, not practice. It should be far beyond your reach. He paced to the fireplace, thinking aloud. The bond is not just to the built structure. It is to the land itself. The manor is merely the loudest voice in the chorus. This changes the parameters. He stopped, decision hardening his features. Your training must evolve again. You cannot afford another catastrophic release. You must learn fine control at that depth. To ask for a single thorn, not a forest. A patch of mud, not a bog. The next week was a slow, frustrating crawl back to functionality. Harry was weak as a kitten. Walking from his room to the kitchen left him breathless. The nutrient potions Snape forced down him were thick, gray, and tasted of chalk and iron. His magical core felt like a banked fire, only embers remaining. The bond's slow return was the worst part. It came back not as a comforting hum, but as a hypersensitivity. He could feel the new, grotesque strength of the east wall as a constant, alien itch. He felt the slow, septic anger of the corrupted ground where the troll had dissolved. The manor was healing, but it was scarred, and he felt every one. He spent his days in the sunlit conservatory, the most neutral ground, practicing the most basic exercises. He would hold a single pebble in his palm and try, with the faintest whisper of will, to make it warm. Not heat, just warm. He failed 99 times out of 100. The 100th time, the pebble would hold a faint, residual heat for a few seconds. It was maddening. Snape was often absent, patrolling the borders, reinforcing wards, studying the remnants of the enemy's forces. When he was present, his lessons were short, intense, and focused solely on control. A surgeon does not wield a chainsaw, Potter. He uses a scalpel. You must become a surgeon of the earth. Your empathy is your diagnosis. Your will must be the incision. One afternoon, as Harry struggled to make a drop of water beat up and roll against the grain of a wooden table, a lesson in defying simple expectations, Snape returned from the forest edge, his cloak smelling of damp pine and something acrid. He dropped a small, sealed crystal vial on the table beside Harry's droplet. It contained a wisp of smoky, violet-gray vapor that coiled against the glass. Residue from the edge of the bog you created, Snape said. I have analyzed it. The enchantment on the troll was not just for strength. It was a tracking beacon. And a psychic amplifier. Harry looked up, the water droplet splattering forgotten. Amplifier. It was meant to channel and magnify negative emotion, fear, rage, despair, from its victims back to a receiver. To feed something. Your wild magic corrupted the runes, but not before a significant burst was sent. Snape's face was grim. They weren't just trying to break the wall, Potter. They were trying to take a snapshot of your magical signature under extreme duress. And they were trying to feed that emotional energy to their master. The word hung in the air. Master. Voldemort, Harry whispered. His remnant. His spirit. Whatever sleeps. Snape picked up the vial, watching the smoky vapor writhe. They are not just attacking a location. They are performing a ritual. Each assault, each death, each spike of powerful emotion on this land is a sacrament. You are not just defending your home. You are fighting a liturgy of resurrection. The scope of it dwarfed the siege, made the trolls and scorpions seem like mere props. Harry felt very small, very tired. "What do we do?" he asked again, the question becoming a refrain. Snape set the vial down. "We contaminate the sacrament. We give them a signature that is useless. We feed them emotions that poison the well." A ruthless light sparked in his eyes. "You will learn not just to control your power, but to mask it. To project false signatures. To turn your empathy into a weapon of deceit." That night, Harry's sleep was thin and troubled. The static hum of the bond twisted into something else, a faint, discordant pull, a nagging sense of being observed from a great distance. It was different from the focused probe of the imp. This was vast, cold, a patient, celestial hunger. He dreamt of a stone basin in a dark cave, and in the basin swirled not water, but the violet-gray smoke from Snape's vial. A thin, skeletal hand, whiter than bone, reached over the rim, fingers curling as if to sip from the fumes. He woke with a jolt, his scar on his forehead burning with a fresh, icy pain. He clutched it, gasping. The pain was not a memory. It was a connection, a live wire. Downstairs, in the study, Severus Snape felt the wards around Harry's room shiver with a spike of alien anguish. He was on his feet, the phoenix feather box in his hand, before the echo faded. He stared at the closed box, then towards the ceiling. The enemy's strategy was clear now. They would chip away at the walls, but their true aim was the boy's soul. Every fear, every pain, every burst of power was another ingredient for their dark recipe. And Harry, bound to the land, feeling every attack, was the unwitting cook. Snape's fingers tightened on the box. The time for gradual training was over. He had to teach the boy to lie to the darkness. To perform a masquerade with his own heart as the stage. The siege had become a duel of souls. And the next move was Harry's to make, in a game where his every honest feeling was a weapon for the enemy. The icy burn in Harry's scar faded to a dull, persistent throb, a cold coal lodged behind his forehead. In the morning mirror, his face looked pale, the lightning bolt standing out lividly against his skin. The finer, pink lacerations on his palm seemed to pulse in time with it. He felt like a cracked vessel, slowly leaking something vital. Snape's new training began not with magic, but with memory. They sat in the circular room, but the tapestry of the House of Prince was covered by a heavy black cloth. "The enemy feeds on truth," Snape stated, his voice echoing in the bare space. "Your fear, your anger, your love for this place, these are powerful, authentic signatures. We must adulterate them. You will learn to produce forgeries." He had Harry close his eyes and recall a specific memory. The moment in the courtyard with the golem sprite, the yellow eyes advancing, the paralyzing terror. Harry felt it again, the cold sweat, the tightening chest. "Now," Snape instructed, his voice a cool blade in the dark of the memory. "Keep the physical memory, the racing heart, the shallow breath. But change the emotional core. Wrap the memory of fear around a kernel of boredom." Boredom. It was absurd. The terror was visceral, overwhelming. "Do not dismiss the instruction," Snape snapped, sensing his resistance. "The body remembers sensations. The mind assigns them meaning. Disconnect the two. Feel the physiological response, but label it tedium. See the creature not as a horror, but as a dull, gray inconvenience." It was mental gymnastics of a perverse order. Harry tried. He recalled the yellow eyes, and his heart leapt. He forced himself to think of Aunt Petunia droning about the neighbors' laundry. The fear spiked, rebellious. It felt like trying to hold oil and water in the same cup. He failed, over and over. The terror was too rooted, too real. Snape switched tactics. "Very well. We start smaller. Recall the taste of the nutrient potion." That was easy. The chalky, iron bitterness flooded his mouth. "Now, associate it with the memory of the soup from your first night here. The leek and potato. The warmth." This was slightly easier. The unpleasant taste became layered with a remembered comfort. The bitterness remained, but it was now tinged with a ghost of safety. It was a confused, muddy signal. "Good," Snape said, a hint of that cold approval returning. "You are blending truths, creating a compound emotion. Now, apply it to a stronger memory. The cupboard, the dark, the locked door. Blend it with the feeling of your bed here. The soft sheets, the space." Harry's breath hitched. The cupboard memory was a black hole of loneliness, a sucking void. To touch it at all was dangerous. To try and paint it with the warmth of his bed felt like a sacrilege, a lie so profound it might break something in him. "It is not a lie to your past," Snape said, his voice lowering, almost gentle in its harshness. "It is armor for your present. You are not erasing what was. You are defending what is. Now, do it." Teeth gritted, Harry dove in. The dark of the cupboard swallowed him. The smell of dust and loneliness. The ache in his small limbs. Then, with immense effort, he imagined the weight of the green duvet on top of him. The softness of the pillow. The crackle of the hearth. He didn't replace one with the other. He forced them to coexist. The cupboard was still dark, but the dark was now comfortable. Safe. It was a dizzying, nauseating contradiction. He opened his eyes, panting. He felt disoriented, unsettled. Adequate, Snape judged. The emotional signature is now ambiguous. To an outside listener, it would read as a complex memory of confinement, not pure terror. "This is what we must do with your power. When you draw magic from the bond, it must carry a confused signature, determination laced with indifference, power tinged with frivolity. You must become an unreadable text." The practical application was even harder. In the atrium, Harry practiced casting his flipendo while holding a fabricated emotional state. He had to knock the dummy back while feeling, or at least projecting, a sense of detached academic interest, as if he were conducting a physics experiment, not defending his life. The first attempts were pathetic. The blue-white force sputtered, dying halfway. The dummy wobbled slightly. The magical output was directly tied to his emotional conviction. Fake feelings produced weak magic. "You are an actor believing his own lines," Snape critiqued. "You must believe the falsehood, just for the moment of casting. Create a persona. A character within yourself who finds this all mildly amusing, or tiresomely necessary. Let that persona wield the magic." Harry created a character in his mind. A bored, older version of himself, perhaps a Snape-like figure who found everything tedious. He let that imagined ennui fill him as he faced the dummy. He flicked his hand with a sigh. The flipendo shot out, not blue-white, but a pale, lackluster gray. It hit the dummy with a soft thump, not enough to knock it over, but enough to make it rock. The magic was weaker, but it was different. It felt alien, even to him. "Yes," Snape murmured. "The color is wrong. The resonance is off. That is good." To a sensory probe, that spell would not match the Harry Potter signature they are building a profile of. They moved to the wounded east wall. The task was not to heal it, but to interact with its magic while projecting a false emotional state. Harry placed his hands on the cool, ivy-choked stone. He felt its pain, its grotesque new strength. He allowed his real concern to rise, then carefully layered over it a feeling of aesthetic appreciation, as if examining an interesting fossil. He asked the ivy to tighten just a fraction, not out of need, but out of a desire for tidiness. The ivy stirred, the thick stems creaking as they contracted minutely. The magic that flowed from him to direct it was tinged with that peculiar, scholarly detachment. It worked, but it felt horribly wrong, like speaking endearments in a forgotten language. The strain of maintaining this constant internal masquerade was a new kind of exhaustion. It was like living in two skins at once, and the false one itched. His occlumency vaults were now filled not just with managed emotions, but with entire fabricated identities waiting to be worn. Days passed. The forest remained silent, but the pressure did not ease. It grew, becoming a suffocating blanket of anticipation. Harry's scar throbbed in unison with it, a barometer of the distant, hungry attention. One evening, as Harry practiced projecting an emotion of cheerful obliviousness while strengthening the sentinel echoes making them vigilant, but with the mood of someone happily checking a shopping list, the bond delivered a new, sharp signal. Not an attack, an offering. At the very edge of the grounds, near the wild bog where the troll had fallen, something small and bright had been placed. It emitted a pure, simple, and terribly tempting signature: safety. Through the bond, it felt like a warm, steady candle flame in the oppressive dark. A promise of peace, an end to the siege. Harry knew, intellectually, it was a trap, a lure, but the pull was visceral. After weeks of fear, strain, and constant emotional forgery, the simplicity of that offered safety was a siren song. His real longing, buried under layers of false boredom and manufactured detachment, surged towards it. "Do you feel it?" Snape asked quietly. He had appeared in the doorway of the library, watching Harry's face. Harry nodded, his throat tight. It wants me to come. It is a psychic bait. Keyed to your deepest, most unguarded desire. They have analyzed the first attack. They know you are empathetic, reactive. They are offering a solution to the pain you feel through the bond. Snape's eyes were black pits. This is the test. Your forged signatures will mean nothing if your core self breaks ranks and runs towards the light. You must not only mask your power, Potter. You must mask your heart's desire. How? The word was a plea. By wanting something else, just as fiercely. In that moment, you must replace the true want with a fabricated one. Snape stepped closer. When you feel the pull, you will not think of safety. You will think of the exact angle of cut required for a perfect slice of billywig sting. You will crave precision. You will lust after mathematical exactitude. You will flood your system with a desire so specific and so powerful it overrides the lure. It sounded impossible. The lure was an emotional tsunami. Snape was asking him to hold back the ocean with a carefully recited multiplication table. We will practice, Snape said, and his tone brooked no argument. The next hours were a special kind of torture. Snape used a mild, harmless charm to simulate a gentle, persuasive pull, a suggestion that the library was too warm, that the cool garden would be lovely. At the same time, Harry had to immerse himself in a hyper-specific, intellectual craving. He chose the perfect, silent stillness of the circular room at dawn. He focused not on the piece, but on the geometric perfection of the stool's legs, the precise weave of the tapestry, the absolute zero of noise. He made himself want that sterile, measured environment more than he wanted comfort, more than he wanted air. Over and over, he failed, following the simulated pull to the window before cursing himself. Again, Snape would say, his voice relentless. By midnight, Harry was trembling with mental fatigue. But on the 13th attempt, as the persuasive charm tugged at him, he slammed the door of his mind shut on the garden and threw himself into the blueprint of silence. He yearned for the empty circle, the defined boundaries, the end of all messy feeling. The charm's pull slid off him, finding no purchase. Snape lowered his wand. Remember that. Cling to it. The bait at the forest's edge will be 1,000 times stronger. Your fabricated desire must be a spearpoint. The real bait pulsed through the night, a tormenting rhythm. Harry didn't sleep. He sat on his bed, rotating through his forged personas, the bored scholar, the fastidious craftsman, the admirer of grim aesthetics, building walls around the lonely, terrified child who just wanted the fear to stop. Just before dawn, the bait changed. The pure signal of safety twisted, ever so slightly, into something more personal. It became tinged with a familiar, loving warmth. It felt, heartbreakingly, like his mother. It was the final, cruelest trick. They had mined the residue of the bond, the memory Snape had sacrificed, and woven it into the lure. A sob caught in Harry's chest. This wasn't fair. This was a violation deeper than any spell. He felt Snape's presence at his door, a silent, vigilant shadow. He didn't offer comfort. He simply waited. Harry closed his eyes, tears leaking through. He let the fabricated longing for his mother's love rise, a real and terrible ache. And then, with every ounce of his will, he twisted it. He didn't push it away. He altered it. He took the longing for Lily Potter's embrace and transformed it into a desperate, scholarly need to understand the theory of a mother's love. He made it an academic problem. A complex equation of light and sacrifice to be solved, not felt. He packed this cold, intellectual craving around his heart like insulating glass. The lure from the forest beat against it, promising feeling, promising an end to the analysis. It promised his mother's arms. Harry held onto his frozen equation. He wanted the formula, not the hug. He needed the definition, not the person. Minutes bled into an hour. The lure pulsed, grew frantic, then, as the first true rays of dawn touched the manor's towers, it winked out. The forest had retracted its bait, finding no purchase in the warden's carefully engineered heart. Harry uncurled, his body stiff, his face tear-streaked but cold. He had won. He had defended his truth by building a fortress of a lie. Snape entered the room. He looked at Harry, saw the tear tracks and the icy resolve in the green eyes. He said nothing for a long moment. They will be frustrated, Snape finally said. Bait denied often leads to a sharper hook, or to force. But you have proven you can manipulate your own deepest signals. Remember this victory. Remember the cost of it. He left, closing the door softly behind him. Harry lay back on the bed, staring at the canopy. He felt hollow, clean, terrifyingly numb. He had protected the manor by sacrificing a piece of his own humanity on a mental altar. The masquerade was a success. But as he lay there in the quiet dawn, he wondered if the boy who truly wanted his mother's hug would ever be able to find his way out of the labyrinth of lies he had just built. The enemy wanted to feed on his heart. To survive, he was learning to feed it to himself, one carefully falsified morsel at a time. The hollow victory left a taste of ashes. Harry moved through the next day like a ghost in his own skin. The successful defiance of the lure should have felt like strength, but it felt like amputation. He had looked at the memory of his mother's love and chosen to see it as a problem to be solved. A part of him, a warm and weeping part, felt locked away in a vault deep within, and he wasn't sure he remembered the combination. Snape observed his silence with clinical detachment. At lunch, he pushed a plate towards Harry. The numbness is a side effect. Your psyche is enforcing the separation you created to survive. It will pass, or it will become a permanent fixture. That is the risk of the path you are on. Does it pass for you? Harry heard himself ask, the question blunt and quiet. Snape's knife stilled over his bread. The silence stretched, thin and sharp. The mechanisms become familiar, he said finally, not looking up. The partitions more easily accessed. The cost becomes the environment. He resumed cutting. Eat. Your magical reserves are still critically low. You cannot afford existential malaise. The afternoon's training was a quiet, brutal affair. In the wounded East Garden, now a bizarre sculpture of petrified bog and savage ivy, Snape had him practice the most delicate earth magic imaginable. Harry's task was to coax a single, tiny white flower, a snowdrop, to grow from a crack in a stone that had been part of the troll's spear. The stone was infused with violent, alien magic, resistant to life. You must convince it, Snape instructed, standing at a distance, his arms folded. Not command, not deceive, persuade. The stone is traumatized. The land here is in pain. Offer it a reason to be gentle. A memory of spring that is stronger than the memory of violence. It was the opposite of the masquerade. This required not falsity, but profound, empathetic truth. Harry knelt, placing his unscarred left hand on the cold, rune-scarred rock. He felt its story, the violent shaping, the rage etched into it, the crushing impact, the absorption of the bog's wild magic. It was a symphony of pain. He closed his eyes, seeking within himself not a fabricated desire, but a real one. What did he have that was gentle? The memory of the soup was now alloyed with strategy. The memory of his mother was locked behind glass. The quiet of the circular room was a tool. Frustration simmered. He pushed, a gentle nudge of will towards growth. The stone remained inert, hostile. You are trying to give it a gift it does not want, Snape's voice drifted over. You must find a need within it that your gift answers. Even poisoned earth wants something. Harry breathed out, letting his focus soften. He stopped pushing a memory onto the stone. Instead, he listened. Through the bond, faint and filtered through the general distress of the garden, he felt the stone's essence. Beneath the rage and trauma, it was, simply, stone. It had existed for millennia in deep, quiet darkness. The violence was new. What it might crave was not a flower, but a return to stillness. To simplicity. He didn't offer spring. He offered a memory of deep, cool, undisturbed earth. A sense of weight, of permanence, of being part of a vast, silent whole. He painted a psychic picture of the stone sinking back into a peaceful bedrock, its traumatic journey over. The resistance in the stone lessened, not much, but a fraction. The hard edges of its magical signature softened. Now, into that slight opening, Harry slipped the idea of the snowdrop. Not as a vibrant symbol of life, but as a tiny, quiet companion in the vast dark. A speck of white in the eternity. A secret. A minute shiver ran through the rock. In the crack, a hint of green, fragile as a breath, appeared. A slender stem pushed up, unfurling two narrow leaves in a single, bell-shaped flower, pure white and trembling. It was the most magic he had ever performed, and it was quieter than a heartbeat. He sat back on his heels, staring at it. A fierce, protective warmth bloomed in his chest, startling in its purity. It was his flower. He had convinced broken stone to make beauty. Adequate, Snape said, but when Harry looked up, He saw the man was looking not at the flower, but at Harry's face, at the unguarded wonder there. Something unreadable flickered in Snape's eyes. You have found a truth that is not a weapon. Remember that too. Not all persuasion is violence. The tiny triumph was a bomb, but it was short-lived. That evening, as Harry traced the silver lines on his palm, the bond delivered a new and terrible report. It began as a wrongness in the water. Prince Manor's fresh water came from a deep, enchanted aquifer, protected by layers of purification charms. As Harry performed his nightly perimeter check, a sentinel echo from the old well in the kitchen courtyard shrieked, a sound of pure, visceral sickness. He ran to the nearest scullery sink and turned the brass tap. Water gushed out, clear and sparkling. He cupped some in his hands, brought it to his face. It smelled fine, but when he touched it with his bond sense, he recoiled. The water was empty, not poisoned in a conventional sense. It was magically inert. All the subtle, life-giving enchantments, the gentle vitality that made the manor's water sustain magical plants and heal minor ills, had been stripped away. It was dead water, and a faint, clinging trace of the same corrosive magic that had rusted the gates lingered in it, like a aftertaste of metal. Snape! His shout echoed through the silent halls. Snape arrived, his wand already lit with a diagnostic charm. He ran the blue light through the stream of water. His face tightened. A siphoning curse. Cast on the source, not the water itself. It is draining the magical properties, not the physical. Clever. They do not need to breach the walls to starve us. Can we fix it? The curse will be woven into the aquifer's magic. Disentangling it will take time. Time we may not have. Snape turned off the tap, his expression grim. This is the sharper hook. They have moved from bait to slow strangulation. They will target the manor's life support systems. The greenhouse is next. The potion stores. They will try to turn our sanctuary into a barren cage. A cold, strategic anger, different from his earlier fear, settled in Harry's gut. This wasn't an attack on his body or his mind. It was an attack on his home's soul. On the simple, sustaining magic of everyday life. We can't let them, Harry said, his voice low. No, Snape agreed. We cannot. But we cannot defend every pipe, every root, every leaf individually. We must find the source of the siphon and sever it. He paced, thinking. The curse has a signature. A thread leading back to the caster. Your bond to the land, you felt the wrongness immediately. Can you feel the direction of the drain? Harry closed his eyes, blocking out the room. He focused on the well's echo of sickness, the hollow emptiness where vibrant magic should be. He followed the feeling, not along pipes, but along the magical ley line of the curse itself. It was a thin, bitter cord, stretching away from the manor, through the earth, towards the forest, Harry said, opening his eyes. Due east, deep in. It's anchored to something living. Something old and sad. A tree, Snape deduced instantly. They have anchored the curse to a heart tree, using its life force to power the siphon. To break it, we must either sever the cord, which they will have protected, or kill the tree. He looked at Harry. You made a flower grow from hateful stone. Could you persuade a tree to reject a parasite? Could he? The tree was not a willing participant. It was a victim, its life force being stolen to starve Harry's home. It would be weak, confused, possibly hostile. I can try, Harry said. We have until our reserves of clean water are exhausted. 2 days, perhaps 3. Snape's gaze was piercing. This will require you to leave the manor's wards. To go into the forest, to the heart of their territory. It is the riskiest move we could make. Harry thought of the dead water, of the greenhouses that might next grow brittle and gray, of the slow, insidious withering of his home. He thought of the tiny, defiant snowdrop. They're poisoning the well, he said. We have to stop them. Snape gave a single, sharp nod. Then we prepare. We go at first light. You will need to be a shadow. And you will need to speak to a tree in a language it can understand, while an army of dark things waits in the shadows. The night was spent in urgent, quiet preparation. Snape brewed potions of shadow walking and scent masking, their fumes making the laboratory feel insubstantial. He unearthed a cloak of woven shadows and disillusionment spells that made Harry's eyes water to look at. Harry's preparation was internal. He practiced holding his occlumency shields while simultaneously extending the delicate, persuasive touch he'd used on the stone. He built a persona for the forest, not a predator, not prey. A part of the landscape. A breeze, a root, a falling leaf. He wrapped his magical signature in layers of botanical silence and geological patience. As the sky lightened to the gray of dirty wool, they stood at the ruined root gate. Snape looked down at him, his face stark in the pre-dawn gloom. Remember, you are not Harry Potter in there. You are the warden. You are the land's answer to a theft. Your magic must be a whisper. Your will must be the turning of the seasons, inevitable, slow, and unstoppable. If we are discovered, you run. You do not fight. You return to the wards. Understood. Understood, Harry whispered, his heart a frantic bird against the cage of his ribs. Snape draped the shadow cloak over him. The world muted, colors leaching away, sounds becoming distant. He felt insubstantial. Then Snape took his arm, and with a twist and a compression that was less violent than apparition but just as unsettling, they were no longer at the gate. They stood under the dense canopy of the forest. The air was thick, cold, and smelled of damp rot and a sharp, metallic tang that was the signature of the enemy's occupation. The normal sounds of life were absent. It was a waiting silence. Harry immediately felt the direction of the siphon. It was a palpable pull here, a constant, draining ache coming from deeper in the woods. He pointed, a slight movement under the cloak. Snape nodded, his own form shimmering with a powerful disillusionment charm. They began to move, soundless as ghosts over the thick carpet of dead leaves. The forest was a graveyard of intent. Harry felt the echoes of recent passage, the scraping of chitinous legs, the press of heavy, bestial feet, the cold, oily residue of dark spells. They passed glades littered with bones, both animal and disturbingly humanoid. The trees themselves seemed to lean away from the central pull of the siphon, their life force being leached away. They traveled for an hour, deeper than Harry had ever been. The drain became a throbbing pain in his magical senses, a headache centered behind his eyes. Finally, they reached a small, circular clearing. In the center stood a massive, ancient oak. But it was a horror. Its once proud trunk was now twisted, its bark split and weeping a viscous, black sap. Its remaining leaves were a sickly, phosphorescent yellow, glowing faintly in the gloom. Wrapped around its trunk, digging into the bark like metallic veins, were pulsating cords of the same violet-gray energy as the siphon curse. The tree was the anchor. And it was dying in agony, its stolen life being funneled away. Around the clearing, stationed at regular intervals, stood 6 silent, hooded figures. They were not creatures. They were wizards. Their wands were drawn, their attention focused outward, guarding the heart of their operation. They looked alert, professional, deadly. Snape's hand tightened on Harry's arm, a warning. This was a guarded ritual site. A direct approach was suicide. Harry's mind raced. He couldn't fight 6 wizards. He couldn't sever the physical cords without being detected. He had to speak to the tree. To convince it to break the connection itself. But how could a tree in such agony hear a whisper of persuasion? He had to share its pain. To make its need his own. A dangerous, desperate plan formed. He tugged Snape's sleeve gently, pointing not at the tree, but at the ground near its roots. He needed to get closer. Much closer. Snape's invisible form radiated disapproval, but after a tense moment, he gave a minute nod. They began a painstaking, circular crawl, using every ounce of stealth, moving inch by inch towards the far side of the clearing, directly behind the line of sight of 2 guards. The drain was a roar here. Harry felt nauseous, lightheaded. The tree's suffering was a constant scream in the language of the bond. When they were as close as they dared, a dozen feet from the massive, weeping trunk, Harry stopped. He looked at where he thought Snape's face was, and gave a slow, deliberate nod. This was his task alone. He closed his eyes, pushing past the nausea, past his own fear. He reached out with his bond sense, not towards the manor, but towards the tormented oak. He didn't send comfort or gentle memories. That would be a mockery. Instead, he did something reckless. He opened a tiny channel in his own occlumency shields and let a sliver of the tree's agony flow into him. It was like touching a live wire made of pure despair. The stolen life, the violation, the creeping death, it flooded him. He bit his lip until he tasted blood to keep from crying out. His body trembled under the cloak. But now, he was not just an observer. He was, in a tiny way, a participant. He shared the tree's language of pain. Into that shared space, he poured a single, powerful image. Not of spring, or peace. He showed the tree what its stolen life was doing. He showed it the dead water in the manor's well. The potential withering of the greenhouses. He showed it the purpose of its suffering, to starve another living place. He made it see that it was not just a victim, but an unwitting weapon. A ripple went through the tree's tortured consciousness. A flicker of understanding beneath the pain. Of anger. Harry pressed, weaving his own will into the shared anguish. He offered it a pact. Reject them. Take back your life. And in doing so, poison their theft. Send back not clean magic, but your pain. Your rage. Your death. It was a dark persuasion. He was asking the tree to turn its own death throes into a weapon. The oak shuddered. The black sap flowed faster. The glowing yellow leaves trembled. On the other side of the clearing, one of the guard wizards shifted, frowning, his wand coming up slightly as he peered at the tree. Harry held his breath, pouring every ounce of his will into the connection. Now. Do it now. With a soundless, psychic wrench that echoed through Harry's soul, the ancient oak made its choice. The violet-gray cords pulsing around its trunk didn't just loosen. They flared, burning with a sudden, violent, black-green fire, the color of rotting wood and deep forest vengeance. The siphon reversed. A wave of corrupted, agonized magic, a tidal wave of the tree's final, furious life force, shot back down the mystical cord, towards the manor's aquifer. In the clearing, the guard wizards shouted in alarm. Spells lit the gloom, searching for the cause. But the tree was already dying, its final act one of spiteful reclamation. The cords fell away, brittle and crumbling. The great oak let out a final, groaning sigh and began to topple. Now. Snape's voice was a hiss in Harry's ear. He grabbed Harry, who was reeling from the psychic backlash and the sudden cessation of the draining pain. As the oak crashed to the forest floor, shaking the earth, and the confused wizards converged on the clearing, Snape twisted on the spot, pulling Harry with him into the disorienting fold of space. They reappeared just inside the manor's wards, back at the root gate. Harry collapsed to his hands and knees, vomiting onto the gravel. This time, it was black-tinged, the physical expulsion of the tree's poisoned anguish. Snape stood over him, breathing heavily, scanning the forest line for pursuit. None came. They had acted too quickly, too strangely. After a moment, Snape hauled Harry up. The well. Check it. Staggering, Harry made his way to the kitchen courtyard. He turned the tap. Water gushed out. He touched it with his bond sense. The magical vitality was back, but it was wrong. It was vibrant, but fierce, wild, tinged with a green-black anger. It was alive, but it was the life of a vengeful forest, not a gentle spring. He had poisoned the well. But he had also saved it. The water would sustain life, but it would be potent, unpredictable. Like him, he looked up at Snape, who was examining the water with a complex series of spells. It is altered, Snape concluded. But the siphon is broken. The crisis is averted. He looked at Harry, his expression unreadable. You turned their weapon back on them. You gave a tree a reason for murder. That is a dark kind of magic, Potter. Harry stared at the furious, living water flowing over his fingers. He felt exhausted, stained, and fiercely alive. It worked, he said, his voice raw. Yes, Snape agreed quietly. It worked. But you have tasted a new kind of power. The power of corrupting a victim's sacrifice. Remember the cost. The tree is dead, and you have filled our well with its dying curse. He turned off the tap. The sudden silence was heavy. Harry looked at his reflection in the water droplets on the brass. His eyes looked older, haunted. He had saved his home. But he had done it by speaking the language of poisoned things. The enemy had tried to starve them. He had answered by giving their sustenance a bite. The siege continued, but the rules had changed once more. They were no longer just defending. They were learning to fight fire with a fire that burned black and green. The water from the tap did not simply flow, it spat, as if resentful of the confinement of pipes. In a ceramic bowl, it swirled with a faint, green-black luminescence, like the sheen on a beetle's back. Harry stared into it, seeing not his reflection, but the phantom twist of roots and the final, shuddering fall of the great oak. The water tasted of iron and bitter almonds, of deep soil and a shocking, clarifying anger. It was not poison, but it was judgment. Snape spent the morning bottling the altered water into separate, heavily warded containers. The magical properties are hyper-potent and unstable, he diagnosed, his voice clipped. Useful for certain aggressive potions, useless for nurturing magical herbs or for prolonged human consumption. We have averted starvation, but we have traded a steady diet for a cache of volatile explosives. A strategic draw, at best. The draw felt like a defeat etched into Harry's bones. The tree's final, vengeful scream still echoed in the quiet spaces of his mind. He had shared its agony, then weaponized it. The bond with the manor, which had always hummed with a protective, if sometimes somber, energy, now carried a new, discordant thread, a strand of foreign, dying rage that had been woven into its fabric through the water seeping into the stones. He felt different. The careful partitions of his occlumency felt stained at the edges. When he reached for the library's calm echo, he sometimes caught the acidic aftertaste of forest betrayal. His magic, when he tested a simple lumos in his palm, the first wandless light he'd managed, a cool, silver flame flickered with hints of that same green-black anger before settling into pure white. The corruption is integrating, Snape observed, watching the light show. You have introduced a foreign magical temperament into your core via the bond. It will take time to fully assimilate or purge. In the meantime, your emotional and magical responses may be unpredictable. Unpredictable. The word was a cold stone in Harry's gut. Control was everything. Without it, he was a danger to the very place he was meant to protect. Snape, however, seemed to view this development not with alarm, but with a renewed, intense focus. The enemy attempted to drain us. You turned their drain into a feedback loop of toxic energy. They will not make the same mistake twice. Their next move will be to attack the controller of the system. You. Not through your empathy, but through this new volatility they have helped create. He began a new, ruthless regimen. In the atrium, he no longer had Harry practice on dummies. He conjured intricate, fragile sculptures of glass and light, beautiful, complex things. Harry's task was to use his flipendo not to shatter them, but to move them from one pedestal to another without a single crack. It was an exercise in impossible precision. His magic, tainted with the oak's rage, wanted to smash. It took every ounce of his will to force it to be gentle. More than once, a sculpture would explode into a million glittering shards, the backlash of his own frustrated magic stinging his skin. The tree's anger is a color on your palette now, Snape would say, voice cold as the glass dust on the floor. You do not have the luxury of rejecting it. You must learn to paint with it. To use its fierceness to sharpen your edge, not to shatter your tools. The true test came in the wounded East Garden. The snowdrop he had coaxed from the hateful stone was now surrounded by a sickly, aggressive spread of moss that glowed with the same green-black tinge as the water. The land, infected by the returned curse, was expressing its trauma. Heal it, Snape commanded. Heal the corruption I caused. Harry asked, appalled. No. Heal the land's reaction to it. The moss is not the corruption. It is a symptom. A fever. You must convince the earth to fight the infection with its own immune system, not with borrowed rage. Harry knelt before the spreading moss. He touched the soil. It felt hot, febrile. He reached for the bond, but it was like listening to a radio station jammed with static, the manor's pain, the oak's anger, his own guilt, all screaming at once. He closed his eyes, seeking the quiet core beneath the noise. It was harder to find. The partitions were stained, but he remembered the feeling of persuading the stone, the deep, quiet truth of offering stillness. That truth was still there, beneath the new layers of anger. He pushed past the feverish heat of the soil, past the angry pulse of the moss. He sought the deeper memory of this patch of earth. Before the troll, before the wild magic, before the manor. He found a faint, fading echo of simple, sun-warmed dirt where meadow grass had once grown. He didn't try to give it strength or fight the moss. He showed it the memory of the grass. The feel of the sun. The simple, uncomplicated purpose of growth. He offered it a return to that simplicity, not as a rejection of what had happened, but as a choice for a different future. Slowly, the heated anger in the soil began to cool. The aggressive spread of the moss halted. It didn't die back, but it stopped. Advancing. In a tiny circle around his fingers, the moss's green-black luminescence dimmed, reverting to a normal, soft green. It was a minute victory, a few square inches reclaimed. But it was healing, not poisoning. He sat back, drenched in sweat, but with a clean exhaustion he hadn't felt since before the tree. Snape nodded, once. You are learning to separate the weapon from the wound. That is essential. But the enemy was not idle. That evening, as Harry drank a carefully filtered cup of water, still tasting of iron, but less of almonds, the attack came. Not on the walls, not on their resources. On the memory. It began with the photograph. Harry was looking at it, as he did every night, seeking the uncomplicated love in Lily's face. Tonight, the image flickered. For a fraction of a second, her laughing smile twisted into a rictus of terror, her green eyes widening in silent horror before snapping back to normal. Harry jerked, almost dropping the frame. He stared, his heart pounding. The loop continued, her normal, joyful laugh. Had he imagined it? Then the whispers in the stones changed. Lina Prince's clear, guiding voice fractured, mixing with another, a cold, hissing whisper that sounded like dry leaves and parsing scales. Foolish child, playing with graves, your mother sees, she sees what you are becoming. He clutched his head. Stop. A little murderer of trees, a poisoner of wells, do you think she would hug you now? She would flee. No. The shout was torn from him. He threw the photograph onto the bed, backing away from it. The door burst open. Snape took in the scene, Harry wild-eyed, the photograph on the coverlet, the oppressive, hostile magic thickening the air. He didn't ask questions. His wand slashed through the air, and he began chanting in that same ancient, harsh language he'd used against the golem sprite. The words were like blows, striking at the invasive presence. The hissing whispers rose to a shriek, then were cut off as if by a guillotine. The air in the room cleared, returning to its normal, faintly dusty quiet. Harry was trembling, pointing at the photograph. Her face changed. The stones, they said. A psychic probe, Snape said, his own breathing slightly rapid. They have shifted tactics again. They are attacking your anchors. Your mother's memory. Your connection to the house's benign guidance. He picked up the photograph, examining it with a series of delicate diagnostic charms. The image is clean. The attack was purely mental, using your own love and guilt as conduits. They are trying to turn your pillars of strength into weapons of self-doubt. He handed the frame back to Harry. This is a more dangerous assault than trolls. You cannot fight this with force of will alone. You must fortify the memories themselves. How? By layering them with truth they cannot distort, Snape said. The memory of your mother in this picture is a passive ghost. You must give it active defense. You must associate it with an echo so powerful and positive that their corruption cannot gain a foothold. He led Harry, still shaking, to the library. He went not to the books on wards, but to a small, locked cabinet. He opened it with a touch and a whispered word. Inside were not books, but objects. A dried flower pressed between glass. A simple, wooden hairpin. A scribbled note on a bit of parchment. Snape picked up the note, his face unreadable. He handed it to Harry. It was the same note he'd found in Guardian Arts. For S. True protection begins inward, LP. This is a piece of her will, Snape said, his voice unusually quiet. Her intention. It is not just a memory, it is an artifact of her magic. Touch it. Feel the echo within it. Not the image of her, but the shape of her mind. Her clarity. Her fierce kindness. Harry took the note. The parchment was fragile. He closed his eyes, reaching not for an emotional echo from the house, but for the residue in the object itself. He felt it, a crisp, bright, determined intelligence. A stubborn, loving strength. It was like a clear, sharp bell compared to the muddy whispers of the stones. Anchor this feeling to your memory of her face, Snape instructed. Weave the two together, so that when you think of her, you feel not just a silent picture, but this active, protective will. Make her memory a fortress, not a portrait. Harry sat with the note in one hand, the photograph in the other. He looked at her laughing face, and instead of just feeling loss, he poured the feeling from the note into the image. He imagined that laugh as an act of defiance. That smile as a shield. He fused the passive memory with the active will. It was hard, delicate work. But slowly, the image in his mind's eye changed. It was no longer a silent loop of joy. It was a moment of powerful, loving intention. The photograph on the bed seemed to grow steadier, its magic more resilient. They will try again, Snape said, watching him. Now that they have found this vulnerability, they will exploit it. You must do this for every positive memory you rely on. For the soup. For the quiet of the circular room. You must turn them into citadels. The next 2 days were a grueling process of psychic fortification. Harry revisited every good memory he had, layering them with protective associations. The taste of the soup linked to the feeling of Snape's cloak around his shoulders, safety, not just warmth. The silence of the circular room linked to the steady, unyielding weave of the family tapestry, legacy, not just emptiness. It was exhausting, but it worked. The next time the hissing whisper tried to slip into his mind, twisting the memory of his mother, it met not passive grief, but a wall of fierce, loving will that repelled it with a psychic snap. The enemy's frustration was palpable. The forest's silence grew thunderous with impotent rage. On the third night, they changed tactics once more. Harry was woken by the bond screaming again, but this time, not in pain or violation. In recognition. He ran to the window. There, on the manicured lawn just inside the wards, stood a single figure. Not a creature. Not a hooded wizard. It was a man. Tall, ragged, with long, matted hair and a beard, dressed in the remains of prison robes. He stood staring at the manor with a look of desperate, yearning agony. And from him, through the bond, pulsed a magical signature that was horrifyingly, intimately familiar. It was a sickly, twisted echo of the pure, fierce love that protected Harry. A corrupted version of the same blood magic that had saved him as a baby. The man raised a trembling hand towards the house, and his voice, broken and raw, carried on the still night air. "Harry, my son, please, I've come home." The word, son, hung in the air like a rotten fruit, sweet with poison. It struck Harry with a physical force, rooting him to the spot by the window. The man on the lawn wept, his shoulders shaking with silent, ragged sobs, the picture of broken, paternal longing. The magical signature radiating from him was a sickening violin out of tune with the orchestra of Harry's blood. It was a mockery of the protection that lived in his scar, a scab picked off an old wound and offered as a heart. Harry's own heart did a frantic, confused drumroll against his ribs. A part of him, the 6-year-old from the cupboard who had stared at his mother's photograph, ached. It was a deep, hollow ache he hadn't even known was there. A father. His father. But the bond screamed. The manor's stones, steeped in the sacrificed memory of Lily's love, recoiled from the signature. The sentinel echoes didn't blare alarm, they wailed in dissonant horror. This wasn't just an enemy. This was a blasphemy. Before Harry could move, think, or breathe, Snape was there. He didn't come from the door. He seemed to materialize from the shadows of the room itself, a hand clamping down on Harry's shoulder, fingers biting deep. "Do not speak," Snape hissed, his voice a blade of dry ice. "Do not move. Do not even think a welcoming thought." He stared down at the weeping figure, his face a mask of such pure, undiluted hatred that Harry flinched. It wasn't the familiar, bitter anger Snape usually carried. This was a black, killing frost. "They have outdone themselves," Snape whispered, more to himself than to Harry. "A mimicry. A soul shard puppeteer. They have taken a fragment of a dying man's memory, a prisoner, most likely, and woven it with a perverse approximation of the paternal blood resonance. A tailor-made trap." On the lawn, the man, the mimicry, took a stumbling step forward, its face a masterpiece of hesitant hope. "I escaped. It took so long. All I could think of was you, Harry. My boy." Its voice broke on the last word, perfectly calibrated to shatter a child's resolve. The bond writhed in Harry's chest. The love from his mother's note, the fortified memory, flared like a shield, repelled by the false signal. But the childish ache remained, a weak point. "What do we do?" Harry's voice was a thin thread. "We exterminate it," Snape said flatly. "But it is a psychic landmine. Its purpose is not to fight, but to be embraced. If you acknowledge it, accept it, even with a shred of genuine hope, the shard will bind to your magical core and begin devouring your identity from the inside, feeding everything you are back to its masters." He finally looked at Harry, his black eyes terrifyingly intent. "You must reject it, utterly. Not with violence. With truth. You must look at that thing, and see the hollow puppet it is. And you must make the manor see it." He turned and strode from the room. "Follow. To the entrance hall. Do not look at it as we pass the windows." Hard hammering, Harry followed, keeping his eyes fixed on the back of Snape's black robes. The weeping pleas from outside followed them, seeping through the stone. "Please, just let me see you, I'm so cold." In the entrance hall, Snape didn't head for the door. He went to the massive hearth. He threw a pinch of powder into the cold ashes and muttered, "Prince Manor. Warden's authority. Override sentience protocol." The fireplace didn't roar to life. Instead, the entire hearth shimmered, the stone morphing into a vast, smooth pane that reflected not the room, but the view from the front of the manor, a magical security mirror. The mimicry was in the center, now on its knees, hands outstretched. "Look," Snape commanded. Harry forced himself to look at the reflection. The man was pitiable. Every line on his face spoke of years of suffering. The magic around him pulsed with that distorted, paternal call. "Feel the bond," Snape said, his voice a relentless drill. "Do not listen to your heart. Listen to the stones. What are they telling you?" Harry closed his eyes, turning inward. He let the pleas wash over him, but focused past them, down into the deep hum of the manor. The stones were not fooled. Their song was one of outrage and revulsion. They felt the violation of the crafted signature, the theft of a sacred shape, fatherhood for a vile purpose. They sang of the prisoner whose dying memory had been raped to create this facade, a faint, secondary scream beneath the main performance. "It's a lie," Harry murmured, opening his eyes. The pity in his chest was still there, but it was now layered with a new, cold fury. "It's made from someone else's pain, to steal mine." "Exactly," Snape said. "Now, you must project that understanding. Not to the mimicry. To the land. You must align the manor's perception with yours and then, give it a target. You must define the thing as unwelcome not just to you, but to the very soil it stands on." On the lawn, the mimicry stood, its expression shifting from hope to a sorrowful confusion. "Can't you hear me, son? It's me, it's James." The name was the final, masterful stroke. Harry felt the word like a physical blow. But it also snapped the last fragile thread of doubt. His father was an arrogant show-off, Snape said. A memory of laughter in a photograph. This weeping, broken specter was the opposite. It was a lie built from a child's generic longing, not from truth. "James Potter died facing his enemy," Harry said, his voice hardening. "He didn't crawl back weeping." Snape's eyebrow twitched, the only sign of approval. "Now, the land." Harry turned from the mirror and placed both hands on the cold flagstones of the entrance hall floor. He didn't just reach for the bond, he poured his new, cold clarity into it. He showed the manor what he saw: the puppet, the stolen pain, the poisonous signature. He defined it not as a threat to be fought, but as a stain to be cleansed. An impurity. He gave the land a single, focused desire: purity. The manor's magic, still thrumming with the angry, living vengeance of the oak-tainted water, reacted instantly. It didn't need a spell. It had a purpose. Outside, the ground beneath the mimicry's feet did not open. It rejected. The manicured grass, the rich soil, all the way down to the bedrock, simply declared the thing an alien substance. The mimicry's weeping stopped. It looked down, confused. Its feet began to sink, not into mud, but as if the earth was becoming solid iron beneath it, pushing it out. A low, harmonic hum rose from the ground, a note of absolute, geological denial. The puppet's face twisted. The sorrow melted away, replaced by a vacant, jerking panic. It tried to step back, but its feet were held fast, encased in stone that was not gripping, but expelling. It shrieked, but the sound was wrong, not a human cry, but the tearing of cheap fabric and the crackle of discharging, dark magic. It began to unravel. From the feet up, the illusion dissolved into wisps of gray smoke and sputtering, violet sparks. The stolen magical signature popped like a soap bubble. For a second, the gaunt, terrified face of an unknown, dying prisoner flickered in the smoke, then vanished with a sigh of relief. The last thing to disappear were the echoing, false words: "My son." Then there was nothing. Just a small, scorched patch on the lawn where the grass was bleached white. Harry slumped, his energy spent. The cold fury bled away, leaving him shaking. Snape let out a long, controlled breath. A clean excision. You used the land's own nature as a filter. Intelligent. He looked at Harry. The emotional cost. Harry considered. The childish ache was still there, but it was smaller now, acknowledged. He had wanted a father. He had been offered a grotesque parody. He had chosen the bitter truth over the beautiful lie. It hurt, but it was a clean hurt. "I'm all right," he said, and for the first time, it felt mostly true. "Good. They have played their most delicate card. They have attempted to corrupt your deepest emotional need and have failed. Their frustration will now curdle into something less subtle. Expect a final, overwhelming assault. They have learned everything they can. Now they will try to simply smash the puzzle they cannot solve." He put a hand on Harry's back, a brief, impersonal pressure, and steered him away from the window. Rest. The final battle is not about tricks or traps. It will be about endurance. Your will against theirs. The Manor's ancient strength against their concentrated hatred. And you, Potter, must be the unbreakable keystone. As Harry climbed the stairs, the Manor's song felt different. It was no longer just protective, or angry, or even vengeful. It felt aligned. His clarity had become its clarity. His definition of unwelcome was now law within its borders. He entered his room. The photograph of his mother sat on the table. He picked it up. Lily Potter laughed her silent, defiant laugh. He thought of the false James, weeping on the lawn. I have a father, Harry said to the picture, his voice quiet but firm in the empty room. He's bitter, and complicated, and he's teaching me how to survive. That's enough. He placed the frame back down. Outside, the forest was silent, but the pressure had changed. The waiting was over. The enemy had thrown their deepest hooks and found no purchase. All that was left was the hammer. And as Harry lay in the dark, the silver scar on his palm warm against his chest, he knew the hammer would fall soon. He was no longer just a boy to be protected. He was the warden, the filter, the living will of Prince Manor. And he was ready. Sleep, when it came, was not an escape. It was a descent into the deep places of the earth. Harry dreamed not in images, but in sensations, the immense, patient pressure of bedrock, the slow, cold flow of groundwater through limestone veins, the silent, century-long growth of a tree's root cracking stone. He was the land, and the land was dreaming of the coming storm. He woke with the dawn, but the light felt different. It didn't just illuminate his room, it seemed to vibrate within the stones, a low, golden hum that resonated in his teeth. His magical core, so long feeling drained and stained, now felt different. Not fuller, but denser. As if the ordeal with the mimicry and the constant strain had collapsed his magic into a harder, more concentrated form. The green-black taint of the oak's vengeance was still there, but it was no longer a separate stain. It was a dark vein in the ore. Snape was waiting for him in the kitchen, but there was no food prepared. He held a simple, wooden cup filled with the shimmering, angry water from the poisoned well. Drink. Harry took it, his fingers brushing Snape's. The man's skin was cold. He drank. The water was fierce, shocking on his tongue, a bolt of clear, furious energy that shot through him, sharpening his senses until the grain of the wooden table seemed etched with impossible clarity. Your magical metabolism has adapted, Snape said, watching him. Your body now processes ambient magic, and the enhanced properties of this water, with greater efficiency. The core that remains is more resilient. This is the final stage of your foundation. From this point, we build the weapon. He led Harry not to the atrium, or the garden, but down, deep into the belly of the manor, to a place Harry had never seen. It was a vast, natural cavern beneath the foundations, its ceiling lost in darkness, its walls glowing with embedded crystals that pulsed with a soft, interior light. In the center of the cavern lay a still, black pool, its surface perfectly smooth, reflecting nothing. The air was cool and smelled of ozone and deep earth. The heartspring, Snape intoned, his voice echoing in the immense space. The literal wellspring of the manor's magic. The aquifer you saved feeds it. The land's consciousness dwells here. It is the core of your bond. Harry could feel it. The connection here was not a hum, it was a roar, a silent, subterranean torrent of power. It was terrifying and magnificent. Your previous exercises were about persuasion. About asking. The final enemy will not be swayed by requests. Snape turned. To him, his face severe in the crystal light. You must learn to command. Not as a tyrant, but as a general to his own army. Your will must become the will of this place, instantly and absolutely. He gestured to the black pool. The water is not water. It is liquid potential. Concentrated magical essence. Your task is to shape it. Start with the simplest form, a sphere. Hold the image in your mind, and demand the spring give it form. Harry approached the pool's edge. His reflection in the obsidian surface was a pale, serious smudge. He pushed aside the awe, the fear. He found the quiet, hard center of himself, the warden, not the boy. He pictured a perfect sphere, smooth and solid. He then turned to the roaring power of the heartspring. He did not ask. He did not persuade. He declared. In his mind, the order was a single, clear note, B. The surface of the pool shuddered. A tendril of the black substance rose, coiling like smoke, but denser. It struggled, resisting the imposition of form. Harry felt the strain immediately, a mental tug-of-war against the raw, chaotic power of the spring. He gritted his teeth, holding the image of the sphere with desperate focus. The tendril thickened, began to condense, to curve. For a moment, a wobbly, lopsided ball of black liquid hovered in the air. Then Harry's focus slipped, and it collapsed back into the pool with a soundless splash that sent invisible ripples through the magic in the air. He staggered back, panting, his head pounding. Again, Snape said, unmoved. You are not shaping clay. You are imposing order upon chaos. Your will is the mold. It must be harder than what it contains. The day blurred into a cycle of colossal effort and repeated failure. Each attempt left him more drained, his headache a constant companion. But slowly, incrementally, he improved. The spheres held their shape for seconds longer. They became slightly more symmetrical. The strain did not lessen, but his capacity to endure it grew. During a brief rest, hunched over and breathing hard, Harry managed to ask, why this? Why not just more powerful spells? Snape, who was examining a pulsating crystal on the wall, didn't look at him. Because any spell can be countered. Any specific magic can be shielded against. What they are throwing at us is a hydra, cut off one head, two grow. The only way to defeat such an enemy is not to cut off heads, but to burn the ground it walks on. You are learning to command the ground itself. When they come, you will not fight their army. You will deny them the battlefield. By the evening, Harry could sustain a smooth, fist-sized sphere of the Heartspring's essence for a full minute. When he finally released it, letting it melt back into the pool, he didn't collapse. He stood, swaying but upright, feeling a new, grim satisfaction. Adequate for a first day, Snape conceded. Tomorrow, you will learn to shape edges. Then motion. Then complexity. The next day was edges. A simple blade shape. It was infinitely harder than a sphere. The spring's essence fought the sharpness, wanting to bleed back into formlessness. Harry's head felt like it was in a vice. But by dusk, a jagged, shimmering black shard hung in the air for several seconds before dissolving. The day after that was motion. Making the sphere orbit his body. It was less about raw force and more about sustained, multi-directional will. It felt like juggling with his mind, while the juggling balls actively fought him. Through it all, the silence from the forest deepened, grew heavier. It was no longer a waiting silence. It was a drawing in of breath before a scream. The sentinel echoes at the borders didn't just alert, they trembled, reporting a vast, slow coalescence of power. The enemy was gathering their strength for a single, apocalyptic push. On the fourth day in the cavern, Snape did not have him shape the spring. He stood before Harry, his expression graver than ever. They are ready, he said simply. We have hours, perhaps a day. There is no time for complexity. You must learn one final, simple command. The most important one. He pointed to the black pool. You have shaped its substance. Now you must command its nature. You must tell it to repel. Not to form a wall, but to become a concept. This place is mine. You are not allowed. You must imbue the very magic of the manor with the same absolute denial you used on the mimicry, but magnified 1,000-fold. You must make the land itself hate them. He called it the Edict of Exclusion. It was not a spell, but a foundational order, a magical law laid upon the territory. You will fail the first times, Snape warned. The effort may shatter your mind. But you must succeed once. Once is all we will have. Harry stood before the Heartspring, the roar of its power a physical pressure. He wasn't just tired, he was soul-weary. The thought of this final, impossible task was a mountain he couldn't climb. I can't, he whispered, the admission dragged from him. You can, Snape said, and for the first time, there was no sarcasm, no coldness in his voice. Only absolute certainty. Because you must. There is no one else. The manor has waited 1,000 years for a warden who is not just a custodian, but a sword. You are that sword. Now, forge yourself. The words ignited something in Harry's chest, not warmth, but a white-hot spark of defiance. He thought of the cupboard. Of the Dursleys' indifference. Of the laughing photograph. Of Snape's sacrificed memory. Of the poisoned well, the dying oak, the weeping puppet. They had taken so much. They would not take this. He turned to the spring. He didn't just find the warden within. He became it. He drew up every slight, every loss, every moment of fear, and he did not let them weaken him. He let them harden him. They became the fuel for his will. He looked into the black, chaotic essence of his home and did not ask for its help. He showed it his truth. He showed it the coming horde. He showed it the defilement they promised. And then, with every fiber of his being, he issued the command. It was not a word. It was a state of being, projected into the roaring magic. This is ours. They are not welcome. Let the land know its enemy. For a second, nothing happened. The strain was astronomical. Harry felt a capillary burst in his eye, a hot trickle of blood from his nose. He felt his knees buckle, but he locked them. Then, the heartspring shuddered. The entire cavern trembled. The black pool didn't rise up, it flared with a sudden, deep, amber light, like the heart of a volcano. The light shot through the connecting channels in the stone, up into the manor's foundations, out into the soil, the trees, the very air. Above them, in the world of light, every ward on Prince Manor didn't just glow, they ignited. The air within the boundaries hummed with a new, fierce frequency. The grass blades stood straighter. The stones of the wall seemed to clench. The land itself woke up, not with sentience, but with a directed, predatory hostility. The edict was laid. Harry collapsed. Snape caught him before he hit the stone floor. He was barely conscious, his vision swimming, blood smearing his face. But through the bond, he felt it, the entire estate had become a coiled fist. A sleeping dragon had opened one eye, and it was a cold, hostile yellow. Snape lowered him gently to the ground, propping him against a crystal pillar. He took a potion vial from his robes, uncorked it, and tipped the contents, a swirling, silver liquid, into Harry's mouth. It was like drinking moonlight and steel. Strength, cold and sharp, flowed back into his limbs. "You have done it," Snape said, his voice low with something that might have been awe. "The edict is in place. They will feel it the moment they cross the boundary. It will not stop them. But it will make every step a battle. It will turn the air to lead and the earth to fire for them." He helped Harry to his feet. Now, the final preparation. Come. They did not return to the main house. Snape led him to a small, hidden armory off the cavern, a room lined not with swords, but with focuses, crystal orbs, staves of strange wood, rings of twisted metal. He ignored them all and went to a simple stone plinth. On it lay two objects. The first was a wand. 11 inches, holly, with a faint, familiar warmth. Harry's wand. The one he'd never known he had. "It was taken from your parents' house for safekeeping," Snape said, his voice oddly neutral. "It chose you as a babe. It is time you were reunited." Harry picked it up. A jolt of warmth, like shaking hands with an old friend, shot up his arm. The magic within him sighed, settling around the wand like a key in a lock. The second object was a dagger. It was not ornate. The blade was a single piece of dark, smoky obsidian, honed to a lethal edge. The hilt was wrapped in worn, blood-brown leather. It looked brutally functional, ancient, and thirsty. "This is not for casting," Snape said, lifting the dagger. "This is the spirit sever. A prince heirloom. It does not cut flesh. It severs magical connections, soul shards, and parasitic enchantments. If one of their commanders, a true lieutenant of Riddle, steps onto these grounds, this is what you must use. The edict will weaken it. Your magic will harry it. This blade will end it." He held it out, hilt first. "Do not think of it as a knife. Think of it as a surgeon's scalpel. Your target will be the tether that binds the lieutenant to its master. Cut that, and you cut the head from the Hydra." Harry took the dagger. It was cold, and heavier than it looked. It felt like holding a sliver of absolute zero. "Where will you be?" Harry asked, looking from the wand to the dagger, feeling the immense, hostile hum of the edict-filled manor around him. Snape met his gaze. "I will be holding the line. I will be dealing with the army. Your task is the lieutenant. The source of their coordination. Find it. Isolate it. Sever it." He placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. "The manor is the body. You are the will. I am the sword arm. We are one weapon now. Remember that." He turned and walked towards the cavern exit, his black robes merging with the shadows. "Rest. Hold your wand. Feel the edict. When they come, you will know. And you will be ready." Alone in the crystal-lit cavern, Harry sat with his back against the cool stone. In one hand, the warm holly wand, a promise of his past. In the other, the cold obsidian dagger, a demand of his future. Above him, Through stone and soil, his edict hummed, a song of terrifying, possessive power. The forge was complete. The weapon was made. All that remained was the war. The edict did not sleep. It thrummed. It was a living vibration in the flagstones, a taste of ozone and hot iron on the back of the tongue, a pressure behind the eyes that was not headache but awareness. Harry sat in the cavern, the holly wand warm against his leg, the obsidian dagger cold in his lap. He could feel the manor's transformed state like a second skin. Every root tip pushing through soil, every rustle of a leaf in the greenhouse, every settling groan of ancient timber, it was all part of a single, watchful organism, and he was its nerve center. He didn't try to rest. He tuned himself to the new frequency. He felt the sentinel echoes, now sharp as scalpels, reporting nothing but the intense, focused hostility of their own territory. The forest beyond was a wall of silent malice, but the edict made the boundary between them feel not like a line, but like a cliff edge. A precipice of no. Snape was a ghost in the upper halls, preparing final defenses. Harry could feel his movements, a swift, purposeful chill amid the manor's hot vigilance. He was setting traps, laying potion-based mines at key weak points, weaving last-minute knots of dark magic that felt like tripwires made of lightning. Hours trickled by. The tension was a physical weight, compressing the air. Then, as the last gray light of dusk bled from the world above, the forest moved. It wasn't a charge. It was an unfolding. The tree line at the eastern border, already darkened by blight and shadow, simply dissolved. The trees didn't fall. They were pushed aside, consumed, by a rising tide of presence. It was as if the forest floor itself was surging forward, a wave of chitin, fir, scale, and rotting wood given purpose. There were no individual roars or shrieks this time. There was a single, vast, grinding sound, like a continent of teeth gnashing. The enemy had come. Not to probe, but to erase. The edict reacted before Harry could think. The land's magic, now imbued with his imperative of exclusion, rejected. The first wave of creatures, a front line of misshapen, troll-like beings with stone for skin, hit the invisible boundary. They did not bounce off a ward. They were attacked by the air itself. The very atmosphere within the edict's domain solidified into a crushing, hostile force. Stone trolls stumbled as if wading through molten lead. The grass beneath their feet writhed, blades hardening into needle-sharp wire that stabbed upwards through rock-like flesh. The air grew thick with a psychic scream of unwelcome that hammered at simple minds. Several of the frontline creatures simply froze, then turned on each other in confused, panicked rage. But the tide was immense. For every creature slowed or broken, 10 more pushed forward, their own dark magic clashing against the edict's field, creating sprays of sickly green and violent amber light. The boundary held, but it strained. Harry felt each impact as a shudder through his bones, a scrape against his will. It was like being at the center of a bell that was being struck by 100 hammers. From his vantage in the cavern, linked to the heartspring, he could see it all in his mind's eye, a panoramic, terrifying view of the siege. The manor was an island of furious gold light in a sea of seething, violent darkness. Then, the lieutenants appeared. They didn't walk out of the forest. They manifested at the edges of the chaos, 3 points of concentrated cold in the hot tumult. They were humanoid, clad in tattered, aristocratic robes that might have been fine centuries ago. Their faces were obscured by masks of polished, white bone, not skulls, but smooth, expressionless ovals that reflected the magical firelight in distorted ways. From each, a thick, black cord of magical energy pulsed, connecting them back into the depths of the forest, to a single, pulsing source of hunger that made Harry's scar burn with glacial fire. Voldemort's will. These were his hands. His focus. One lifted a bone-white wand. A jet of emerald light, not the sickly green of the creatures, but the cold, killing green of the killing curse, lanced towards the manor. It struck the edict field. The field didn't shatter, but it dimpled, the area of impact screaming in Harry's mind as the absolute evil of the spell fought against the land's absolute denial. The curse failed, dissipating, but the point of impact remained weakened, throbbing. Snape struck. From an upper window, a column of black fire, shot through with arcane silver runes, erupted. It didn't target the lieutenant, but the ground around him. The earth erupted in a geyser of superheated stone and anti-magical force. The lieutenant was thrown back, its mask cracking, a hiss of rage escaping it. But there were 3. The second lieutenant pointed a finger, not a wand. The temperature at the western wall plummeted. Frost raced up the stones, not water ice, but a crystalline, magical frost that sought to freeze and shatter the enchantments within. The stones cried out in Harry's mind, a sound of brittle, aching cold. The third simply began to walk forward. Where it stepped, the edict's hostility faltered. The grass didn't attack, the air didn't thicken. It carried a sphere of nullification around it, a bubble of terrible, quiet authority. It was walking straight for the main doors, its blank mask fixed on the heart of the house. The scalpel. Snape's words echoed in Harry's head. Your task as the lieutenant. This was the one, the nullifier. The one who could walk through their defenses. He had to sever its tether. Harry stood, sheathing the obsidian dagger at his belt, gripping his holly wand. He didn't take the stairs. He placed a hand on the cavern wall and thought himself upward, following a ley line of the manor's own power. The stone seemed to part for him, a temporary, willing pathway opening through the foundations. In seconds, he emerged into the grand entrance hall, just as the immense, oak front doors began to shudder under a silent, immense pressure. Snape was a floor above, dual flashing with the first lieutenant, his spells a complex, deadly tapestry holding the curse caster at bay. The cold from the west wall was spreading. Harry could see rime forming on the inside of the windows. The main doors groaned. A crack appeared in the ancient wood. Harry faced the door, his wand raised. He didn't cast. He amplified. He pulled on the Heartspring's power, not to shape it, but to feed it into the edict at this specific point. He poured his will into the doors, into the stones of the archway, into the very concept of threshold. You are not welcome. The words were magic. The doors stopped groaning. The crack sealed itself with a sound like a closing fist. For a moment, the nullification bubble outside met an equal and opposite force, a concentration of the edict so dense it became a wall of pure negation. Then, with a soundless pop, the bubble burst. The third lieutenant stood revealed on the doorstep, its mask tilting slightly, as if surprised. The full force of the hostile land slammed into it. It staggered, a hiss escaping it. The black tether connecting it to its master flickered. Now, Harry didn't go out the door. He went through the wall. Not by phasing, but by asking the stones to let him pass. They did, for a heartbeat, and he stepped out onto the gravel drive, facing the lieutenant. Up close, it was worse. The bone mask was not a covering. It was its face. Empty eye sockets held pinpricks of crimson light. Its robes smelled of tomb dust and bitter almonds. The black tether was a visible umbilicus of pure spite, pulsing from its back into the distant forest. It saw him. The crimson points fixed on Harry's scar. A voice, dry as a dead leaf crushed underfoot, spoke directly into his mind. The little keeper. The scar. We have come for our own. It raised a hand. No wand. Its fingers were long, bone-white twigs. The air around Harry tightened, trying to impose a nullification field on him, to sever his connection to the land. Harry didn't fight the field. He dropped his wand. He drew the obsidian dagger. The lieutenant's attention flickered to the blade. A ripple of recognition, then contempt, went through it. It was a tool of magical severance. In a field that negated magic, it was useless. But Harry wasn't using magic. He was using the edict. He didn't attack the lieutenant. He attacked the ground between them. With a wrench of will, he commanded the gravel to reject the nullification, to assert the land's own furious nature. The gravel at the lieutenant's feet didn't rise up. It turned to liquid fire, not real flame, but magical essence ignited by the edict's hostility. The lieutenant shrieked, a sound of actual pain, and leapt back. Its concentration broke. The nullification field around Harry vanished. Harry moved. He wasn't fast, but he was direct. He charged the few feet between them, the dagger held low. The lieutenant swiped at him with those bone-twig fingers. Harry didn't try to block. He twisted, letting the talons rake across his shoulder, searing cold pain erupting. He ignored it. He saw the black tether, now vibrating with agitation, anchored between the lieutenant's shoulder blades. He didn't stab the creature. He plunged the obsidian dagger into the tether itself. The effect was instantaneous and catastrophic. The dagger didn't cut. It unmade. The black cord of connection dissolved into screaming, fragmented energy. The lieutenant's shriek cut off abruptly. It didn't fall. It unraveled, collapsing into a pile of bone dust, rotten cloth, and a final, dissipating wisp of stolen will. A wave of feedback, icy and vicious, shot back along the severed connection. Harry felt it slam into the distant, pulsing source in the forest. A distant, silent roar of fury vibrated through the magical plane, shaking the leaves on every tree. One lieutenant was gone, but the cost was immediate. The focus required to break the nullification and make the strike had drained him. The wound on his shoulder was bleeding a strange, silver-flecked blood. And the other two lieutenants had felt their brother's death. The one dueling Snape broke off, turning its cracked mask towards Harry. The cold caster at the west wall abandoned its task, frost receding as it began to stride around the side of the manor, coming for him. Harry backed towards the door, gritting his teeth against the pain. He had his wand back in his hand. He'd won a victory, but he was now the primary target. Snape's voice, magically amplified and dripping with furious triumph, cut across the battlefield. One down, you relics. Your master's grip weakens. He appeared on a balcony above, his robes torn, blood on his face, but his eyes alight with a terrifying fire. He began raining a barrage of curses down on the approaching cold caster, forcing it to defend itself. The curse caster lieutenant, however, fixed its blank gaze on Harry. It raised its wand, not for a killing curse this time, but for something slower, more insidious. A vortex of whispering, gray mist began to form around its tip, a soul-draining spell, designed to suck the magic and life from its target and feed it down the tether to its master. Harry felt the pull. It was like the leech stone, but personal, hungry for him. His magic, his bond with the land, his very life force shuddered towards the vortex. He couldn't fight it with raw power. He was too depleted. He had one weapon left, the edict itself. But the edict was a field, a condition. He had to make it a spear. He dropped to his knees, pressing his unwounded hand and his bloody hand flat onto the gravel. He didn't ask the land for help. He showed it the vortex. He showed it the theft. He made the land feel the lieutenant's hunger as a hunger for the land itself. And then, he gave the simplest command, pouring every shred of his remaining will into it. Mine. The edict, which had been a diffuse field of hostility, converged. The magic of Prince Manor, the angry water, the vengeful soil, the watchful stones, all of it focused on that single point, on the lieutenant casting the vortex. It wasn't an attack. It was an assertion of ownership so absolute it became violence. The whispering gray vortex shattered. The lieutenant's wand hand, extended towards Harry, petrified. Not turned to stone, but was instantly claimed and transformed by the land's essence. Its fingers became gnarled root wood, its arm seizing into a twisted branch. The petrification spread up its arm, across its shoulder, consuming the black tether as it went. The lieutenant didn't scream. It made a sound like a tree splitting in a frost. Then it was still, a grotesque, half-human, half-tree statue, its connection severed not by a dagger, but by the territory itself declaring it part of the landscape, a dead part. Two lieutenants were gone. The silent roar from the forest was a physical wave of rage now. The remaining creatures, bereft of much of their coordinating will, became more chaotic but no less dangerous. The cold caster lieutenant, still fending off Snape's relentless assault, saw what had happened. It didn't retreat. It raised both hands and slammed them onto the ground. A wave of absolute zero, a circle of entropic death, radiated from it. The grass died instantly. The soil turned to permafrost. The edict's fury in that area guttered and died, frozen out of existence. It was creating a beachhead of dead land, a place where its master's will could take root. Snape's curses intensified, but the lieutenant was shielded within its own sphere of crystalline cold. Harry tried to rise, to help, but his legs buckled. The blood loss, the magical drain, the feedback from severing the tether, it was too much. He watched, helpless, as the circle of dead earth expanded, creeping towards the manor's foundations. He had won 2 duels. He had broken their coordination. But the war wasn't over. And the enemy's final, desperate gambit was to kill the very land he was bonded to. From his knees, Harry looked at the spreading circle of gray death. He looked at his blood on the gravel, silver-flecked, seeping into the earth. His earth. He still had the dagger in his belt. He still had the bond. He had one final, terrible command to give. Not to the land, to himself. The world had narrowed to a tunnel of pain. The gash on Harry's shoulder was a cold, silver fire. The gravel beneath his knees was a frozen anvil. Each ragged breath plumed in the air, crystallizing instantly. Before him, the circle of death expanded, a creeping, silent blight. Grass blackened and crumbled to ash. Soil turned to a gray, hard-packed permafrost that leached the warmth from the very air. The edict's furious hum faltered at its edge, recoiling as if touched by something obscene. Snape's battle was a spectacle of desperate brilliance. From his perch, spells fell like black rain, curses that split the air with cracks of thunder, conjurations of serpentine shadows that struck at the cold caster's shield only to freeze and shatter. But the lieutenant stood within its sphere of absolute zero, a statue of focused malice. It didn't attack Snape. It poured all its will into the ground, killing the land. Its blank bone mask was tilted downward, crimson pinpoints fixed on the spreading gray. My land. The thought was a weak flutter in Harry's chest. He felt every inch of the blight as a freezing burn along the bond. The manor's stones cried out as the frost touched the foundation. The heartspring, deep below, roiled in distress, its power surging up the ley lines only to be frozen solid in the conduits, causing fractures of magical feedback that lanced through Harry's mind. He had to move. He had to stop it. He tried to stand. His legs, numb with cold and exhaustion, buckled. He fell forward, catching himself on his hands. The gravel bit into his palms. His blood, that strange silver-flecked red, dripped onto the stones. Where it fell, the frost sizzled and retreated for a heartbeat, leaving a tiny patch of bare, dark earth. An idea, desperate and half-formed, flickered. He couldn't stand, so he crawled. Each movement was agony. The cold of the dead circle reached for him, a tangible force that sucked the heat from his bones. He dragged himself forward, an inch at a time, towards the creeping line of gray. Behind him, he left a smeared trail of blood that steamed faintly on the frozen ground. Snape saw him. "Potter, get back." His voice was a raw shout, strained. A bolt of emerald light, a killing curse aimed not to kill, but to test, shot from the lieutenant's wand towards Snape. He deflected it with a silvery shield that instantly frosted over and cracked. He was being forced onto the defensive, his attention split. Harry didn't listen. He reached the edge of the dead circle. The difference was palpable. On his side, the gravel was cold, but alive. 1 inch forward, it was a sterile, frozen wasteland. He could feel the life there was not just dormant, it was extinguished. The land's memory, its echoes, were gone. Silenced. He placed his bleeding hand onto the dead earth. The pain was immediate and profound. It was not the burn of cold, but the agony of nothingness. A void where the bond's song should be. It was worse than the cupboard's silence. This was an act of erasure. Gritting his teeth, Harry pushed. He tried to send a pulse of warmth, of life, down the bond, into the dead zone. He pictured the snowdrop in the garden, the resilience of the ivy, the steady heartbeat of the heartspring. Nothing. His magic hit the wall of entropic death and dissipated, useless. The dead earth drank his effort and gave back only cold. The lieutenant's mask shifted a fraction, the crimson dots sliding towards him. A thin, bone-white finger pointed in his direction. The cold intensified, focusing. The frost raced towards Harry's hand, seeking to claim it, to turn his living flesh into dead meat. Harry snatched his hand back just as the frost reached his fingertips. They went instantly numb, the skin turning a waxy blue. He was out of time. Out of ideas. The circle was now 20 feet across, and growing faster. Soon it would reach the manor's wall. Once it touched the foundation stones, the death would seep into the very bones of the house. The edict would fail. The heartspring would be frozen at its source. He looked at his hand, at the blood welling from the cut on his palm, mingling with the silver-flecked blood from his shoulder. His blood had made the frost sizzle. It was part of him, part of the bond. It was life, and magic, and will. A terrible, simple plan crystallized. He didn't have the strength for a complex working. He had only his body, his blood, and his bond. He took the obsidian dagger from his belt. The hilt was cold enough to stick to his skin. He reversed his grip, pointing the tip at his own chest, just over his heart. Not to stab, to tap. He looked past the lieutenant, to where Snape was now dueling frantically, his robes tattered, a line of frozen blood on his cheek. He looked at the manor, his home, its windows dark against the twilight. "I'm the warden," he whispered, the words a ghost on the frozen air. He slammed the pommel of the dagger against his sternum. It wasn't a physical blow. It was a psychic hammer strike, directed inward, through the bond. He didn't attack the cold. He attacked the boundary between himself and the land. He struck the silver scar on his palm, the symbol of the ward, and he shattered the careful buffers, the occlumency vaults, the layers of control. He opened the floodgates. His life force, his magic, his memories, his pain, everything that was Harry Potter, poured out of him and into the bond. Not as a directed spell, but as a catastrophic bleed. A transfusion of pure self into the dying land. The effect was instant and volcanic. The dead circle stopped expanding. The gray permafrost where his blood had dripped earlier suddenly glowed with a fierce, ruby light. The light spread, following the trails of his blood, then branching out in a network of fiery capillaries that raced across the dead earth. It was his magical signature, his life, imposed upon the void. The land didn't just warm. It ignited. But not with fire. With memory. With identity. Where the ruby light touched, the dead earth didn't return to simple soil. It transformed. Patches of it became hard, polished stone, the stone of the circular room. Others sprouted phantom, glowing images of bookshelves, the library. A section bloomed with ghostly, fragrant herbs, the potions laboratory. It was as if the land was mapping his soul, his experiences within the manor, onto itself in a desperate, chaotic mosaic. The lieutenant staggered. Its shield of absolute zero wavered, disrupted by the sudden, violent reinfusion of life and identity. The crimson dots in its mask blazed with alarm. Snape didn't hesitate. Seeing the shield flicker, he abandoned defensive spells and went on a brutal offensive. He slashed his wand through the air, and a whip of what looked like solidified shadow, edged with screaming faces, wrapped around the lieutenant's arm. The bone-white flesh smoked where it touched. The lieutenant shrieked, a sound like glaciers calving. It turned its full attention to Snape, the cold intensifying around it, trying to freeze the shadow whip. Harry was barely conscious. The bleed was too much. He was emptying himself into the earth. His vision darkened at the edges. But he saw his chance. The lieutenant was distracted, its connection to the master, that pulsing black tether, visible and straining as it fought Snape. The dagger was still in his hand. He couldn't stand. He couldn't throw. So he did the only thing he could. He poured the last dregs of his will, the final command of the warden, into the land itself. He focused on the patch of earth under the lieutenant's feet, a patch now glowing with the ruby light of his own spilled life. He gave it one last, silent order: reject. Expel. The ground beneath the lieutenant didn't erupt. It simply changed. The frozen dead earth, now hybridized with Harry's magical essence, remembered it was part of Prince Manor. It remembered the edict. And it acted. The soil turned into a thick, sentient quicksand of pure, hostile magic. It swallowed the lieutenant's feet, then its legs, pulling it down with relentless force. The lieutenant struggled, but it was not being pulled into mud. It was being unmade by the territory itself, dissolved into the chaotic, living mosaic of Harry's soul stuff. Its shrieks reached a fever pitch. It clawed at the air, its bone mask cracking further. Snape, seizing the moment, pointed his wand and snarled a curse Harry had never heard, a twisting, green-black bolt that struck the lieutenant's chest just as the earth swallowed its waste. The lieutenant exploded, not in a blast of ice, but in a silent, expanding sphere of absolute, magical nullification. A final release of its entropic power. The sphere hit Snape first. It didn't throw him back. It simply stopped him. His spell cast froze in midair. His body went rigid, a statue of black against the twilight. The sphere expanded, washing over the dead circle, over Harry. Where it touched, everything ceased. The ruby light in the earth winked out. The phantom images of books and stones vanished. The very air stilled. Sound died. Harry felt it hit him. It was the absence of all things. No cold. No pain. No bond. No thought. He was a blank page. For an eternity that lasted a second, he existed in a state of non-being. Then the sphere collapsed, its energy spent. The backlash was a tsunami of returning sensation. The bond slammed back into Harry, screaming with the trauma of the dead circle and the violent infusion of his own life force. The pain from his shoulder was a white-hot brand. He vomited weakly, bile and blood spattering the now lifeless, gray earth. He was alive. Barely. He lifted his head. The lieutenant was gone. The dead circle remained, a scar on the land, but it was no longer spreading. The entropic force was broken. Snape was on his knees, gasping, one hand braced on the ground. He looked up, his face a mask of exhaustion and something like horror as he took in the bizarre, patchwork land and Harry's broken form. The battlefield had fallen silent. The remaining creatures, their coordinating will severed, had faltered. The edict, though wounded, still thrummed with hostile power. The few surviving beasts were retreating into the forest, melting into the shadows. A temporary, battered peace descended. Harry tried to speak, to ask if it was over. No sound came out. He could only watch as Snape pushed himself to his feet and stumbled towards him. But before Snape could reach him, the forest moved. Not with creatures. The shadows between the trees coalesced, drawing inward, thickening. The very air over the forest darkened, sucking the remaining twilight into a single point. From that point, a figure emerged. It was not solid. It was a wraith, a man-shaped hole in the world, edged with a sickly, green phosphorescence. It had no discernible features, only a faint, serpentine suggestion of a head. It glided over the ground, not walking, flowing like smoke. From it radiated a cold that had nothing to do with temperature, a cold of the soul, of ancient, bottomless hatred. Voldemort. Not a lieutenant. Not a servant. The source. The master. Drawn by the destruction of his key instruments, by the powerful, chaotic magic Harry had unleashed. It moved towards the boundary of the wards, towards the scarred, blighted lawn where Harry lay helpless. Snape skidded to a halt, turning to face it. He raised his wand, but his arm trembled. He was spent. The wraith reached the edge of the edict. The land's hostility surged against it, a wall of amber light and psychic no. The wraith paused. It seemed to press against the barrier. The edict held, but it strained, screeching in Harry's mind. The wraith was not a physical being. It was a spirit, a concentrated will. The edict could reject actions, but could it reject being? Slowly, like a knife through oilcloth, the wraith began to seep through. The edict's light dimmed where it passed. It wasn't breaking the wards. It was insinuating itself. An exception to the rule. It was inside. The wraith solidified slightly as it crossed the boundary, gaining a more defined shape, tall, skeletally thin, with long, claw-like hands. Its face was still a blur, but 2 points of crimson fire burned where eyes should be. They were fixed on Harry. Snape threw a curse, a brilliant, white-hot bolt of magic that should have vaporized a mountain. It passed through the wraith as through smoke, leaving only a momentary ripple. The wraith ignored him. It glided forward, its attention locked on the boy bleeding on the ground. Harry felt its gaze like a physical weight, a pressure that sought to crush his spirit. His scar erupted in agony, a white-hot drill boring into his skull. He screamed, a thin, broken sound. The wraith raised a hand. A tendril of greenish mist, the same as the soul-draining vortex, extended from its fingers, slithering across the ground towards Harry. This was it. Not an army. Not a lieutenant. The heart of the darkness itself, come to finish what it started 6 years ago. Snape shouted something, hurling himself between the mist and Harry, his own body a shield. The mist touched him. He convulsed, a grunt of pain forced from him, but he held his ground, his wand carving desperate, glowing runes in the air that seemed to slow the mist's advance. Potter, Snape's voice was a strained gasp. The dagger, the bond, you must sever. Harry didn't understand. Sever what? The bond. That would kill the edict, leave them defenseless. Or, sever the wraith's connection to life. But it was already dead. The mist pushed against Snape's weakening defenses. The wraith took another gliding step closer. Harry's hand found the obsidian dagger, still clutched in his numb fingers. The blade that severed magical connections. The wraith was a connection, a spirit tied to a horcrux, to a fragment of soul anchored elsewhere. Could he sever that? Could he cut the thread that held this apparition together? He had no strength left for a throw. No magic for a spell. All he had was the bond. And his blood. With a final, monumental effort, he rolled onto his back, the dagger held point up over his own chest. He looked past the agonized figure of Snape, past the creeping mist, into the twin crimson fires of the wraith. He didn't know what he was doing. He only knew he had to make it stop. He drove the dagger down. Not into his heart. Into the silver scar on his palm. He cut the mark of the ward. He cut the symbol of his connection to the land. And as the dark blade bit into the magical scar, he poured every last shred of his will, his pain, his love for this broken, defended place, down the bond. Not as a gift, but as a command. A final, devastating expenditure. The command was not words. It was a feeling, a memory. The feeling of his mother's love, the sacrifice Snape had buried in the stone, the stubborn pride of the manor, the vengeful fury of the oak, the quiet of the circular room, the warmth of the first soup. It was a storm of contradiction and power. And he aimed it all, through the severed channel of his scar, not at the Wraith, but at the land itself. He asked the land for one last thing. Remember me. And then, he let go. The world exploded in a silent, white light. The white light was not an explosion. It was an erasure. For a suspended moment, Harry Potter ceased to be. There was no pain, no bond, no thought, only a brilliant, silent void, as if the sun had gone supernova behind his eyes. Then, sensation returned, not in a flood, but in a series of sharp, disconnected stabs. Cold. A deep, marrow-deep cold that had nothing to do with the winter air. Silence. A total, deafening absence of the manor's hum. The bond was gone. Not muted, not strained. Severed. Weight. An impossible, leaden weight pinning his limbs, his chest, his eyelids. He tried to breathe. His lungs obeyed with a slow, rustling drag, as if filled with dust. He managed to slit his eyes open. The world was wrong. He lay on his back on the frost-bleached grass. The sky above was a flat, iron gray, but it seemed too close, pressing down like a coffin lid. Everything was drained of vibrancy, seen through a thin, gray veil. He could see, but there was no depth, no life to the colors. A shape loomed over him, blotting out the oppressive sky. Black robes, a pale, sharp face carved with lines of exhaustion and something that might have been shock. Snape. His lips were moving. Sound came to Harry as if from the bottom of a deep well, distorted and slow. T-T-E-R. Can you hear me? Potter. Harry tried to nod. His head lolled weakly to the side. Snape's hands, usually so precise, fumbled as they checked his pulse, peeled back an eyelid. The touch was clinical, but Harry saw the minute tremor in the long fingers. Alive. Magical core, depleted. Beyond depleted. A vacuum. Snape's black eyes scanned his face, then dropped to Harry's right hand, still curled loosely around the hilt of the obsidian dagger. The blade lay across his palm, which was a ruin. The silver leaf scar was gone. In its place was a raw, open wound, but it wept no blood. It seeped a faint, silvery mist that hovered just above the skin before dissipating. The cut was clean, as if the dagger had sliced through something more than flesh. "You foolish, monumental child," Snape breathed, the words barely audible. "You cut the tether. Not to the Wraith. To yourself." He pried the dagger from Harry's limp grip and examined it. The smoky obsidian blade was now streaked with a permanent, frost-like pattern of silver. "You used the severer on your own soul's anchor. You have unmoored yourself." He looked around, and Harry, with immense effort, turned his gaze to follow. The battlefield was a scarred wasteland. The dead circle remained, a blasted gray patch. But the rest of the lawn, where Harry's blood and magic had erupted, was transformed. It was a chaotic mosaic. Patches of grass grew in unnaturally geometric squares. Stones from the manor's walls seemed to have melted and reformed into strange, abstract shapes. Flowers he'd never seen before, crystalline, glass-like blooms, sprang from the earth where his blood had pooled. The land bore the violent imprint of his identity, a permanent psychic scar. Of the Wraith, there was no sign. No residue, no fading darkness. It had vanished with the white light. It rejected the infusion, Snape murmured, following Harry's gaze. Your life force, your memories, they were a poison to a thing that exists only to consume purity. It was diluted, forced out. A temporary reprieve, bought at a cataclysmic cost. He looked back down at Harry, his expression unreadable. You have saved the manor by making a part of it irrevocably you. And you have saved yourself by becoming less than you were. He slid his arms under Harry's back and knees. The movement sent jolts of wrong-feeling pain through Harry's body, not sharp, but a deep, aching hollowness. Snape lifted him as if he weighed no more than a bundle of sticks. Harry's head lolled against the black wool of Snape's robes. He smelled of sweat, ozone, blood, and the bitter parchment scent that was uniquely his. They did not go into the main house. Snape carried him around the side, to a low, stone outbuilding Harry had never entered, a private potions laboratory and infirmary separate from the main halls. It was a single, stark room lined with shelves of dark bottles, a clean stone table, and a narrow cot. Snape laid him on the cot. The world swam, the gray veil thickening. Harry felt consciousness slipping away, not into sleep, but into a formless, silent void. No, Snape's voice cut through, sharp as the dagger. You will not retreat. You will stay present. You need to anchor in the real, not the void you've created. He forced another vial between Harry's lips. This one was clear, tasteless, but it sent a jolt of hyper-clarity through his system. His senses sharpened, which only made the wrongness more acute. He could see every crack in the stone ceiling, but they held no meaning. He could hear the drip of a tap, but it was just noise. Snape worked with silent, grim efficiency. He cleaned the wound on Harry's shoulder, his fingers deft. The flesh around it was pale, almost translucent, the blood that seeped a watery pink. He bandaged it. Then he turned to the palm. He did not try to stitch or charm it closed. He applied a poultice of crushed moonstone and dittany, his movements reverent, as if tending a sacred object. The silvery mist continued to seep, slowing only slightly as the poultice soaked it up. The bond is broken, Harry whispered, his voice a dry rustle. It was the first thing he'd been sure of. Not broken, Snape corrected, not looking up. Altered. You did not sever your connection to the land. You severed the ward's connection to you. The ritual that made you a formal part of its magic is undone. The land is now imprinted with you, Potter, like a page pressed with a seal. But you are no longer the book. You are a loose leaf. He finished bandaging the hand and stepped back, surveying his work. You have performed a magical lobotomy on your own connection to the world. Your core is not just empty. It is inverted. It now draws magic in, passively, weakly, where it once projected it. You are a magical void. A quiet place. Harry processed this. He felt it. The constant, warm pressure of his magic was gone. In its place was a cold, hollow stillness. He felt insubstantial, ghostly. He looked at his uninjured hand. He tried to want a flame, as he had in the atrium. There was no spark, no friction of will. Only a faint, cold tug in his center, as if the air around his fingers was subtly thinner. The Wraith, he asked. Gone. For now. You made this place toxic to it. You sacrificed your own defined magical signature to create an area of chaotic, personalized energy it could not consume. It was a brilliant, suicidal gambit. It will not work twice. It will now know to attack from a distance, or to send more physical proxies. Snape began to pace, a tight, controlled movement. The immediate threat is over. The long-term threat has been irrevocably changed. And so have you. He stopped, pinning Harry with his gaze. You must rebuild. From nothing. You cannot rely on the bond. You cannot rely on the raw power of your core. You must learn everything again, from first principles, using this new emptiness. The next few days were a twilight existence. Harry moved like a ghost through the outbuilding, his body weak, his senses muted. He ate because Snape put food in front of him. He slept a dreamless, black sleep. The gray veil over the world lessened slightly, but colors remained dull, sounds flat. Snape began the reconstruction with brutal simplicity. Magic is, at its root, will imposing upon reality, he said on the third day, placing a single, white feather on the stone table between them. Your will is currently a whisper. You must learn to make that whisper shape the world. Focus on the feather. Do not try to lift it. Try to want it to lift. But want it specifically. Not just, up, to the height of your left eyebrow. At the speed of a falling snowflake. It was maddening. Before, magic had been a muscle he flexed. Now it was a word he had to recall in a forgotten language. He would stare at the feather for hours, his mind a desert of intention. The hollow feeling in his chest would ache. Sometimes, after an entire morning of failure, a shudder would go through him. The hollow feeling would deepen, and the feather would twitch. Not lift. Just tremble, as if in a draft that didn't exist. It was less than accidental magic. It was a phantom limb of power. The void draws, Snape observed. It is a hunger. You are not creating force, you are creating a lack that the world rushes to fill. A different paradigm. He had Harry walk the perimeter of the scarred lawn. Feel the imprint. Your imprint. Do you feel the bond? Harry walked slowly, bare feet on the cold, mosaic earth. He felt nothing at first. Then, a faint, dissonant echo. Not the Manor's voice, but an echo of himself, a memory of his own panic, his pain, his defiance, baked into the soil. It was unsettling, like hearing your own voice on a recording and not recognizing it. The land remembers you, Snape said. But you are a memory to it. Now, not a conductor. You must learn to interact with it as an external force. As a source. One afternoon, as Harry stood listlessly by the twisted, crystal flowers, his hand brushed one. A shock, not of magic, but of pure, vivid sensation shot up his arm. The taste of the nutrient potion, the sound of Snape's quill scratching, the green of the canopy over his bed. It was a memory, crystallized. He jerked back, gasping. Resonance, Snape said, appearing at his elbow. Your essence is in the land. You can draw on those memories, those sensations, to fuel your will. To remind your empty core what it feels like to be. It was a bleak kind of magic. To cast a spell, he had to first remember feeling powerful. He had to dredge up an emotion from the externalized graveyard of his own soul and feed it into the void within. A week after the battle, he managed his first spell since the severance. He stood before the feather, thinking not of lifting it, but of the fierce, protective satisfaction of making the snowdrop grow from the hateful stone. He recalled the clean exhaustion, the triumph. The hollow in his chest yawned. The memory was siphoned in, chewed up by the void, and a faint, gray tendril of force, the color of old ash, wavered from his finger. The feather slid sideways 3 inches across the table and fell off the edge. It was pathetic. It was a miracle. Snape nodded. So, it begins. Not with a bang, but with a whisper from a tomb. That night, for the first time, Harry dreamed. Not of forests or wraiths, but of Prince Manor. He walked its halls, but they were silent, empty of the hum. The portraits were still. He was a ghost in his own home. He went to the place where the wall had been wounded, where his wild magic had grown the ivy. The ivy was there, but it did not know him. It did not stir at his touch. He woke with the gray dawn, the hollow ache a constant companion. He looked at his bandaged palm. He was the warden who had broken his own wand to save the castle. Now he had to learn to defend it with his broken hands. Snape entered with a bowl of plain porridge. He set it down and looked at Harry for a long moment. The magical world will be looking for you soon, he said, his voice low. Albus Dumbledore believes you are hidden, pampered, ignorant. The Death Eaters now know you are a weapon being forged in secret. Your condition is our only advantage. You register as almost a squib. A void. They will be searching for a beacon of power. They will not find it. He pointed a thin finger at Harry. But you must learn faster. This emptiness is not a shield forever. It is a wound. And wounds can be exploited. You must fill the void with something they will never expect. Not with power. With precision. With silence itself. Harry looked from his porridge to his pale, thin hand. He was a ghost. A whisper. A scar on the land and a void within. But he was alive. The manor stood. Snape, in his own bitter, complicated way, was still here. He picked up the spoon. It was heavy. The porridge was tasteless. He ate. The war was not over. It had simply moved inside him. And the battlefield was a cold, silent, hollow place. The world through the void was a study in lack. Colors were memories of themselves. Sounds arrived stripped of resonance, like stones dropped on felt. Even the passage of time felt granular, each day a slow sifting of ash. Harry moved through the outbuilding and the scarred grounds with a ghost's detachment, his own body feeling like a borrowed, ill-fitting suit. The hollow in his chest was not passive. Snape had named it correctly. It was an appetite. A subtle, constant suction that pulled at the world. When he stood near a lit candle, the flame would gutter and lean towards him, not from draft, but from a drain on. Its elemental energy. Walking past the crystal flowers that had grown from his blood, he felt a faint tug, as if they were straining to pour their stored memories back into his empty vessel. His training was now a paradox. To perform magic, he had to first remember what magic felt like, then feed that memory to the void. It was a cruel parody of the bond, which had been a living connection. This was cannibalism of his own past. Snape, ever the ruthless architect, designed exercises to exploit this new dynamic. He would have Harry hold a weakly enchanted object, a self-stirring spoon, a ever-warm stone, and practice draining it. Not to destruction, but to a precise level. Control is not in the push, but in the restraint of the pull, he instructed, his voice a dry scrape in the quiet room. You must learn to sip, not gulp. To take only what you need, and to stop before the source is damaged. Harry would sit for hours, a simple charmed glass marble that glowed with a soft blue light in his palm. He would focus on the hollow, imagine it as a mouth, and try to let it drink the light. The first dozen attempts ended in a sudden, voracious draw that left the marble dark and inert, its magic snuffed out completely. The backlash was a jolt of nausea, as if he'd swallowed something too rich and rotten. Again, Snape would say, replacing the marble with an identical one. The void is hungry. You are its master. Teach it manners. Slowly, agonizingly, Harry learned to throttle the suction. He imagined valves, gates, sieves. He visualized the hollow not as a bottomless pit, but as a carefully measured cup. After a week, he could dim the marble's glow by exactly half, and hold it there. The control was exhausting, a mental clenching that left him with a tension headache behind his eyes. But it was progress. The magic he absorbed in these tiny sips did not fill him. It vanished into the void, leaving only a faint, transient warmth, the ghost of power. He could not channel it. He could only store it, like burying treasure in a black hole. Where does it go? Harry asked one evening, staring at a marble dimmed to a faint ember. Into the potential, Snape replied, not looking up from a tome on esoteric magical theory. It is reconstituted into base magical energy. Unshaped, unaligned. In time, with enough volume and control, you may learn to draw it forth again, shaped by your will. But for now, consider yourself a reservoir. A silent, hidden cistern. The concept was both unsettling and strange. He was no longer a wand, but a well. A dry well, slowly being filled by stolen dew. His connection to the manor was the most painful change. He took his daily walk along the perimeter, feeling the echoes of himself in the land. The psychic scar was a chaotic tapestry. Here, a patch of soil hummed with the frantic rhythm of his fear during the golem sprite attack. There, a twisted piece of metal from the ruined gate held the sharp, clean focus of his first successful flipendo. It was like walking through a museum of his own breakdowns and triumphs, curated by the earth. One afternoon, he stopped by the massive, petrified root that had once been part of the nullifying lieutenant. The land had absorbed it, transforming it into a twisted, blackened sculpture. As he placed a hand on it, a rush of sensation assaulted him, not his own, but the lieutenant's final moments, the shock of the Earth's rejection, the cold fury of its master, the terrifying dissolution. It was a poison memory. The void inside him stirred, not with hunger, but with a reflexive, nauseated push. He stumbled back, his hand coming away feeling filthy. He had not just imprinted the land with his memories. He had made it a repository for the enemies as well. The battlefield was haunted by both sides. Snape found him retching by the greenhouse later. The land's memory is now a contaminated archive. You must learn to filter what you draw from it. To take only the useful energy, and leave the poison behind. He handed Harry a cup of water. This is your next lesson. Selective consumption. The following day, Snape took him to the edge of the dead circle. The gray, lifeless earth remained, a stark border against the mosaic of Harry's essence. This is pure entropic magic. The opposite of life. The void should, in theory, be able to consume it as well. But it is toxic. Try. Take the smallest sip. And then, reject the poison. Purge it. It was like being told to drink from a sewer and then spit out only the water. Harry knelt, placed his hand on the cold, dead soil, and tentatively allowed the void to open. A trickle of something icy and gray seeped into him. It was not energy. It was the absence of energy, a chilling, draining nothingness that spread through him like a fast-acting frost. He gasped, his muscles locking. He couldn't breathe. Now, Snape's voice was sharp. Define it as foreign, as waste. Your body is the filter. Your will is the expulsion. Harry, panicking, focused on the hollow. He tried to imagine it not as a cup, but as a stomach, churning, rejecting. He convulsed, and a wisp of the same gray mist he'd drawn in shot from his mouth, dissipating harmlessly. The cold inside him receded, leaving him shivering and weak, but alive. Crude, Snape assessed. But it proves the principle. The void can process anything. But you must be the arbiter of what stays and what goes. You are no longer just a wizard. You are a living purification ritual. The philosophical weight of that settled on Harry's thin shoulders. He was to become a filter for the world's poisons. It was a lonely, monumental task. At night, the silence in his small room in the outbuilding was absolute. Without the bond's hum, the dark felt thicker, more enclosing. He would lie awake, listening to the nothing inside himself, wondering if this was what it felt like to be a Dementor's next meal. He missed the Manor's voice with a physical ache. One night, driven by a need he couldn't name, he slipped from his cot and walked through the quiet grounds to the main house. He didn't enter. He went to the kitchen courtyard wall, the one where he'd found the crack in the photograph. He placed his forehead against the cool stone. Nothing. No warmth. No welcome. Just rock. He closed his eyes, and in the perfect silence, he did something he hadn't done since the Dursleys. He prayed. Not to a god, but to the house itself. Please. I'm still here. Don't forget me. A soft scrape made him jump. He turned. In the moonlight, the kitchen door was opening. Snape stood there, a dark silhouette, holding a steaming mug. He said nothing for a long moment, then stepped aside in silent invitation. Harry followed him into the warm, herb-scented kitchen. Snape placed the mug on the table, not the bitter nutrient potion, but rich, hot chocolate. He pushed it towards Harry, then busied himself wiping an already clean counter. Harry sipped. The sweetness was a shock, a vivid burst of sensation in his muted world. He drank slowly, feeling the heat seep into his bones. Sentiment is a luxury, Snape said finally, his back still turned. But it is also a compass. The house does not remember you as it did. But it remembers the boy who bled for it. That is a different kind of magic. One not easily quantified. He turned, his black eyes reflecting the low firelight. Do not confuse the loss of a tool with the loss of a home. The walls still stand. The wards, though altered, still hold. You are still its keeper, even if the title is now one of blood and sacrifice, not of sympathetic magic. It was the closest thing to comfort Snape had ever offered. Harry nodded, his throat tight. Finish your drink, then sleep. Tomorrow, we begin Phase 2. The void can consume. Now it must learn to defend. You cannot channel magic to form a shield. But you can create a field of negation. A sphere of silence where hostile magic simply ceases. The next morning, the training shifted again. Snape would cast weak, harmless jinxes, a tickling charm, a stinging hex, and Harry had to practice extending the void's influence outwards, just a few inches from his skin, to swallow the spell before it touched him. It was incredibly difficult. The void wanted to draw things in, not project a field. Harry had to imagine it as a kind of event horizon, a boundary of absolute stillness. The first spells zipped through unimpeded, making him jerk or twitch. But slowly, he learned to thin the void at his edges, to make it a permeable membrane that stripped incoming magic of its intent and structure, reducing it to raw, harmless energy that was then absorbed. He managed it for the first time with a particularly feeble tickling charm. The spark of golden light sped towards his chest, touched the air an inch from his shirt, and vanished with a faint pop, like a soap bubble. He felt a tiny, warm pulse in his hollow core, the spell's energy digested. Snape's lips thinned in what might have been satisfaction. A start. Now, a stinging hex. Days bled into weeks. Harry's control improved, millimeter by millimeter. He could now consistently negate low-level hexes. He could drain a charmed object with precision. He could, with great effort, pull a trickle of clean magical energy from the safe parts of the scarred land, filtering out the emotional residue. But he was a shadow of what he had been. The fierce, direct power of the bond was gone. In its place was a subtle, draining, defensive magic that felt sneaky and weak. He hated it. The enemy, however, did not wait for him to come to terms with his new nature. The sign came not from the forest, but from the sky. A ministry owl, sturdy and official, arrived one morning, circling the manor's wards before dropping a heavy, parchment envelope sealed with the ministry crest onto the gravel drive. It was addressed, in formal, looping script, to the occupier, Prince Manor. Snape summoned the letter with a flick of his wand. He opened it, his eyes scanning the contents rapidly. His face grew still, then coldly furious. It is a notice of inspection, he said, his voice dangerously quiet. From the Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes. They report anomalous, high-level magical disturbances registered in this area over the past several months. They cite the recent, massive burst of unidentified magical energy, your severance of the bond, as a potential public hazard. A misuse of magic office representative will arrive in 3 days to investigate the premises and interview the resident. He crumpled the letter in his fist. They have found a new way in. Not through force, but through bureaucracy. Through the very government Dumbledore believes is protecting you. Harry felt a chill that had nothing to do with the void. The Ministry. The world outside. A world that thought he was a pampered icon, not a scarred, half-empty weapon. What do we do? He asked. Snape's eyes were slits. We receive them. And you, Potter, will be the perfect picture of a neglected, magically faint squib of a child, hidden away by a reclusive, bitter relative. You will be invisible. Because to them, a void is nothing. And nothing is exactly what they will see. The 3 days before the ministry inspection were a study in a different kind of warfare, one of concealment and meticulous deception. The violent, magical scars on the land could not be hidden, but they could be explained. Snape became a sculptor of lies. He spent the first day walking the perimeter of the grounds, his wand weaving not defensive spells, but intricate, shimmering veils of illusion. Over the mosaic of Harry's psychic imprint, he layered the image of unkempt, wild meadow. The crystalline flowers were glamored to look like common daisies. The petrified root of the lieutenant became a weather-twisted hawthorn stump. The dead circle was the most challenging. He finally settled on creating the illusion of a large, neglected, and slightly poisonous-looking fungal bloom, the kind that might naturally occur in damp, shaded soil. They will sense residual magic, Snape instructed as Harry watched him work, but it will read as chaotic, wild, and old, the kind of ambient residue one expects from an ancient, magically saturated estate that has seen better days. Not the aftermath of a siege. Inside the manor, the task was different. Snape didn't hide the grandeur, he emphasized the decay. He removed dust sheets to reveal furniture that was indeed fine, but he then cast subtle charms to simulate woodworm, fraying upholstery, and tarnish. The air he left musty. The goal was not poverty, but genteel, stubborn decline. The story would be of a reclusive, impoverished pure-blood family clinging to its crumbling heritage. Harry's role was the cornerstone of the deception. He was to be the biggest secret of all, a squib. Your magical signature is already a void, Snape said, drilling him in the outbuilding lab. To a casual scan, you will register as inert. But we must reinforce that. You must behave as a child with no magical affinity would in a magical household. Awkward. Clumsy around enchanted objects. Uncomprehending. He made Harry practice. He had him walk through the kitchen, deliberately bumping into a self-stirring cauldron so it would slop over, then look suitably chastened and confused. He had him try to lift a feathered quill that was charmed to stay on a desk, grunting with fake effort. It felt absurd and demeaning. Your scar is a problem, Snape stated, examining Harry's forehead. It is known. But in the official story, the boy who lived is safely hidden with Muggle relatives. This is merely a distant, unfortunate relation with a curious birthmark. You will keep your fringe over it. If asked, you are Harrison Prince. A sickly, magically mute nephew. The name, Prince, in his false identity sent a strange pang through Harry. It was a lie, but it tasted of a truth he'd once claimed. On the morning of the inspection, Harry was dressed in clothes slightly too large and carefully mended, another visual cue of straitened circumstances. He was instructed to stay in the kitchen, helping, by peeling non-magical vegetables with a blunt knife, a chore a squib child might be given. Snape transformed himself. The formidable potions master vanished, replaced by a man who looked 10 years older. His black hair was lank, his shoulders slightly stooped. He wore robes that were clean but threadbare at the cuffs. The sharp intelligence in his eyes was banked behind a veil of weary resignation. He was the picture of a struggling guardian, worn down by duty and lack of prospects. At precisely 10 o'clock, with a sharp crack of apparition that made the wards shiver, a permitted entry point Snape had reluctantly opened, their visitor arrived. She was not what Harry expected. He'd pictured some pompous, red-robed wizard. The woman who strode up the gravel drive was young, perhaps in her late 20s, with a brisk, practical air. She wore neat robes of navy blue, her dark hair pulled into a severe bun. Her eyes, a sharp hazel, were already scanning the manor, the grounds, missing nothing. She carried a clipboard and a brass instrument that looked like a cross between a sextant and a smoking pipe, which whirred softly. Snape met her at the door, his expression a mask of polite, subdued wariness. Miss Proudfoot. Iris Proudfoot, Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes, Surveyor Grade 2. Her voice was crisp, educated. She offered no handshake. You are Mr. Severus Snape, resident and owner of Prince Manor. I am, Snape said, stepping back to allow her entry. To what do we owe this intrusion? Intrusion is a strong word, sir. It's a survey. We've had some concerning readings from this sector. Very high level, very unstable magic. The kind that usually precedes an obscurial, or a serious ward collapse. She stepped into the entrance hall, her device whirring louder. She held it up, its various dials spinning. As you can imagine, the ministry has a duty to ensure public safety. The only public here is myself and my nephew, Snape said dryly, leading her further in. And the wards, while ancient, are stable. The readings were likely residual from a familial incident several months ago. A failed attempt to correct a degenerative curse on the West Wing. It got somewhat out of hand. He was laying the groundwork, blending truth with fiction beautifully. Proudfoot's eyes flicked to the shrouded furniture, the faint dust in the air. A curse-breaking attempt. That's advanced magic. Are you certified? Self-taught, Snape said with a deprecating wave. The Prince family had certain, unique traditions. As I said, it failed. The wing is now sealed. The residue is, unfortunately, lingering. Proudfoot made a note on her clipboard. I'll need to scan the entire perimeter. And meet the other resident. The nephew. Harrison is in the kitchen, Snape said, his tone flattening. He is, not magical. He finds the company of wizards unsettling. I would ask you to be brief. Procedure, Mr. Snape. Proudfoot's tone was unyielding. They entered the kitchen. Harry kept his head down, focusing on the pointless task of scraping a carrot. He felt the woman's gaze on him, sharp as a needle. He also felt a faint, professional-grade probing charm brush over him, a standard ministry health and magic scan. He let it wash over him. The void within offered nothing to grasp. The scan would find a healthy, if slightly undernourished, human boy. No magical core, no latent abilities. A blank page. Harrison, Snape said, his voice uncharacteristically gentle. This is Miss Proudfoot from the ministry. She's just here to check the house is safe. Harry looked up, letting his eyes widen with a convincing mixture of shyness and apprehension. He said nothing, just gave a small, jerky nod. Proudfoot's expression softened a fraction, but her professional demeanor didn't slip. Hello, Harrison. Do you like living here? Harry glanced at Snape, then back at his carrot. It's quiet, he mumbled, the truth serving as a perfect lie. Proudfoot's device gave a soft ping. She looked at it, frowning. Ambient magic is high, but diffuse. No immediate hazards detected in this room. She looked back at Harry. Has your uncle's magic ever frightened you? Made strange things happen? Harry shook his head, forcing a slight tremble into his hands. The pots stir sometimes. It's odd. The answer was perfectly squib-like. Noticing magic, but not understanding it, finding it unnerving. Proudfoot made another note. I'll need to see the sealed wing, and then walk the grounds. The tour was a tense ballet. Snape led her to the door of the West Wing, which was indeed sealed with heavy, rune-carved planks. The magic here was real, powerful containment spells Snape had erected to cordon off the most damaged area from the battle. Proudfoot's device went wild, its dials spinning. As you see, Snape said, sounding tired. The incident left it volatile. It's best left alone. Proudfoot peered at the runes, impressed despite herself. This is powerful warding. Self-taught, you said. Remarkable. She took detailed readings. The energy is contained, but it's a pressure cooker. You should have reported this. To whom? Snape's question was laden with bitter realism. The ministry's interest in ancient families rarely extends to practical aid, only to scrutiny when we make a mess. Proudfoot didn't argue. She finished her notes and moved outside. The walk around the grounds was the true test. Harry, from the kitchen window, watched them through a haze of glamour. He saw Proudfoot stop at every anomaly. At the fungal bloom over the dead circle, she knelt, taking soil samples that would show magical toxicity but not its true origin. At the hawthorn stump, her device pinged again, registering the petrified dark magic, but Snape smoothly explained it as the burial site of a dark creature-infested ancestor, a common enough tale in old estates. She was thorough, intelligent, and suspicious. But she was looking for a rogue wizard, an obscurial, a ward collapse. She was not looking for a war. She was not looking for a child who had become a void. As they completed the circuit, returning to the front drive, Proudfoot closed her clipboard with a definitive snap. The situation is irregular, Mr. Snape, but not, at present, in violation of any statute. The sealed wing is stable, if concerning. The ambient magical residue is high but not imminently dangerous. Your nephew shows no signs of magical suppression or abuse. She fixed him with a direct look. But you are on our radar now. Any further disturbances of this magnitude will trigger an automatic full inquiry, possibly involving obliviators and a Changji purchase order for the land. I strongly suggest you seek professional curse-breaking assistance. The department offers subsidies. Snape inclined his head, the picture of grim acceptance. I will consider it. Thank you for your thoroughness. Proudfoot gave a curt nod. Her eyes swept over the manor one last time, a flicker of something like pity in them for the proud, decaying place and its strange, isolated inhabitants. Then, with another sharp crack, she was gone. The moment she vanished, Snape's posture straightened. The weary guardian fell away like a discarded cloak. He turned and strode back into the kitchen, his face thunderous. She believed it, he said, not to Harry, but to the empty air. But she is not a fool. The report will be filed. This location is now a footnote in the ministry's records. A ticking clock. He began to dismantle the glamours on the grounds with swift, angry flicks of his wand, revealing the true, scarred earth beneath. Harry put down the blunt knife. The performance had left him feeling hollow in a new way, not magically, but personally. The act of being less than he was, of playing the helpless, magically dead child, had scraped against the raw edges of his pride. She pitied us, Harry said quietly. Pity is a more effective shield than fear, in this instance, Snape replied, his back turned. It breeds complacency. They will not look closely at a pitiable squib and his struggling guardian. Not until it is too late. He vanished the illusory dust and decay from the drawing room with a wave. The manor seemed to sigh, returning to its true, solemn self. But the scrutiny had changed something. The outside world, with its rules and forms and pity, had touched them. Their isolation was no longer absolute. What happens when they come back? Harry asked. When there's another disturbance. Snape turned, his black eyes meeting Harry's. Then we ensure there is no ministry left to come back, he said, his voice lethally soft. Or we are no longer here to be found. The message was clear. The reprieve was temporary. The siege had taken a new, bureaucratic form. And their time in Prince Manor, their time to prepare, was now officially finite. That night, Harry's training took on a new, desperate intensity. The void was no longer just a curious condition to master, it was his disguise, and potentially, his ultimate weapon. As he practiced extending his field of negation, sucking the light from a candle flame until it died, he thought of Proudfoot's sharp, pitying eyes. He was not a squib. He was not pitiable. He was a silent, gathering storm. And the next time the world knocked on their door, he would not answer with a mumbled lie and a trembling carrot knife. He would answer with the quiet, absolute nothing that he was learning to wield. A nothing that could swallow spells, drain magic, and hide an entire war in plain sight. The ministry had looked right at him and seen nothing to fear. That, Harry thought with a cold, new certainty, was going to be their final, fatal mistake. The kitchen after Proudfoot's departure felt different. The air, cleared of glamours and deception, was sharp with the truth of their situation. Snape's anger was a silent, cold thing, like a blade left to freeze in the snow. He methodically restored the manor, his movements precise, but each flick of his wand seemed to etch his disdain for the intrusion deeper into the stones. Harry cleared the pathetic vegetables from the table. The blunt knife felt like an accusation in his hand. He had played his part perfectly. He had been invisible. The void had done its job. So why did he feel this hot, shameful resentment burning in the hollow where his magic should be? She saw nothing, Harry said, breaking the silence. His voice sounded too loud. That was the objective, Snape replied, not turning from the window where he was re-anchoring a distorted perception ward. She saw a squib, a helpless boy in a falling down house. Snape paused. He turned slowly. And what would you have preferred she see, Potter? The child soldier, the living weapon, the banner around which a war might rally. His voice was dangerously soft. Visibility is vulnerability. Obscurity is a fortress wall. You have just weathered an assault more subtle than any troll. Be grateful the walls held. It doesn't feel like winning, Harry muttered, looking at his hands, one bandaged, the other pale and thin. Winning rarely does, Snape said, returning to his work. It feels like survival. And survival is often ugly, demeaning, and quiet. Now, if your pride is sufficiently chastised, we have work to do. The Ministry's clock is ticking. Your control over the void is embryonic. We must accelerate. The training that followed was the most intense yet. With the external threat now having a bureaucratic face and a deadline, Snape's patience for failure evaporated. He drove Harry relentlessly, not just to sip magic, but to shape the energy he absorbed. The void is not a landfill, Snape snarled after Harry's 10th failed attempt to convert a siphoned lumos into a tangible spark. It is a refinery. You must process the raw energy. Imprint it with intent as you absorb it. Do not store light. Store light meant to illuminate the east wall at midnight. The specificity is the mold. It was a quantum leap in difficulty. Before, he'd been learning to drink from a cup. Now he was being told to sculpt the liquid as it passed his lips. His head felt like it was splitting. The hollow ached with the strain of constant, precise manipulation. He made progress in infinitesimal increments. He could store a faint, cold sensation of push, taken from a weakened flipendo dummy. He could, after an entire afternoon, absorb the warmth from a conjured flame and hold it as heat for melting a specific type of ice. It was exhausting, finicky work, devoid of the raw satisfaction his earlier magic had possessed. The only respite came in the form of the land's memories. During breaks, Snape would have him walk the scarred perimeter, not to train, but to take inventory. Harry would touch a crystal flower and receive a jolt of his own past determination. He would stand on the patch that held the echo of the library's focus and feel his mind clear slightly. These imprints were pre-shaped. They were memories of power, and drawing on them was easier than crafting new intent. It was like eating cooked food instead of trying to digest raw ingredients. But it was also a trap. He found himself craving these echoes. The clean, fierce emotion of his earlier victories was a drug compared to the numb, clinical work of the void. One afternoon, lost in the memory of shaping the heartspring sphere, he drew too deeply. The echo of that monumental effort flooded him, a phantom surge of power that made the void within shiver with something like greed. The crystal flower under his hand turned dull and gray, its stored memory utterly drained. He stumbled back, feeling oddly guilty, as if he'd eaten the last scrap of food in a house with a starving child. The land's imprint was finite. He was consuming his own history. Snape observed this with a furrowed brow. You are using the echoes as a crutch. They are familiar, easy. The void prefers them, but they are a non-renewable resource. You must learn to create from the formless, or you will eventually starve, surrounded by the ghosts of your own past strength. That night, Harry couldn't sleep. The encounter with the Ministry, the grueling training, the unsettling consumption of his own memories, it all swirled in the silence of his cot. The void inside felt less like a tool and more like a parasite. A quiet, hungry thing that had taken his magic and was now slowly eating his past. He slipped out into the moonless night. The grounds were silent, the edicts hum a distant, faded memory. He walked to the heart of the mosaic, to the spot where he'd driven the dagger into his palm. The earth here was a swirl of confused impressions, agony, defiance, severance. He sat, folding his legs beneath him. He didn't try to draw power. He just listened, not with the bond, but with his own quiet mind. And he asked himself a question he'd been avoiding: who was he without the bond? Without the title of warden? He was a boy who had lived in a cupboard. A boy who had been hunted. A boy who had been lied to by everyone, even the man who was now his teacher. He was a collection of traumas and reactions. Was that all the void was? A manifestation of that emptiness? A soft sound made him look up. Snape stood at the edge of the mosaic, a tall, black shadow against the darker night. He didn't speak for a long time. The void is not your enemy, Potter, he said finally, his voice low. It is your condition. A soldier who loses a leg must learn to walk with a prosthetic. He may hate the stump, the artificial limb, but his hatred does not change the fact of the amputation. His choice is to wallow, or to learn to walk again, differently. I don't want to be different, Harry whispered, the childish truth laid bare in the dark. I want to be strong. Like I was. You were strong with the grace of the manor, Snape said, taking a step closer. That strength was borrowed. Conditional. What was taken from you was a crutch. What you have been given in return, is the necessity of your own spine. He stopped a few feet away. The magic you are learning now is yours alone. Unshared, unfiltered. It is harder. It will always be harder. But it is yours. No one can sever it, because it is not a connection. It is your nature. Harry looked up at him. What is my nature? Snape was silent for so long Harry thought he wouldn't answer. Then, he said, that is the question you must answer. And you will not find it in the land's echoes, or in my instructions. You will find it in the silence you now carry. In the choices you make when no one is watching, when no magic is demanded. The boy in the cupboard, what did he want? Harry blinked. The question was like a key turning in a rusty lock. The boy in the cupboard hadn't wanted power. He hadn't wanted to be a weapon or a warden. He wanted the door to open, Harry said, the words falling into the still air. He wanted the light to stay on. He wanted, not to be alone. Snape's breath hissed out, a soft, acknowledging sound. Then perhaps, he said, his tone unreadable, your magic, when it returns, will be about opening doors. Keeping lights on. And ensuring you are never alone in the dark again. He turned to leave. The foundation of intent is desire, Potter. Not strategy. Not duty. Desire. Find yours. Before the enemy gives you a worse one. He melted back into the shadows, leaving Harry alone with the stars and the scarred earth. Desire. It was such a simple, human thing. He'd been so busy learning control, learning denial, learning to be empty, that he'd forgotten what it felt like to simply want. He didn't want to be a symbol. He didn't want to be a weapon. He didn't even want to be a warden, not really. He wanted to know his mother's laugh wasn't silent. He wanted to understand the bitter, complicated man who taught him. He wanted the stone walls around him to feel like a home, not a fortress. He wanted the door to stay open. He placed his bandaged palm on the earth, over the memory of his severance. He didn't try to draw power. He thought about the open door. The lasting light. The end of loneliness. The void inside him stirred. But it wasn't the hungry pull he was used to. It was a quiet yearning. A reflection of his own. And from the land beneath his hand, from the chaotic mosaic of his own spilled self, a tiny, hesitant trickle of energy rose to meet it. It wasn't shaped as a spell. It wasn't a memory of a past victory. It was raw, unformed, but it carried a faint, new quality, a warmth that felt like the potential for light, for welcome, for safety. He didn't absorb it. He let it mingle with the yearning in his void. For a moment, they resonated, a silent chord played in a hollow chamber. Then it faded. But something had changed. The void no longer felt just like hunger. It felt like a capacity. The next day, his training changed. Snape, sensing the shift, abandoned the repetitive drilling. Instead, he brought Harry to the quietest part of the library, away from books of magic, to a section of poetry and mundane philosophy. Read, he commanded. Not for knowledge. For feeling. Find words that make the silence within you resonate. That is the architecture upon which you will build. Harry read. He found lines about resilience in sun-bleached bones, about the quiet strength of deep roots, about light persisting in the eye after the flame is gone. Each line that struck him, he would hold in his mind, and feel the void within echo it, shape itself around the concept. He wasn't storing magic. He was storing meaning. When Snape later had him try to negate a stinging hex, Harry didn't think of valves or gates. He thought of a line about a mountain refusing a storm. The void extended, not as a hungry maw, but as a declaration of stillness. The hex touched the field and didn't pop. It simply unraveled, its energy dissolving into a harmless, directed breeze that rustled the pages of an open book. Snape lowered his wand. Better, he said, a single word that felt like a laurel. Weeks blurred into a strange, new rhythm. The threat of the ministry, the shadow of Voldemort, they were the drumbeat in the background. But the foreground was this quiet, internal reconstruction. Harry learned to fuel his subtle magic with yearning, with stubbornness, with fragile hope. The void became less of a curse and more of a crucible, where base magical energy was fused with his humanity to create something unique, and whisper quiet. He could now create a sphere of silence so complete it muffled sound. He could extend a field that made mild confundus charms slide off like water from oil. He could, with great effort, take the memory of warmth from a sunbeam and release it hours later to defrost a single frozen leaf. It was small magic, gentle magic, but it was his. One evening, as they sat in the kitchen over a simple stew, Snape spoke without preamble. The occlumency. Your mental walls. How did they feel? Harry considered. Different. They're not just stone walls anymore. They're more like mirrors. Or still water. Things can press against them, but they show only reflection. They don't crack. Good, Snape said. The void has refined your defenses. You are becoming a living blind spot. A puzzle the enemy cannot solve because it has no edges to grip. He pushed his bowl away. It is time to test that. Properly. Harry's blood ran cold. How? Tomorrow, Snape said, his black eyes holding Harry's. We will lower a section of the wards. A small section, for a short time. And we will see if the forest's watchers notice the quiet child who is no longer broadcasting fear, or power, or anything at all. We will see if you can be invisible not just to the Ministry, but to the Dark Lord himself. The stew turned to ash in Harry's mouth. This was the true test. Not of his power, but of his absence. That night, he didn't seek the mosaic. He went to his room in the outbuilding and took out the photograph of his mother. He looked at her laughing face, and for the first time, his yearning wasn't a sharp pain of loss. It was a quiet, steady pull towards that joy. A desire to understand it, to perhaps one day earn a reflection of it. He placed the photograph by his cot and lay down. He stared into the darkness, not fighting the void, but settling into it. He made his desire his anchor, to be a still pool in a raging river. To be the open door in a world of locks. Tomorrow, he would have to be nothing. And in that nothing, he would have to be everything that mattered. As he drifted off, his scar gave a single, faint, cold pulse, a distant echo of the hatred that sought him. But the void around it didn't flinch. It simply absorbed the sensation, noted its temperature and its texture, and filed it away in the vast, silent library of his new self. The war was coming, but Harry Potter was no longer just a boy hiding in its path. He was becoming the quiet space between the blows. And in that space, he was learning to grow something the darkness had never seen before, a choice. The dawn of the test arrived not with dramatic fanfare, but with a profound and deliberate quiet. Harry woke to find a set of clothes laid out on the chair, not his usual practical trousers and jumper, but garments of an oddly muted gray fabric that seemed to drink the light. They felt insubstantial against his skin, like woven mist. When he dressed and entered the main kitchen, Snape was waiting, already clad in his own customary black, which today seemed less like a color and more like a hole in the world. The robes are imbued with a mild notice-me-not and magical dampening, Snape stated without greeting. They will assist, but they are a crutch. The true work is internal. You have fasted. Harry nodded. He'd had nothing but water since the previous afternoon. An empty stomach, Snape insisted, sharpened the mind and made the void's influence cleaner, less cluttered by the mundane processes of digestion. Good. Follow me. They did not go to the grounds. Snape led him down into the cavern of the Heartspring. The roaring power here was a physical pressure, a stark contrast to the emptiness Harry carried. It made the void within him feel small and fragile, a soap bubble in a gale. We will conduct the test from here, Snape said, his voice echoing off the crystal walls. The Heartspring is the focal point. Lowering the wards in a specific sector will create a ripple in the manor's magical field. From here, I can monitor the ripple's propagation and any echoes that return. You will stand there. He pointed to a specific, flat stone at the very edge of the black pool, directly opposite a large, pulsing crystal cluster. You will do nothing. You will be nothing. You will not resist the spring's power. You will not project your void. You will simply be the absence. A hole in the fabric of this place. When I lower the ward, the world will push into that hole. Your task is not to push back, but to let it pass through you, unchanged and unmarked. You are a ghost, a shadow. Do you understand? Harry's mouth was dry. What if they're waiting right there? What if something comes through? Then you will cease being a ghost and become a warden, Snape said, his eyes deadly serious. And you will defend your home with the tools you have, however quiet they may be. But the objective is to pass unnoticed. To prove that the weapon they seek has been unmade, replaced by a silence they cannot hear. He approached a complex diagram he had etched into the stone floor with what looked like powdered silver and ash. I will lower the southeastern quadrant ward for precisely 7 seconds. It is the sector furthest from the forest's densest concentration, but closest to where the Ministry which apparated. If they are monitoring Ministry traffic, their attention may be there. He looked up. Are you ready? No. Yes. Assume your position. Harry walked to the flat stone. The nearness of the heartspring's raw power was agonizing. It was a feast laid before a starving man, but he was under orders not to eat. He could feel its energy beating against the edges of his void, trying to fill it. He had to consciously relax the mental barriers he'd built to control his drain, to become utterly passive. It was like deliberately unclenching a fist he'd held tight for months. He closed his eyes. He found the center of the void, the quiet yearning he'd discovered. He focused on the simple desires, the open door, the lasting light. He made them not a shout, but a whisper so faint it was the echo of a whisper. He imagined himself as the still pool, the mountain refusing the storm, the deep root in silent earth. He felt Snape's magic gather, a complex, sourceless hum that had nothing to do with the spring. The air tightened. Then, with a sensation like a great, distant door swinging open a crack, the pressure in the cavern changed. The roar of the heartspring spiked, surging towards the sudden weakness in the manor's defenses. And the world poured in. It wasn't visual. It was a tidal wave of information. The chill of the outside air flooding the unwarded sector. The faint, residual magic of the Ministry Witch's apparition site, a crisp, bureaucratic signature. The ancient, sleepy magic of the forest beyond, tinged now with a watchful, poisonous green awareness that permeated everything. And beneath it all, the deep, cold, pulsing hunger that was Voldemort's attention, spread thin like a net over the land. It all rushed towards Harry, into the void he presented. His instinct was to recoil, to slam the doors shut, to hide. But Snape's command held him. Let it pass through. The void was not a wall. It was a space. The chill air flowed through him, leaving a memory of frost on his non-existent walls. The Ministry's signature flickered and was gone, irrelevant. The forest's magic was a tangled knot of life and decay. He felt its texture, its age, its new sickness, and let it stream past. Then the green awareness touched him. It was intelligent. It was searching. It was the feeling of 1,000 cold, scaly fingers brushing over every inch of the open sector, probing for a trace, a spark, a memory of the power that had repelled it. It slithered over the land, into the sudden gap in the wards, and into Harry. It was repulsive. It was the essence of the lie, the mimicry, the consuming greed. It sought a heart to dominate, a will to break. It sought Harry Potter. It found the void. The searching fingers slipped inside the emptiness. They probed, they writhed, they sought purchase. Harry held his mental form, rigid with revulsion. He was the still pool. The fingers stirred nothing. They found no edges to grasp, no heat to covet, no fear to feed on. There was only a profound, neutral absence. The hunger behind the awareness paused. It seemed to taste the absence. For a terrifying second, Harry felt its focus sharpen, its curiosity peak. An absence this pure, this deep, was itself an anomaly in the vibrant magical world. Then, with a wrench that Harry felt in the stones beneath his feet, Snape slammed the ward back into place. The flow of external sensation cut off. The green awareness was severed, its probing fingers snapped. The cavern's pressure normalized, the heartspring's roar settling back to its usual torrent. Silence, broken only by Harry's ragged breathing and the drip of water somewhere in the dark. He opened his eyes. He was on his knees on the flat stone, though he didn't remember falling. He was trembling violently, drenched in a cold sweat that had nothing to do with temperature. He felt violated, scraped raw, as if the searching fingers had left a slimy residue on his soul. Snape was at his side in an instant, not touching him, but scanning him with his wand, his face a mask of intense concentration. He muttered diagnostic spells under his breath. Psychic residue, minimal. No tracking hooks. No magical tags. The void is clean. It rejected adhesion. He lowered his wand, and for the first time, Harry saw a flicker of something like awe in the man's eyes. You did it. You were a ghost. They felt the hole in the wards. They felt nothing where you were. An empty room. Harry tried to speak, but only a choked sound came out. The revulsion was still churning in his gut. Snape seemed to understand. He conjured a vial of clear, purple potion. Drink. For psychic shock. It was invasive. I know. Harry gulped it down. It tasted of lavender and cold snow, spreading a numb calm through his nerves. The trembling eased. The feeling of slime faded. They will be intrigued, Snape said, turning away and beginning to erase the silver and ash diagram with his foot. A perfect absence is a puzzle. But intrigue is not alarm. They will likely attribute it to a flaw in their own detection, or a peculiarity of the ancient wards. They are looking for a beacon, Potter. You gave them a shadow. A shadow is easily dismissed. He helped Harry to his feet. The test is a success. But it has revealed a new vulnerability. Harry steadied himself against the cool crystal wall. What? Your emotional response, Snape said, his gaze piercing. The revulsion, the fear. It did not leak into the void, your control held. But it existed. A stronger, more direct assault might provoke a stronger reaction. If you ever feel the need to actively use your power against that presence, the void will cease to be neutral. It will become a tool, and tools have signatures. He started for the stairs. Your next lesson is emotional neutrality in the face of the abhorrent. You must learn to observe that hatred as a surgeon observes a tumor, with dispassionate interest, not personal dread. The rest of the day was a blur of exhaustion and uneasy triumph. Harry slept for 14 hours, a deep, dreamless sleep of utter depletion. When he woke, the world felt subtly different. The gray veil had lifted a fraction more. Colors were still muted, but he could see the individual hues in the wood grain of his cot. The void inside felt settled. Confirmed. It had served its purpose and held. In the days that followed, Snape began the dispassion training. It was, in many ways, the hardest thing yet. He used legilimency, not brutal invasions, but gentle, persistent probes laced with simulated emotions. Flashes of the Dursleys, contempt, the cold hunger of the Wraith, the despairing song of the bat creatures. Harry had to observe these feelings as they brushed against his mind, acknowledge their texture and their intended effect, and then let them dissipate without allowing his own emotional core to resonate. He had to be a stone at the bottom of a stream, felt by the water but unchanged. It was maddening. The first time Snape projected a wave of pure, childish loneliness stolen from a memory of the cupboard, Harry's eyes welled with reflexive tears. He failed. Again, Snape would say, his own face a blank slate. The feeling is not yours. It is data. Analyze it and discard it. Slowly, painfully, he improved. He learned to create an inner observer, a detached part of himself that watched the emotional attacks without participating. The void helped. Feelings that slipped past his initial defenses were absorbed into the silence and neutralized, converted into bland information. He was building an immune system for his soul. A week after the ward test, as they practiced in the library, Snape broke protocol. After a particularly sharp probe of fear, he didn't immediately reset. He studied Harry, who had managed to only blink rapidly, his breathing steady. "Tell me," Snape said, his voice unusually measured. "When you think of the entity in the forest, the source of the hunger, what do you feel now?" Harry considered. He reached for the feeling. The memory of the green, probing awareness was there, slick and cold. But beside it was his observer. He analyzed it, its structure, predatory, possessive, its intent, consumption, domination, its weakness, its reliance on finding something to latch onto. "I feel," Harry searched for the word. "Understanding. And a question." Snape's eyebrow twitched. "A question. What does it want so badly that it has to break everything else to get it?" Harry said, the question forming as he spoke it. "It's not just power. It's something else. It feels hollow, too. But a different kind of hollow." Snape was silent for a long moment. A complex series of emotions seemed to pass behind his eyes, too quickly to decipher. "An astute observation," he said finally, his tone neutral. "Its hollow is one of endless, ravenous need. Yours is a vessel waiting to be filled with your own choosing. Do not confuse the two. But the question is a good one. Keep it. Analysis of the enemy is the first step to its defeat." He stood, ending the session. "We will intensify the legilimency drills. The next probe will not be a single emotion, but a narrative. A manufactured memory designed to elicit a specific, complex response. You must dissect the story, not live it." As Harry left the library, the question lingered. What did Voldemort want? The textbook answer was power, immortality, purity. But the sensation he'd felt through the void was more desperate, more empty. A bottomless hunger that feared its own starvation above all else. That night, he didn't read poetry. He took out the photograph of his mother. He looked at her laughing face, then at the moving image of himself as a baby. He thought about the love that had made a weapon of protection. Then he thought about the hatred that had made a weapon of a curse. Two kinds of magic, two kinds of hollow. He placed the photograph down and extinguished the light. In the dark, the void inside him was just a fact, like his breathing. It wasn't good or bad. It was his. And he was beginning to learn what to do with it. Down in his study, Severus Snape stared into the fire, the memory of Harry's question echoing. What does it want so badly? He knew. He knew the pathetic, terrible want that festered at the heart of the darkness. The want for significance, for terror, for a legacy that could never be loved. He had seen its seedling in a lonely boy on a riverbank, long ago. And now he was nurturing a different seedling in a different lonely boy. One that asked questions instead of screaming curses. One whose weapon was silence and whose armor was understanding. The path was becoming terrifyingly clear. He was not just preparing a child to survive a war. He was preparing a mind to comprehend a monster. And in doing so, he was forging a weapon that might not just block the killing curse, but unravel the very need to cast it. The fire crackled, casting long, dancing shadows. Outside, the forest was quiet. But the silence from Prince Manor was now a different kind of quiet. Not the quiet of hiding, but the quiet of a drawn breath. The quiet before a question is asked, one that has no easy answer. The test of absence was over. The test of understanding had just begun. The question, once asked, would not leave. It coiled in the quiet spaces of Harry's mind, a cold snake of inquiry amidst the void. What does it want? It wasn't academic curiosity. It felt vital, like probing the nature of a poison so you might find its antidote. The hunger he'd felt through the wards was not like his own emptiness. His was a cleared space, waiting. That was a maw, endlessly consuming, yet never full. Snape's training shifted to accommodate this new, analytical focus. The legilimency probes became complex narratives, as promised. But they weren't random. Snape began constructing psychic scenarios drawn from history, from the darker chapters of the Prince family grimoires. He would project the feeling of a long-ago prince witch who had experimented with draining the joy from muggles to power her beautification potions. The magic had a specific flavor, a sweet, cloying greed that masked a terrifying hollowness. Harry, sitting across from him in the circular room, learned to dissect it. The primary emotion is desire for admiration, he would report, his voice calm, his observer self-detached. But beneath that is a fear of fading, of being ordinary. The magic, it's sticky. It doesn't just take, it needs the victim to know what's being taken, to feel the loss. That's part of the fuel. Snape would give a curt nod, his own face impassive. And the hollow at its core. It's shaped like a mirror, Harry said after a moment, surprising himself with the clarity of the image. It only has substance when it's reflecting someone else's pain or admiration. Alone, it's nothing. Good. Remember that shape. Greed that requires an audience is a weakness. It creates dependency. The next narrative was of a prince alchemist who had sought to distill pure life force from magical creatures, not for power, but for the serene, godlike feeling of control it gave him. This hunger was colder, more intellectual, but no less desperate. It was a hunger for certainty in a chaotic world, a desire to turn the living into predictable, manageable ingredients. This one is afraid of chaos, Harry analyzed, feeling the chill, orderly grasp of the projected memory. Of things behaving outside his formulas. The hollow is geometric, ordered, and very, very brittle. It would shatter if something truly wild entered its system. Snape's eyes gleamed in the dim light. An accurate assessment. Control born of fear is a prison of one's own making. Session by session, Snape was teaching Harry to perform an autopsy on darkness. To identify the specific emptiness that each form of dark magic tried to fill. It was gruesome, enlightening work. Harry began to see patterns. The hollows were all variations on a theme, a lack of something fundamental that the wizard or witch then tried to steal from the outside world, significance, love, control, safety. And it made him think of his own void. What did it lack? What was its shape? It wasn't a mirror. It didn't need reflection. It wasn't a geometric prison. It felt more like a well. A deep, dark space that could hold many things. It could hold the memory of his mother's love. It could hold the fierce focus of a spell. It could hold the cold analysis of a dark wizard's hunger. It didn't seem to crave one thing over another. Its nature was to be receptive, not ravenous. The difference, he realized one afternoon while draining the light from a candle with exquisite slowness, was choice. The hungers he analyzed were compulsive. They had to feed. His void simply was. He could choose to leave it empty. He could choose to fill it with sunlight or with sorrow. The power was in the selection, not the consumption. He shared this realization with Snape after a particularly strenuous session deconstructing a memory of envy-based curse work. Snape listened, his fingers steepled. You are distinguishing between a vacuum and a vortex. A vacuum is a space. A vortex is a force that destroys to fill itself. You are cultivating a vacuum. The Dark Lord is the ultimate vortex. Remember, a vacuum can be filled with purpose. A vortex only ever creates more emptiness around itself. He stood. This theoretical understanding must now become practical. You must learn to use your vacuum not just to neutralize, but to analyze in real time. To diagnose a curse as it flies towards you, and choose the perfect, minimal response. The practical application was terrifying. Snape began casting actual, minor curses during their dueling drills in the atrium. Not enough to cause serious harm, but enough to sting, to burn, to constrict. A furnunculus jinx to sprout boils. A langlock to glue his tongue to the roof of his mouth. A levicorpus to dangle him by his ankle. Harry's task was not to block them with a shield, nor to negate them entirely with his void. It was to let the curse touch the very outer edge of his field, slow it just enough for his analytical mind, and the void's receptive nature, to taste its intent, its magical structure, and its emotional core. Then, based on that instant diagnosis, he had to apply the precise counter. A tiny siphon of energy from the jinx's power source, a subtle twist to its directional intent, a projection of the exact opposite emotional frequency to cancel it out. The first week was a festival of minor humiliations and pains. He'd end sessions with his tongue stuck, or tiny boils on his arms, or lying in a heap on the floor after a too slow response to levicorpus. The void was receptive, but his mind wasn't fast enough. His observer self couldn't process the data at the speed of a curse. Snape was relentless. The battlefield does not offer contemplation, Potter. It offers milliseconds. Your mind and your magic must become one reflex. Again, Harry's magic, he discovered, was uniquely suited to this. Because the void didn't resist, it allowed the curse to reveal itself fully in that fleeting moment of contact. He wasn't fighting it, he was reading it. And because his own power was so quiet, his counters were subtle, often invisible. A furnunculus jinx would wither an inch from his skin, the magic dispersing as if it had simply forgotten its purpose. A langlock would fizzle into a harmless peppermint taste on his tongue. He was learning to perform magical bypass surgery. One evening, after Harry had successfully dissected and deflected a stinging hex, a tickling charm, and a trip jinx in rapid succession, Snape lowered his wand. Adequate. You are beginning to see the threads. Now, we move to the next stage. The enemy does not cast simple jinxes. Their magic is polluted with the vortex's hunger. You must learn to identify that specific taint, and to neutralize it without being contaminated yourself. He produced a small, iron box from his robes. Opening it, he revealed a sliver of black stone, a fragment of the leech stone from the forest. It was inert, but even across the room, Harry felt a faint, cold pull, a memory of draining. I have awakened a minor resonance within it, Snape said. It will emit a simulated signature of the enemy's parasitic magic. A simple draining spell, laced with that hunger. You will defend against it. He didn't cast the spell from his wand. He used the stone as a focus. A thin, gray beam, silent and cold, lanced from the fragment towards Harry. Harry extended his void field, not as a wall, but as a net. He let the beam touch it. The difference was immediate and revolting. This wasn't just magic wanting to affect him. It was magic wanting to become him. To replace his emptiness with its own hungry void. The emotional signature was unmistakable, the same bottomless, possessive need he'd felt through the wards. It carried a psychic whisper, mine. More. His observer self recoiled. His void shuddered, not with hunger, but with a reflexive, purifying rejection. He almost lost his grip. Focus. Snape's voice was a whip crack. It is a pattern. Analyze the pattern. Do not feel it. Know it. Harry gritted his teeth. He forced his observer to engage. The magic sought connection, a tap into his core. Its structure was like a root, seeking to burrow. The hunger was its engine, but also its flaw. It was so desperate to feed it was clumsy, overreaching. Instead of trying to block the root, Harry imagined his void as a sheet of slick, non-porous glass. He let the root tip touch it, feel the potential, but find no purchase. At the same time, he sent a tiny, precise pulse of his own magic back up the beam. Not a counter-curse, but a burst of pure, chaotic, joyful noise, a memory of his mother's laugh given magical form. The hungry magic, designed to consume orderly life force, couldn't process the chaotic, positive energy. The gray beam shattered midair, the fragment in Snape's box cracking with a sharp ping and going dark. Silence. Harry was breathing hard, his hands trembling. He'd done it. He'd not only defended but had used the enemy's own nature against it. Snape looked from the dead fragment to Harry, his expression inscrutable. You used a memory. A positive emotional resonance is a weapon. It couldn't digest it, Harry panted. Its hunger is for specific things. Power, fear, control, not joy. A slow, grim smile touched Snape's lips. It was a frightening sight. A novel defense. Turning the vampire's stomach against it. Remember that. The vortex is a fussy eater. It consumes only what affirms its own desolation. Offer it something nourishing, and it may just choke. Put the box away. That is enough for today. You have reached a threshold. Theoretical understanding, practical application, and now, strategic innovation. The foundation is complete. The words should have felt like a victory. But they felt like a sentence. The foundation was complete. That meant the next step was the building. And the building would be tested against the real thing, not simulated fragments. That night, Harry didn't dream of curses or hungry magic. He dreamed of the photograph. In the dream, the loop of his mother's laugh was not silent. It was a sound that filled the void inside him, not as a fuel for magic, but as a thing that simply belonged there. It didn't fill the emptiness. It made the emptiness feel like home. He woke with a strange, settled feeling. The question was still there, what does it want? But he felt he was closer to an answer. It wanted to never feel its own emptiness. It wanted to drown the silence of its own soul with the screams of others. It was the opposite of his well. It was a black hole, crushing everything into a singularity of itself. A few days later, Snape announced a change in routine. We will suspend active training for 48 hours. You will rest. You will walk the grounds. You will read nothing of magic. You will allow your mind to assimilate what it has learned. Overtaxation leads to rigidity. We require flexibility. The sudden lack of structure was disorienting. Harry wandered the scarred landscape, not analyzing, just being. He touched the crystal flowers, not to draw memory, but to feel their cool, hard beauty. He sat by the petrified root, not sensing its past horror, but observing its twisted shape as a sculptor might observe an interesting form. On the second afternoon, he found himself at the Heartspring Cavern entrance. He didn't go down. He sat on the stone steps, listening to the distant, subterranean roar. The power was immense, but it no longer felt threatening. It was just another fact of his world. A powerful, neutral fact. Snape found him there at dusk. He didn't speak, simply handed Harry a scroll of heavy parchment, sealed with black wax imprinted with the Prince Serpent. What is it? The next phase, Snape said, his face grave. A map. Not of places, but of magics. It details the known varieties of the vortex's hunger, as recorded by my ancestors who studied such things. The magics of domination, of terror, of soul anchoring. It is not a pleasant read. But you are ready to study the enemy's full arsenal, not in theory, but in documented practice. Harry took the scroll. It felt heavy with promise and dread. And after I study it. Then, Snape said, turning his gaze towards the darkening forest, we will begin to design not just defenses, but diagnostics. You will learn to cast a different kind of magic, Potter. A magic of inquiry. To cast your void not as a shield, but as a probe. To reach out, silently, and feel the shape of the hunger in the forest. To map its strength, its focus, its points of attachment to this world. Harry's blood ran cold, actively seeking out that attention. It was the opposite of everything they'd done. Isn't that dangerous? Extremely, Snape agreed, his black eyes meeting Harry's. But knowledge is the ultimate weapon. We cannot fight a shadow. We must learn its dimensions. Your magic is the only one quiet enough, subtle enough, to perhaps do so without triggering annihilation. He placed a hand on Harry's shoulder, the touch brief and firm. The time for hiding in our fortress is ending. The time for reconnaissance begins. Rest tonight. Tomorrow, you become a cartographer of the dark. He left Harry on the steps, holding the terrible scroll. Harry looked down at the sealed parchment, then out at the forest, a wall of impenetrable night. He wasn't a weapon yet. He wasn't a shield. He was becoming something else. A question walking into the dark, seeking an answer. He broke the seal and unrolled the scroll a few inches. The script inside was dense, arcane, and the diagrams made his eyes water. They depicted magical structures that seemed to twist in on themselves, hungry mouths connected to bleeding hearts, chains of power that were also chains of agony. He rolled it back up, his heart pounding. He understood now. Snape wasn't just teaching him to survive. He was teaching him to understand the disease so completely that he might one day perform a cure. Not with a flash of light, but with the precise, surgical application of silence. The void inside him felt very still, and very deep. Ready to be filled with terrible, necessary knowledge. The next phase had begun. The scroll was not just parchment and ink, it was a weight, a condensation of cold intent. Harry spent the next day in the library's deepest alcove, the only light a solitary, white-flamed candle that seemed to bow its light away from the pages. The script was a spidery, archaic hand, but the knowledge it conveyed was vilely modern in its cruelty. It catalogued magics not by spell or effect, but by the shape of their appetite. Dominatio Magicae, the magic of domination, which sought to twist another's will into a mirror of the caster's own, leaving a hollow where personality had been. Its diagram showed a spiraling vortex consuming a smaller, struggling star. Terror Animi, terror magic, which fed on fear not as a byproduct, but as the main course, crafting nightmares to be harvested. Its illustration was a cloud of hooks sinking into a weeping silhouette. The most complex was Anima Vinculum, the soul anchor. It described a process of tearing a piece of one's own soul and sewing it into an external object, not for immortality alone, but to create a focal point of possessive hunger, a larder for the self. Harry's stomach turned, but his observer self remained clinical. Each entry detailed the magical resonance, the taste, of the hollow at its core. Domination magic tasted of cold metal and static. Terror magic was sour, like spoiled milk and ozone. The soul anchor, it was described as a perfect, recursive hunger, a signature that was both utterly empty and infinitely dense. He read until the candle guttered, the concepts etching themselves into the quiet spaces of his mind. This was the enemy's taxonomy. He was learning the language of a disease. Snape entered as he closed the scroll, his face unreadable. You have studied the bestiary. Now you must learn to track the beasts. The forest is saturated with these resonances, layered and intertwined. Your task is not to confront them, but to listen. To map. You will extend a single, hair-thin filament of your awareness, a probe forged from the silence of your void. It must be so faint, so utterly non-threatening, that it registers as less than a whisper. It will be the magical equivalent of a breath on a still pond. They went to the easternmost room of the manor, a small solar with a window that faced the brooding forest. The glass was cold under Harry's fingertips. Dusk was gathering, the trees becoming jagged cutouts against a bruised purple sky. The void is your center, Snape instructed, standing behind him, his voice low and precise. From that center, you will spin a thread. Not of magic to cast, but of awareness to see. You will push it out, slowly, through the wards. You will feel the textures of the magic beyond. You will note the dominatio clinging to the trees where their creatures passed. You will feel the terror seeped into the soil from their sacrifices. And you will seek the deeper, colder current, the anima vinculum that coordinates it all. Find its direction. Feel its strength. Count its threads. There was a subtle emphasis on the last word. Count its threads. Did Snape suspect there was more than one? Harry closed his eyes. He descended into the void. The familiar hollow was there, a calm, dark lake. He imagined a filament, silvery and insubstantial, drawn from its surface. He began to push it outward, through his own body, through the stone of the wall, through the complex, humming layers of the manor's wards. Passing through the wards was like pushing through a wall of warm honey, resistant but permeable. Then, he was outside. The world beyond was a cacophony of sick magic. His probe, fine as it was immediately buffeted by sensations. Here, the magic was a bitter, clinging mold dominatio, the residue of commanded creatures. There, a patch of earth thrummed with a sharp, chattering fear terror, a sight of pain. It was overwhelming, a soup of malice. His observer self began cataloging, creating a mental map. Mold here. Fear patch there. A trail of corrosive slime, magical decay leading deeper in. He pushed further, the thread extending like a sensory nerve into a diseased body. The forest was not just infested, it was transformed. The natural ley lines of the land were pinched and distorted, forced to flow towards a central point. He followed the distortion. The deeper he went, the colder it became. The noisy, chaotic residues of lesser dark magic began to fall away, replaced by a purer, more profound signal. It was the anima vinculum. The soul anchor hunger. It was exactly as the scroll described, a perfect, recursive emptiness. It didn't feel like a lack, it felt like a want so powerful it had become a gravitational force. It pulled at the magic around it, at the life, at the very possibility of anything else existing. It was the vortex. Harry held his probe steady, a silent speck of nothing in the face of this devouring absence. He analyzed. The hunger was centered about 2 miles into the forest, deep underground. It was strong, terrifyingly strong. But as he focused, tuning his void sense to its frequency, he perceived something the scroll hadn't prepared him for. The hunger wasn't a single point. It was a knot. Within the central, pulsing nexus of absence, there were strands. Distinct threads of the same recursive hunger, each slightly different in texture, all twisted together into a vile cable. One thread felt older, brittle with ancient arrogance. Another was sharper, more recently torn. A third was dull, almost dormant, but pulsing with a deep, geological patience. He traced them, his mind recoiling at the violation each represented, a soul ripped, a piece hidden. 1, 2, 3. He lost count as the threads writhed, but there were at least 5, maybe 6, distinct strands braided into the central horror. Horcruxes. The word surfaced from a lesson Snape had given on the darkest of magical theories. Not one. Many. The enemy had not anchored his soul once for immortality. He had splintered it, again and again, scattering his hunger across the world. The revelation was a ice-water shock. This wasn't just a monster. It was a fractured nightmare, a hunger multiplied. And then, as he hovered at the edge of this knotted absence, one of the threads twitched. It wasn't a response to him. It was a slow, sinuous movement, as if stirred from within. And as it moved, it brushed against his infinitesimal probe. A jolt, not of magic, but of recognition, lanced back up the filament. It was not the enemy's recognition. It was the thread's. Or rather, something in the thread recognized something in him. Before Harry could sever the connection, a wave of imagery flooded his mind, bypassing his observer self, searing directly into his consciousness. A high, cold laugh. A flash of green light. The weightless fall of a body. And a pain, a searing, splitting pain in the center of his own forehead, not memory, but echo. His scar erupted in agony, a white-hot brand. The silent probe shattered. The recoil was physical. Harry was thrown backwards from the window as if struck, crashing into a small table, sending a vase of dried flowers splintering across the floor. He clutched his head, a strangled cry tearing from his throat. The pain was worse than anything, worse than the Dursleys' punishments, worse than the dagger's cut. It was the pain of something foreign, something attached, waking up and screaming inside his own flesh. Snape was on him in an instant, his hands gripping Harry's wrists, pulling his hands away from his scar. "Look at me," he commanded, his voice cutting through the white noise of pain. Harry forced his eyes open. Tears of agony blurred his vision. Snape's face was pale, his eyes wide with a shock that mirrored Harry's own. "What did you touch?" Snape demanded, his voice a harsh whisper. "The threads, the hunger, it's not one, it's many," Harry gasped, the words tumbling out between waves of nauseating pain. "And one of them, it knew me. It showed me, the green light, my scar, it's not just a scar, is it?" Snape's grip tightened. The shock in his eyes solidified into a grim, horrified certainty. He didn't answer. He didn't need to. The truth was in the echoing pain, in the vile sense of connection Harry now felt throbbing in time with his heartbeat. His scar wasn't a badge of survival. It was a thread, a piece of the knot, a fragment of the vortex's hunger, buried in his own skin. He was not just the boy who had lived. He was a Horcrux. The world did not right itself. It tilted, the axis of Harry's existence wrenching sideways to revolve around a new, terrible truth. The pain in his forehead was a live wire, connecting him to the cold, knotted hunger in the forest. It wasn't just pain, it was a presence. A shard of alien will, a fossil of murder, embedded in the lightning-shaped fault line of his flesh. It's not just a scar. His own words echoed in the ringing silence of the solar, a confirmation of the unthinkable. Snape's hands on his wrists were like iron manacles, cold and unyielding. The shock had frozen on the man's face, then melted into a look of such profound, complicated anguish that Harry couldn't decipher it. Horror, yes, but also a furious, calculating understanding, and beneath it all, a grief so old it had turned to stone. No, Snape breathed, the words scraped raw. It is not. He released Harry's wrists as if burned and stood in one fluid, tense motion. He turned his back, his shoulders rigid. For a long minute, the only sounds were Harry's ragged, pained breaths and the distant tick of a clock in the hall. "The night your parents died," Snape began, his voice low and utterly controlled, each word chosen with surgical precision, the killing curse rebounded. It destroyed the caster's body. But a curse that powerful, cast with that specific, megalomaniacal intent, to erase the threat to his immortality, does not simply vanish. When it failed to kill you, it did something else. It anchored a piece of the collapsing, fractured soul to the only living thing it could find. The survivor. You. Harry stared at the back of Snape's head, the words falling like stones into the chasm of his understanding. A piece of soul. Voldemort's soul. Living inside him. Feeding on him. Was that why the cupboard had felt so suffocating? Was that the source of the cold, hollow ache that had always been with him, long before he'd carved the void? The protection, your mother's sacrifice, it saved your life, Snape continued, still facing away. It formed a shield no dark magic could penetrate. But this was not dark magic acting upon you. It was the aftermath, the shrapnel. The shield could not prevent a piece of the attacker from becoming lodged in the wound. He turned then, and his face was a mask of cold fury, but the fury wasn't directed at Harry. It was aimed at the universe, at the memory of a laughing, green-eyed witch, at his own colossal failure to foresee this. All this time, Dumbledore must have suspected. He is a keen observer of magical anomalies. Your parseltongue at the zoo, a clear symptom of soul contamination. Yet he left you in ignorance. In vulnerability. The contempt in his voice was vitriolic. Harry's mind was a whirlpool, sucking down every piece of his past. The whispers in the dark at the Dursleys. The way snakes had looked at him, not with animal indifference, but with recognition. The way the Dursleys' hatred had sometimes felt like it fed a cold spot behind his eyes. The scar's constant, low-level ache, not a memory of pain, but the pain of housing something that didn't belong. Is it him? In there? Harry's hand rose shakily towards his forehead but didn't touch it. Touching it felt dangerous now. No, Snape said sharply. It is not a consciousness. It is a seed. A reservoir of his magical signature and his most primal drives, the will to dominate, the fear of death. It is passive, parasitic. It has influenced your environment, perhaps your instincts, but it does not think. Not yet. The yet hung in the air, heavy with threat. But it is a connection. A two-way conduit. Your visions, the dreams. Your sensitivity to his presence. It explains everything. He strode forward and crouched before Harry, his black eyes boring into his. This changes nothing about our objective, Potter. It only clarifies it. The enemy seeks to remake a body, to pull his scattered consciousness back together. You are not just a symbol to be destroyed. You are a piece to be collected. The final piece, perhaps. He grasped Harry's chin, his touch firm. This is why you must master the void. Not just to hide, but to contain. To build a prison within your own skin for the fragment you carry. To shield it from his call, and to shield yourself from its poison. Harry felt sick. He was a battlefield, a prison, a collection piece. The void inside him, his hard-won tool, his new nature, now had a second, horrifying purpose, to cage the invader in his soul. Can it be removed? The question was a whisper, a child's plea. Snape's expression closed. The only known way to destroy a Horcrux is to damage the container beyond magical repair. Or to use a weapon of such absolute, destructive magic that it unmakes the soul fragment. He let the implication hang. Fiendfire. The basilisk venom he'd read about in the scroll. Death. So I'm a thing to be destroyed. The numbness was spreading, freezing the panic. No. Snape's denial was sharp, immediate. He released Harry's chin, standing again, pacing a short, tight path. You are the container. But you are also the guardian. The fragment is weak, larval. Your mother's protection lingers in your blood, in your very flesh. It is what has kept it suppressed, asleep. Our task, my task, is to ensure it never wakes. To strengthen the container so it cannot be broken. To make you a fortress, not a vase. He stopped, making a decision. The training stops. The mapping stops. We enter a new phase, containment and occlusion. You will learn occlumency not just to defend your mind, but to create a labyrinth around this wound in your soul. You will learn to channel the void not outward, but inward, to surround the fragment with silence so profound it becomes dormant, forgotten even by its master. He moved to the window, staring out at the now fully dark forest, his silhouette tense. And I must alter the wards. The fragment's awakening, however slight, may have sent a pulse. A beacon. We must assume he now knows, with certainty, that this lost piece of himself is here. The siege will become a hunt. And the prize is not just your death, Potter. It is your capture. The weight of it crushed the air from Harry's lungs. He wasn't just a target. He was a treasure map with an X carved into his own skin. Snape turned from the window, his resolve hardening into a cold, clear plan. To bed. Not your room. You will sleep in the Heartspring Cavern, where the manor's magic is strongest. I will begin layering new wards, not just of defense, but of obscurity. We must make your magical signature, both yours and the fragments, indistinguishable from the background noise of this place. He helped Harry to his feet. The pain in his scar had subsided to a deep, throbbing ache, a constant reminder. As they walked through the dark halls towards the cellar entrance, Harry felt every portrait's gaze upon him. Did they know? Did the stones of the manor feel the parasite within their warden? The cavern was a sanctuary of roaring power. Snape conjured a simple cot near the wall, away from the pool's edge. Sleep. Do not try to meditate. Do not touch the void. Just rest. Tomorrow, we build your labyrinth. But sleep was impossible. Harry lay on the cot, the thrum of the heartspring vibrating in his bones. He could feel the fragment now, a distinct, cold, oily presence nestled behind the pain in his scar. It felt like a sliver of glass in his mind, sharp and wrong. He was aware of it in a way he had never been, now that he knew its name. He thought of the memory the fragment had shown him, the green light, the falling. His mother's death, seen through the eyes of her killer. A sob, dry and painful, hitched in his chest. He was a living tomb for a piece of the thing that had murdered her. Hours passed. Eventually, exhaustion overcame dread, and he fell into a fitful doze. He dreamed, but not of forests or magic. He dreamed of a vast, dark cupboard. But now, he was inside it, and outside, he could hear something scratching at the door, something that whispered with his own voice, but colder, hungrier. And he knew if it got in, it wouldn't hurt him. It would simply wear him. He woke with a gasp to find Snape sitting on a stool beside the cot, watching him. A dim, silvery light from a hovering orb illuminated the man's face, carved with fatigue but sharp with focus. You cried out, Snape said, his voice neutral. Harry wiped a hand across his face, surprised to find it wet. It was in the dream. The fragment. It was trying to get in. Snape nodded as if this was expected. Then we begin now. Sit up. The next week was a descent into a new kind of interior architecture. Occlumency, which had been about building walls, now became about constructing a complex, shifting maze around the cold sliver in his scar. Snape guided him with a focus that bordered on ferocity. Visualize the fragment not as a part of you, but as an object. A black diamond. Cold. Sharp. You will build layers around it. The first layer is stone, the memory of the manor's foundations. Impersonal. Strong. The second is water, the flowing, confusing memory of the heartspring, to distort any signal. The third is mist, the void itself, a blanket of silence and absence. Harry would sit for hours, his eyes closed, painstakingly crafting each layer in his mind's eye. It was excruciatingly detailed work. The stone layer needed mortar, the feeling of safety he'd felt that first night under Snape's cloak. The water layer needed a current, the relentless rhythm of his own heartbeat. The mist layer needed a boundary, the silver scar on his palm. The symbol of his choice. Snape would probe constantly with legilimency, not to attack, but to test the fortifications. Harry learned to feel the difference between Snape's clinical touch and the fragment's cold, inert presence. He learned to make the labyrinth pathways shift, to lead probing thoughts in circles until they dissipated. As the mental fortress grew, the throbbing ache in his scar gradually dulled, becoming a distant, muffled thing, like a bell heard through layers of wool. The constant, low-level connection to the forest's hunger faded to a whisper, then to nothing. He had successfully quarantined the infection. But the cost was high. The effort of maintaining the constant, intricate occlumency labyrinth was a drain on his focus. His work with the void suffered. He could still extend his field of negation, but it was slower, less precise, as if part of his mind was perpetually occupied elsewhere. A necessary trade-off, Snape assessed. For now, survival is silencing the beacon. Control of your external magic can be refined later. One afternoon, during a break, Harry asked the question that had been gnawing at him. "Sir, the memory it showed me. Of the killing curse. Did you know that's what it would show?" Snape, who was preparing a complex potion that smelled of iron and frost, went very still. "I theorized a connection. The scar has always been a window of a kind. I did not know it would be so vivid." He set down his stirring rod. "The fragment holds an imprint of the most significant moment of its creation, the murder that tore it free. It is a wound in reality, and you share its pain." He looked at Harry, his gaze piercing. "That memory is not yours. Do not adopt it. It is a weapon. The fragment's attempt to make you share its perspective, to blur the line between you and it. Your memory is your mother's love. That is your truth. Cling to it." That night, Harry took out the photograph. He looked at Lily Potter's laughing face, and for the first time, he didn't just see a mother. He saw a shield. Her love had protected him from the curse. It was still protecting him, now, by giving him a truth to oppose the fragment's lie. He placed the photograph on the stone floor of the cavern and, kneeling before it, began the most important exercise Snape had yet devised. "The fragment is passive, but it is a piece of a will that fears death above all else," Snape had instructed. "That fear is its core. You cannot attack it directly without attacking yourself. But you can surround it with its opposite. You must learn to generate, from your own core, a magic of pure, living defiance. Not aggression. Persistence." Harry closed his eyes. He found the void, then looked past it, to the deeper, quieter place where the memory of the soup lived, where the feeling of the green canopy bed resided, where the sound of Snape's precise instructions echoed. He found the longing for the open door, the lasting light. He gathered these feelings, these tiny, fragile truths of a life choosing to continue. He didn't push them at the fragment. He simply let them be in the labyrinth, like flowers growing between the stones, like light filtering through the mist. He imagined them taking shape, not as a weapon, but as a quiet, silver light, the color of his mother's magical signature from the note, the color of the scar on his palm. He let this light fill the chambers of his mind, seeping into the very mortar of his defenses. It was the weakest magic he had ever produced. It had no force, no purpose but to exist. But as it gently illuminated the dark corners of his internal maze, he felt the cold, oily presence of the fragment recede just a little further, not attacked, but, gently, firmly, ignored. He opened his eyes. The photograph on the stone seemed to glow in the cavern's ambient light. His head was clear. The scar was silent. He wasn't just a container. He wasn't just a guardian. He was a gardener, tending the light in a walled garden, while outside, the winter of a monster's hunger raged. And for the first time since the revelation, he felt not just the weight of the truth, but the fragile, ferocious power of his choice to defy it. The piece of Voldemort's soul was in him. But it was not him. And he would spend every breath building a self so strong, so bright, that the darkness within would forever be a prisoner, and never the king. And that is just the beginning of Harry's true destiny. If you want to see how far his power rises, or how the wizarding world reacts next, make sure you like this video and comment if you want part 2. And hey, if you're new here, don't forget to subscribe right now. Because I upload daily dark and powerful Harry Potter what-if stories. And trust me, the next one will be even more insane. And I'll see you in the next magical chapter. Until then, stay legendary.